Welcome to Manila and the APPT Main Event, brought to you by PokerStars and the Okada Manila Hotel and Casino. I don't know if you watched that video, guys, but we are live in the Cove Manila by Okada, Southeast Asia's premier indoor beach club and nightclub. Here's a look at our chip counts as we join the penultimate day of the main event. We're here in the Thunderdome, that's what we were calling it yesterday, spanning an enormous 9,000 square meters, 30-meter tall glass dome. It's offering breathtaking sky and Manila Bay views. It's Nick Walsh on commentary, and I am joined by the one and only Mr. Joe Bold.
Hey, happy to be here. Thank you very much for having me, Nick.
It's my pleasure. It looks like we've resolved some audio issues from yesterday. Oh, it's sounding wonderful now. Fantastic. We get more table talk. I love it. And we are back in the Thunderdome, guys, following the final 71 players down to potentially 9 today. We've got a really long stream for you today. We're covering all of the penultimate day. Spraggy is picking up the coverage tomorrow for main event and beyond. And we're right into the action. No messing around. We got a raise from the King-Queen offsuit in the cutoff. Here's an individual we saw yesterday. He was on the final table of the Super High Roller. I was going to say main event. David Wang is going to come along in the big blinds. David Wang, for those of you that don't recall, Australian player, 1.4 million in total live earnings. He's been playing poker since 2011. And his two best results were this year, 2025, runner-up in the 5K High Roller for $112,000 and 24th place in the 50K PLO High Roller at the WSOP for $100K. Yesterday took home a couple bucks as well. And that is all she wrote. Joe Bold, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm good. I had a bit of a late one last night. We were in the Hippodrome playing some cash games, but we're good. We won, so we're in a good mood. Yeah.
I think I saw 12.5.
We did.
Oh,
might have been my biggest session of the year.
Honestly, 12.5K. What's it like? Tell me. Describe what it feels like.
Yeah, it feels like I'm almost out of a hole. I'm definitely still down in the last few weeks or so, but yeah, it was good. It's very nice.
All good, all good. For those of you that don't know, Mr. Joe Bold, prolific content creator, go check him out on the gram. Very, very cool to follow your progress, and you know, very realistic results as well. Happy to share the ups and the downs, and I think that's really important in content creation for poker. Last night, very pleased to see a huge score. Were you at the Hippo?
I was indeed, yeah. The
at
game
the
was
local.
Amazing. It was, something special last night. Yeah.
Love it, man. What's your favorite restaurant at the Hippo?
Just Helliot, straight down the middle.
Oh,
really good steak. Yeah.
Fair. I'm a bit partial to the chop, but you know, sometimes you just got to go straight to the steak.
Yeah, Chop was good. It's open until like 3 a.m. So when you got these late night grinds,
Yeah.
Chop gets you through.
Yeah. And when I do commentary for Carrie Jane, PokerStars ambassador, and also card room director at the Hippodrome, she always sorts me out with a little chop, regardless of the hour. We got an open from the Queen 9 in the hijack here. David Wang in the small blinds. He's going to find a 3-bet here with the A7 suited. And it looks like it's been called quickly.
Oh, wow. This is very sticky from the Queen 9 off.
Yeah, absolutely. It does have a fair fight, though. Flop is 8-9 king.
Obviously a good board for the pre-flop aggressor. Bunch of ace king and stuff, so he's going to go check, but wouldn't be surprised to see David reopen the action at some point. Might just decide he has enough showdown here. I'll have to get better to fold.
Yeah, and you know, the check on this board, how are you feeling about the no C bet on this texture? It does feel like the kind of flop that really favors the 3-bet defend.
Yeah, it's one of these spots where a lot of people think just like king high, like let's always go for it. But the interactiveness around the 8-9,
yeah,
definitely is great for the imposition caller. They have a bunch of sets.
Yeah.
But even hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack have a bunch of extra equity as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have to be a little bit careful when it becomes more connected.
Yeah, this is nice from David Wang. This is definitely a spot where I suffer in my game. Is the instinct to try and win every pot is so strong. The slowdown and then the give up there, I think, is actually one of those situations. It doesn't look very grand, doesn't look particularly exciting to just check fold, but I think probably will ultimately give him a higher win rate because he recognizes that not all king high boards are the same, right? King 8-9 is very different from king deuce 3 or king queen 5 or something like that. So I like it. Under the gun with the queen 10 off. I assume we're playing 8-handed. I'm pretty sure that is the standard now. This is a pretty sweet hoodie. Looking fresh. What's your preferred poker wear, Joe?
Actually, a little bit more smart. I have hoodie days.
Oh, so you're shaming him. You're shaming him for the active wear. Is that what's going on?
No, I can get behind it. I think on these long tournament grinds, much more likely that I'd go for comfy. But on the Saturday night cash grinds, try and keep it a little bit more.
I mean,
suave.
The Hippodrome is such a nice venue as well. It does feel like it's worth it. It's not the G Casino Luton.
Wow.
No shade. No shade. No shade to the G Casino Luton. No shade. It's just it's just a more casual venue. And that will be the end of that hand.
I have to say, I love the look of this casino. It's giving me Monte Carlo vibes with their glass ceiling, I always want to go to Monte Carlo. I haven't been there yet. When they occasionally retract the roof,
Yeah, absolutely.
I love the idea of playing outside or semi-outside. This obviously isn't the same with no roof, but give me those vibes.
Yeah, I actually have two funny stories in that regard. Number one, I mentioned that yesterday. I said that this was the upgrade because it's always open as opposed to only being opened occasionally. And also, even funnier than that, Joe, as you know, I've been a commentator for PokerStars for many years, since 2019-ish. And I have never once seen that damn ceiling open.
Really?
In all of my years, what tends to happen is they open it in the morning. They get the sort of like start of the day ceiling open. The Salle des Étoiles, the Room of the Stars, opens up, and I have never once actually made it in time to see it open. It's embarrassing, honestly. I think next year it needs to be the year, or I might just give up. So we've had an open from the cutoff here. It's a fairly standard from the ace-7.
Yeah, the button finds the discipline after a little play with his chips. He's definitely considering it.
Yeah, and I think actually probably a decent adjustment for David. Very accomplished player, has played a lot of poker, and I think the kind of player who will turn up with these combos that probably can't stand up to a 3-bet all too awesome. And off to the flop we go. Both players connect with the 7. Now, this is a dangerous situation for Pavel because, of course, he's going to want to be pretty sticky with the second pair, as he should. I think David probably finds a c-bet on this board. It's the kind of spot where we're not always going to want to bet our second pairs, but probably with the kicker being the ace of spades, we're going to want to go ahead and bet because not only do we sort of deny some equity, we also get value from 7x that calls and is not equivalently kicked, as it were. And Look at the cards. What's your policy on looking at the cards, Joe? I told myself a long time ago I was going to look once, and if I forget it, then I forget it.
Oh wow, I'm the other end of the spectrum. Just allow myself to look every street, and even if I know for sure, I just keep looking back.
It's weak, Joe.
No,
it's weak.
I just always look.
You need to do better. You need to do better. I'm not trying to shame you, but you need to do better. Just kidding. King of clubs.
The c-bet strategy here, like the way I look at it is, even in cash games, I would be c-betting here, second bet, top kicker. But when I'm trying to adapt my cash game to tournaments, I'm just increasing frequencies across the board with the big blind being so wide and so many trashed hands that you obviously get a curve in the value as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
Would definitely be betting this hand.
And
he's even barreling this hand.
He's gonna go again. This is so bold. This is Joe bold. Yeah, no, this is really nice. I mean, look, it's a spot where, I mean, theoretically, I suppose we could get some eights to fold. I don't think that's the mission here, though. I think actually probably just betting for value more than anything else. And goes for 56,000, or is that 66,000? No, it's 56.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to understand what you're getting value from, but there's also a bunch of like Jack 10 of clubs, even like all of the 10-9, 5-6, Ace 10 of clubs. So there is actually a decent amount, and then on top of that, it allows him some visibility to like check back rivers.
100%.
If he checks back and the river's any card above his, it's actually kind of hard to cool down. So these, seeing there it is, the snap check back, it just allows him to get to showdown way more often. And it's not a strategy you can use if there's no hands to get value from, but certainly if it's a thin value bet, it makes a lot of sense.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, very nicely navigated here.
As you said as well, that 9 on the river probably not feeling particularly nice, because that's really probably a lot of what we're trying to get value from, the 2 overcards to second pair, up and down straight draw situation. But yeah, nice pickup there. And it'd be quite a coup to see David make it to another FT. We saw him yesterday in the super high roller. And I was just saying to Joe before we started today how awesome this venue is, and also what a great tour that APPT is. I wish we had the opportunity to cover more of this. APPT Manila, particularly keen to get these sorts of events broadcast, and I think it's appropriate. I mean, look at this venue, guys. They're playing in a literal Thunderdome. And I don't know if you guys saw that intro video, but it looks like such a cool spot to hang out. Definitely need to give this place a look in future.
And if I'm not mistaken, my calculations on the exchange rate, this is roughly a 1K pound buy-in, like a $1,300-$1,400 buy-in range.
Yeah, actually, let me confirm. Yeah, it's almost exactly £1,000, about 1.3K dollars. And we do have confirmed payouts, guys. First place is going to be just shy of £200,000 or $255,000. Hey Joe, do you see how many players we got left?
Maybe they changed into aces.
I had noticed that. I just wasn't sure enough.
Nice. 69 players left, ladies and gents. We're getting close now.
Is it going to be us here all night, or are they going to switch it up?
David Wang in the hijack with 10-5 offsuit. This is absolutely outrageous.
He's feeling himself. He's won a few. He's playing the rush. Can't blame a man for playing the rush. Especially the rush started yesterday, you know? Final table of the super high roller. Wins the first 3 hands of today.
Depends on how fast. There's 67. It's still early. It's still early. It's early. Yeah, last time I played.
It'd be hard for him to win this one though. He needs to find the 10 and the 10 only.
The 200K high roller, single day. Yeah, finished at 4 a.m. It's crazy. I was so sleepy.
You must. Did you play yesterday the 100K Mr. one?
No,
I believe Pavel has a Russian flag next to his name. I must say, Joe, as an American, I do lack in the geographical reference knowledge. It's stereotypical, but in my case, it's true. So ace 8 queen.
America's as big as Europe, isn't it? So you knowing America well is basically the same as me knowing Europe.
I mean, the funniest part is I left America when I was 8 years old, and my American geographical knowledge is probably weaker than anywhere else. I have the benefit of working closely with James Hardigan, who is a walking encyclopedia of all things reference, and he usually does the heavy lifting for me. He'll call it out. I remember it. I say it proudly, like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, fairly diverse feature table here. We always had Australian, Spanish, Russian, 3 Philippines, I think.
Yeah,
I can't remember the other 2, but
yesterday we had a Filipino national repping on the final table of the Super High Roller as well. Chip counts here. So this is our featured table. Oh, lots of Filipinos out there today. Love to see it.
Ooh, top flag. The top flag is the only one I'm struggling with.
Filipino names are so awesome, by the way. It's such a fun mix. Often a sort of very prominent, often anglicized name, and then a really, really interesting last name. In this case, we got Joseph Talamayan. That's a good example. Have you had a chance to play any poker in Asia, Joe?
I have actually played once. I went traveling 18 months ago now, probably. And it was 3 months off poker, no poker whatsoever, until I lost my passport. Actually, I'm pretty sure my passport got stolen. And I was traveling with my girlfriend, and it was an absolute nightmare to go to all the embassies and sort out a new passport. So she got a bit fed up and moved on to the next location without me and went to a yoga retreat, whilst I got stuck in Vietnam. So I did play some poker in Vietnam on my non-poker trip.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Edgar Asahan with the Kings. Now, I'm not sure if it's too bold to say, but Kings is a good hand. And I think the big blind will be calling. I think it's already in the middle.
15 bigs. Lovely spot.
Yeah, really, really nice. Unlucky here for Pavel. I think that Ace-4 just deciding to rip. And look, it's
16.
Yep.
All right, so like 15 bigs.
Yeah, it's not ridiculous.
Understand it.
This is the heartbreak flop, isn't it? This is the heartbreak flop. You know, you were fearing the ace, but now you got more fears.
Yeah, I mean, his equity's come down. Started at 25, now 28, but you feel like it's gone up.
It's gone up. There's no chance I win at this stage in the hand. King on the turn. Oh, there. Just.
Yeah. And again, it's gone down even more, but again. Has it really?
Oh, and the sweat is real.
Any ace, any 4, any 5. Oh, that is a dirty way to do it.
I don't want a commentator's curse this, but Golden State Warriors for the win. And look, trip 4s. What a brutal way to lose it. That doesn't seem like the way it comes out, but that's how it happened in this case, and it's going to be a double for the Russian. Tom, I know commentator's curse. I'm sorry. Wait. You know I'm a sucker for that one, but Joe has yet to discover the sadness.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've had it against me for sure.
Listen. The power that we hold in our hands is so significant. We need to be careful with what we say. And unfortunately for the Kings, that is going to be a knock. I hear great things about poker in Vietnam, though, Joe. I've got some friends that played out there. I think they might have played in Myanmar as well. But I need to get out there. I need to play more of these events. I think this would be a great way to get some poker action in. Beautiful countries as well, of course. Shout out to everybody in Twitch chat, by the way. Also, shout out to everybody in all of the chats. I do have a tendency to focus too much on Twitch. I believe we're live on Facebook and YouTube as well. Hello, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Really appreciate it. We have action today and tomorrow. Penultimate day today and tomorrow we have main event quote-unquote final table coverage. Mr. Spraggy is going to jump on and anchor for that. So you can look forward to it now. Why don't you go ahead and set a alarm now? It's going to be about 12:30 start if you're looking at UK time. Straight back to the action now. Raise from the pocket sixes and the hijack.
Pavel with some new chips to play with. Could be tempted.
So this is an interesting blind level. We're playing 8K, 16K, 16K. Whoever did that in Manila, how dare you? How dare you? Chip denominations are pink 1K, yellow 5K, red 25K. I do like the chips, though, Joe. I am slightly colorblind, and I suffer when they have this sort of neutral pastel color scheme. But these are very clear in my brain, so this is wonderful. I don't know if you spotted it. I don't know if you had the same problem, but in at the Irish Open.
Oh my word! I misclicked like 100 kill. It was absolutely brutal.
I'm not joking. They are identical. Like 3 shades of yellow. It's awful.
Yeah. The cash streets were the worst, but even the MTT streets had some ones that if you made the mistake, they were huge mistakes because it was like the smallest chip and the biggest chip.
Yeah.
And I had a stack of what I thought was the biggest chip, and it was 90% the smallest chip with some big chips on top. And I came back from break very depressed to find out I had half the chips I thought I had.
Brutal. Did that make it into the vlog as well? I think you might have.
Yeah, I think I must have mentioned it.
You mentioned it, right? Yeah. Oh man, honestly. It's a nightmare. As if poker wasn't hard enough as it was. And I mean, not only do they have us dividing by 16 out here, but they also, are trying to trip us up. Although in this case, of course, the chip's actually nicely denominated. I like that a lot.
Yeah, very nice.
I think men are like 5 times more likely to be colorblind or something as well. So I just feel like in a very male-dominated sport, we should be more accessible.
It might even be as extreme as it's impossible for women to be colorblind. I might stick it out there and
what?
say women can't be colorblind.
Is that true?
I'm gonna have to double check that.
Give it a Google.
Okay, retracted.
Cutoff is going to fold here. That's William. Looking very chill.
It's a lot more than 5 times.
Oh, what was it?
8% of men.
Yeah.
And then 0.5% of women.
Wow.
16 times more likely.
Wow. Quick maths. I also feel for the dealers here. Joe, we mentioned that the featured table is looking gorgeous, by the way. Thank you again to production for the setup, but it's massive. It's an absolute whale of a table.
I like that. I love massive tables.
No, I do too. And actually, speaking of the Irish Open, Joe, you'll appreciate the space that you're given. The tables are huge. There's loads of room between tables. I love that venue. It's so bright. It feels like you're playing in the daytime and you're not locked in a dungeon. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that might be one of my favorite stops.
Yeah, it was the first time I've just gone and fired tournaments for a whole week. Like, it's done a proper series. So I don't have much to compare it to, but it was amazing. The crackdown and the games, everything else. Yeah, very good vibes.
It's just immaculate vibes, and I think that if anything, it's more of a challenge to focus on the poker than it is to actually win at the poker at the Irish Open, because it's just right there. It's adjacent. It's a rave disguised as a poker tournament.
Yeah. I spent the first couple of days drinking, and then I went into serious mode, and I started bricking everything. And then the last couple of days, I started drinking again, and we finally got some results. So I think you really have to embrace the drinking culture.
Yeah, I mean, look, of course, we would never advocate for drinking and gambling, but you know, just go with the flow, be in the flow of the universe, and you know, win in Ireland.
Yeah.
Pavel is back at it here. Pocket fives, UTG +2. And I have to highlight, guys, it is UTG and not UG. I don't know if production got that note from yesterday, but I might cancel APPT next year, Joe. I can't stand it. Edgar in the cutoff. Jack 10 offsuit, I think, is probably a pretty, non-trivial fold. The suited variety, obviously, having infinitely better playability, that gets a little bit more spicy. In the bin.
I felt like we were on a ladder. King deuce off.
We are down to 67 players, guys. I'm sure quite a few short stacks just busting at the start of our penultimate day, but did he announce walk before the big blind had folded? Just a call, I think. Yeah, there it is. David's getting to the pot. Big favorite, but let's see what we got.
Pocket pairs like 20 deep in the big blind become good jams, right?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, as we get 30 or more, it's...
Yeah, when it's UTG +2, it's a little bit more tricky, of course, earlier position. But yeah, I think nines is, again, once we start to get to sevens and eights, significantly better playability as a call as well. So, I wish I was better at these ranges, but I think that you're right. Let's have a little lead at the turn, David. That quick check is not a flush draw. Quick check is not a 10. So we're going to try and get value now from the 8x, 6x hearts, single heart hands, ace king with the ace of hearts, something like that.
There's so many hard rivers to navigate if we don't bet now. Like,
yeah, and actually
folding out the king jack offs of the world is so valuable for our hand.
I think I would prefer a larger size from David here. Bets 34K. I think probably we can go slightly larger and punish the hands that Joe and I were just discussing now. But it's going to work out here. The five's just not really pleased to continue at all. What's your policy there, Joe, on the turn? I think do you agree? Should we have more of like a near full pot situation?
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, on a lot of flush completing boards, you don't want to go massive because you want to have hands that are in your value range that aren't flushes. However, in this spot, when it's the big blind leading the flush completed turn, they actually do have a large advantage in that flush region because they're defending so many suited hands.
Yeah.
So I think it does make sense to size up a little bit and push that advantage in flushes rather than focus around betting one pair, etc. So yeah, it would make sense to me to size up a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine, like, when we get to the turn and there's been a check on the flop, your opponent's sort of value is significantly reduced. And if we do have the made flush, what are we going to get most value from? It's going to be maybe a second pair or a one card flush draw, ace of hearts, king of hearts, something like that. And I think that perhaps just a slight size up there would be nice. But as played, gets it done, and on to the next one, king 8 offsuit. Oh, he's going to want to play this hand.
Yeah, again, he's only 17 big blinds deepish to start the hand. So I can feel like myself taking this one if we're one of the chip leaders on the table, but as we become one of the shorties, it feels a little bit more treacherous.
It does. I just feel like you don't have as much ammunition to play through the streets as you'd like, to try and make a king 8 work. We can see David here probably going to just effectively put Mr. Choi all in. South Korean flag, I believe.
Yeah, and these are the spots where you kick yourself as the cutoff.
Yeah, nightmare.
Wider open.
As some of you may know, I play a lot of spinning goes. That's kind of a game that I focused on for a significant, probably misspent years of my life. But we really suffer when we min raise fold, and it's like 10% of our stack here or close. And I think this is a nightmare spot for the King 8 really, and this is why perhaps we want to just avoid these ones. It's easy to say when you raise there and you run into jacks, right? Of course, it's going to work on some frequency, but it's just so hard to make it work through the streets if you do end up getting called by the big blind. And I don't know if you agree, Joe, but I think in the modern game, people are so much more wise on what to defend. I think the days of raise and take it are so gone.
Yeah.
Tom in the chat asking, did I make it to the parade? So it was the Pride Festival here in Brighton yesterday, which is an absolute insane event for our town. It is just madness. It's you can't escape it. It's everywhere. People are partying all over the joint. I didn't make it to the parade, Tom. I was actually online for the parade, but I did make it to the party in the park. And yeah, I saw Mariah Carey. It was cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say who's headlining that.
It's Mariah Carey.
Icons, don't they?
Yeah, I mean they usually get one serious headliner. I saw Mariah Carey. Saw Ashnikko. That was kind of cool. But yeah, the vibes were good. And I'm alive today, which is more than can be said for previous Knicks in previous years. Joseph Talamayan is going to let it go here. David is not going to miss this spot. All right, Joe, 100 pounds he's going to bet. You owe me 100 pounds.
Did they at least get odds? Or did they just get fully
Nope.
scammed?
You just agreed. Just agreed.
Excuse me, sir. Watch the language.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, did you hear that, Joe?
Ooh, I did hear that.
I had 8-4 offsuit, man. I can't do shit.
Oh, was that
Oh, and he's gone again.
Oh, I think he was told off by his friend there.
Oh, by his friend.
I don't think it was the floor. I thought it was the floor at first, but I think it was actually I think it was David Wang.
David, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I was saying to Liam yesterday, my co-coms in the Super High Roller, when we covered the APPT last year, I was informed that they're really strict about etiquette, like super duper strict. During the main event last year, there was like a super clear accidental misclick, like no angle. It was just like everyone on the table understood it was just a silly mistake. And apparently, as a policy, it's like a 1-round penalty, or I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's really tough. And
I'd like to see Will Kasufkan play.
Well, exactly. And I don't know. I have to say, I kind of love that. I actually think that's not so much that it's fair. I think probably it's a little bit over the top, but it does keep people in line. It keeps the game going, and I think that's great because when the table starts to get too loosey-goosey, I think that we do want a little bit of extra control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the argument against it would be that it puts recreationals at an unfair advantage. Like they're going to be misclicking
That's true.
10 times the amount of professionals. So potentially you create an environment where they feel targeted, it's unhelpful. But I do agree that if it's maybe if it's a 1-hand penalty or something, then being very, very aggressive with giving it out is good. Yeah,
it could. I don't know. Maybe the moderators will remember better. But I think it might have been a 3-hand penalty or something. But yeah, it was cool that it's cool to see how they're handling these things.
Yeah, especially when like the EPT final table 1 or 2 times ago with that potential angle.
Yeah.
I mean that one would be harder to punish because it's not. Yeah. Oh, no, I guess that one was a legal bet, so maybe you can punish it.
You're right. Yeah, I suppose it was kind of etiquette. I suppose. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know.
Because you've like missed the action and you've not made a legal bet, I guess. Because obviously, if you accidentally min click rather than 4x or whatever, like then you can't say that it's against the rules. Someone has to make a bet that's not valid for to punish it.
Yeah. What was your take on that whole thing?
It felt pretty clear, didn't it? I mean, there's benefit of the doubt. You never know for sure, but
yeah,
the most damning evidence is that he did it 2 tables out as well.
yeah. I think it was. It just felt a little bit off. Anyway, we're going to the flop, guys. 8-9-8, and sixes are 84% ahead.
Yeah, there was definitely a small camp that thought it's inside the rules of the game. Like, as long as you're not doing something that's not allowed, like if you're just manipulating bet sizes, then they think that that could be within the realms of the game and not necessarily an angle. It was an interesting take that I had come out.
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn because my understanding of it is somewhat limited. I was there actually doing comms in Monte Carlo when it took place. I thought it was a bit strange, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here, chat, but I think he came out with a statement saying, "Oh, I've discussed this with my opponent, and we've cleared it up, and you know, he knows it wasn't an angle." And then didn't he come out and say, "We didn't discuss this. We didn't agree to anything."
Yeah, I mean, the guy it happened against definitely at no point thought it wasn't an angle.
Right.
I had him be interviewed like a few days later, and it was still definitely an issue in his mind.
Joe Bold Poker. Go check it out, guys. Give it a follow.
No.
UG up next.
Oh, it's,
Good fold.
no, Joe, you made me see it now. I can't unsee it. Did you watch Squid Game, by the way, Joe?
So I've watched everything up to the most latest season, and
Yeah.
then I watched one episode of that, and we decided it was too gritty and gory,
Oh,
unpleasant, so we gave up.
fair enough.
But also the reviews for the finale were not overwhelming, so
Yeah, I
probably
mean,
in person there.
I thought it was okay. I bring that up completely randomly now because I saw the South Korean flag and I was just thinking about lots of really interesting content coming out of South Korea. Just watched the movie Parasite as well, which was really, really good. Great film and just totally unexpected. Did not see the plot taking that turn, but it was great. We got hands here, guys. Raise from the king, queen, big blind. It's going to just flat.
Just cool versus the button. This is very nitty, of course. Like we've seen people with the king 8 offs and the cut off, etc. So you just need to make sure you're getting value.
Does this feel like the kind of spot, Joe, does this feel like the kind of spot where, like, you know, you're supposed to 3-bet, but in reality, just calling is so much easier?
We're not here to make easy decisions, are we? We're trying to be here to make money. Like, there's a lot of times where you can make an easy decision, but it's going to lose you money. Like, when people are going all in versus you on the river, you can just always fold. It's always easier, but you're going to get run over. So sometimes you have to find the hard decisions.
Thanks for keeping it profesh, Joe. That's right, guys. We're not here to make it easy. That's what I was really trying to say. No,
I did love at the World Series, talking about Squid Game.
Yeah.
Is those jackets? Did you see any photos of those jackets?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very smart. Whoever came up with the Squid Game GG jackets.
Very clever.
Was very clever.
I was laughing as well. We had our ambassadors. I think Caitlin, James, Joe, if I remember correctly, were out playing in the United States, and they were wearing these sort of NASA jackets. It was something to do with Run Good Gear, I think. But I need to ask if I can get one of those. These sort of NASA. If you go check it out, I'm sure they posted about it a lot. RunGoodGear.com. It was the Run Good Poker Series, and yeah, those guys were playing in I believe it was like a bounty tournament. They had a bounty on their head. They were dressed up in these sort of space suits. Mr. James Hardigan on Instagram. We finally convinced him to join the Graham guys, and honestly, he won't admit it, but I think he's really loving it. Oh, these pictures are absolutely awesome. Yeah. Looks like Tana was there, Joe was there, James was there, Caitlin was there, Nikki Lima was there. Anyway. Raise from the King Queen again.
Now, private games, so mostly Chinese.
They have squid as well.
Squid, yeah, squid.
It's all squid now.
Multiple squid.
Yeah, potentially the small blind could have come along there with the ante. It's nice suited.
We have like over 100 mil on the table or something.
I think I would have seen a flop, but what do I know?
I think they were just talking about Squid Games. That is so weird. I can't
really?
I think so.
But the TV show or the cash game format?
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, yeah, they were talking about poker. All right, guys, there's a look at the chip counts. Full breakdown on the table. We have 3 stacks, sub 20 big blinds. William Teo is currently tippy top. 69 big blinds. Nice. And, yeah, as you said, lots of flags represented. That venue, I cannot get over that. I'm so jealous. This looks like a great spot to play cards. I bet is it really hot during the day, though? That's the question. Do you need, like, SPF if you're playing during the day?
Yeah, you said the roof's always open.
Oh, it's just a glass dome, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah. I mean, you'd imagine they've got a good aircon system.
Yeah.
But it's just a massive greenhouse.
Yeah, right. Their electricity bill through the roof. I mean, it'd be funny if they had sort of umbrellas during the day. Keep players in the shade.
Didn't look at 1 second. Didn't know.
Although, if we're so early in the day for them, how is it already dark? What time do they start playing? Is it like they start in the evening session?
So I'm assuming they would have played sort of a normal stretch, so like maybe midday till 10 or 11. But
okay,
of course,
so we're coming in halfway through the day.
Yeah. And we have the benefit of actually an extended delay too. So this is coming to you 3 hours delayed. For the benefit of the viewers and the benefit of the commentators not having to stream until 3 in the morning or something. Here's our chip leader.
That's how my parents said, like,
Hokkien, yeah. You don't know how to speak Hokkien? But you understand?
I just understand a little bit of Mandarin.
Oh, okay.
A little bit.
Dennis the Menace in Twitch chat says, I've been watching the stream for 30 minutes and I've heard more 69 jokes than I hear in a week. How many do you hear in a week?
Just going to send in the troops. Off 11 big blinds. There's a candidate that plays well as a call, and then you like jam the offsuit ones. Obviously, as you get shallower, suited cards make less of a difference, but it just allows you to play cool very comfortably, I would have thought. But
Australian, you know Wilson?
Wilson.
He plays cash. He's an Australian.
Yeah, I haven't been back to Australia.
Oh, you know, okay.
Yeah, I stay in Malaysia now.
Oh.
they're on a shot clock, right? We haven't seen that
Yeah.
used. Effect.
They are, and again, I was saying this yesterday. I'm pretty sure this is accurate, but I think that actually they impose a 20 hands per level towards the end of the event. During the Super High Roller yesterday, I believe they were playing 20 hands per level as a rule, and they also had the shot clock in place. So again, pretty strict with it. I think that's a nice move. I don't know how you feel about that, but I do think that's probably a nice addition to the sort of tournament structure.
Yeah, so different tables are playing different levels?
No, sorry. When we got down to the final table of the Super High Roller, they were playing.
Final table.
Yeah, so I think probably that comes into play like final 2 tables or final 3 tables. It's kind of like it's kind of a bubble situation or a hand for hand spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have spoken with Kenny Hilaire, now WSOP main event final tableist, 2-time
Twice.
WSOP final
Amazing.
What an absolute beast, by the way, unreal.
Yeah.
And here's a guy that knows a lot about poker. He's obviously been advising stars on how to structure their events as well as his, poker exploits. And he was saying that he's a fan of this, and he thinks it's just a better way to handle the sort of later stages of the tournament. I was watching a really good piece on ICM on GTO Wizard the other day, and he was sort of saying about how when you really boil it down, he's like, I'm really sad to say, but basically you just have to knit it up super hard at the later stages of the tournament. He's like, there's no 2 ways around it. And if we can, he was sort of talking about this ICM leakage. Have you heard about this, Joe? The kind of idea that ICM isn't ever a static event. Like if you play slow and 3 people bust in the middle of your hand, that's not sort of accounted for in the ICM model. And he was sort of saying, how much more brutal that is when we get into the sort of stalling tactics of late game tournaments and the sort of hands per level thing, especially when it's synchronized as a hand for hand, is a big problem solver for that. We have a spot here, guys. Kings with the King of Hearts, and Ace 5-7 is really not too scary. William? No, this is Chase, excuse me. Here's another great example. Chase Kokaleong. Wait, what? Excuse me? This was a lead from the Kings and a jam from the Jack 8.
Wow. What a spot for Kings of a Heart. I mean, you can feel his pain. For his tournament life, he has 91%.
I don't know if I have this move with the Jack 8 of spades here, but I applaud it. It's hyper aggro.
You assume with the Kings here, basically only your heart is live.
Right. But then also you ask yourself, why wasn't there more action on the flop, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there can be some like 5, 6, 6, 7 in there as well.
Sure.
Or it's 6s.
6-7 suited, maybe.
I don't think I can fold.
He says, I don't think I can fold.
How often do people fold after saying that? There it is.
And so this is what 9% feels like. Unlucky William. Bold move, but Kings is absolutely loving life.
Wow.
Wow.
Not like that, okay?
He says, not like that, okay. he goes, oh, this is a good spot. Wait a second. 4 of spades would be a very sad story. And it is the 8 of diamonds. Check mark for the Kings. Beautiful spot. Well done. Chase is going to get the double.
I was like, oh, first time I had a hand, kings and flops, ace and 3 hearts. What the fuck? 3 hearts, okay. Yeah, but I checked without checking if I had a heart. Okay. Because I didn't want to. Actually, that actually helped me because I bet the flop, he folds instant, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, fuck. First hand I played in an hour.
Let's double up.
Yeah, at least it's worth it. Fuck. Thank you, my brother.
I'm loving the vibes out here, guys. I think this is a nice environment. People seem really, really happy to be playing cards, which I love to see, especially in tournament poker. Can be a bit stoic at times.
So tight, I only play kings. Yeah. So tight. Fuck.
Tight is right indeed. So 57 players remain, guys. If you just joined us, we are in Manila. We are in the Thunderdome. Cove Manila by Okada Hotel and Casino. My desire to say Okada, like the delivery service here in the United Kingdom, is so strong. It's Okada. 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 And William folds the A7 hijack. Ace-queen for Edgar in the cutoff. This is definitely going to be a hand we want to play here. Announces all in.
172.
170K. It looks like it's a little bit more. Not that it makes that big of a difference. Current blind level is still 8K, 16K. So this is just a smidge over 10 bigs. 6 is folded. I think that's probably fair. Doesn't want to gamble in that spot, and there's 2 players back behind. Honestly, not exactly keyed in on what the pairs are that we call with there. I imagine maybe 8s plus is going to be mandatory. 9 certainly. Want to give a special shout out to Lisa in the chat. Hello, Mom. Joe, my mom is in the chat.
Hi, Nick's mom.
Thanks for joining us, Lisa.
Is she a poker player? Or just
Joe, I have tried so hard to get my mom to play poker, and the worst thing about it is I think she would be a fantastic poker player. She just doesn't want it. She loves bridge though. How unfair is that?
Oh, wow.
She loves card games, but she just doesn't want to play poker with me. I think she's scared. That's what it is.
Or she doesn't want to embarrass you.
I've never considered that before. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. If she plays poker like she plays bridge, she'll absolutely murder me.
Bridge is a 2-player game, right? As in you play doubles, 2 versus 2.
Yes, correct. Yeah, you sit opposite. There's a whole lot of like thank you partner etiquette and stuff like that. It's I don't know. I never learned. To be fair, I've never actually tried to play bridge, so I can't really give her too much of a hard time. She says
you
it's
do a bit of content. She teaches you bridge, and you teach her poker.
She says it's the latter. I think that bridge involves too much actual math. Everyone likes to think that I'm good at math, but I'm not. I've just been donking my way around for long enough to remember most of the spots. Oh, you play poker? You must be good at math. I'm like, yeah, sure. 2 ace kings all in, and sorry, raising an all in. Excuse me. It was Juan, hailing from España. And an all-in from the ace-king, of course.
It's going to be boring unless it's not boring, and then it's very fun. What do we want? 2 diamonds, or...
I mean,
we'll take 2 diamonds, 1 club for the minute. Keep everyone alive.
Keep it fun for the audience, yeah.
Queen 7. So he's favorite. Yeah. Double flush draw, yeah. Good flush with the heart and the diamond.
Pavel is willing that 3-heart board. Great camera work, by the way, guys. Those cameras are crystal clear. And on the flop. Any sweats? No. Absolutely not. Deal faster.
It's impressive to find that board. You have to find the exact diamond, heart, and spade board for there to be no backdoor.
Yeah, this feels more rare than the 3-heart board. This is crazy. All right, so on to the next one then, Dela.
But me, I win.
You know, Pavel can find backdoor runner as well, so not given the opportunity this time.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with blinds.
I think if I had a poker tour and it's a guaranteed chop on the flop, we just don't even do the turn and river.
Yeah, in my poker tour, if you have ace king versus ace king, they just don't deal anything. There's just no sweat whatsoever. just chop it up now. Yeah. What would your poker tour be called if you had a poker tour? Would it just be called the Bold Poker Tour? It's too good. It's too good. It sounds too good. I don't know. You can't really beat that, can you? So speaking of my mom, my family in the United States, they like to play a little bit of poker here and there. They play for pennies. They got in my grandma's house. They used to have this giant jar of pennies, and they'd bring it out. I mean, when I say giant jar of pennies, I mean like it's like $900 in pennies or something insane.
Oh wow!
And they pull it out and they just play for pennies across the table. And they used to play this game called Black Mariah. Have you ever played Black Mariah before?
No.
So it's just 7-card stud, except if the Queen of Spades is exposed, all the money in the pot remains in the pot, and you deal the next hand. You deal the next hand, like the hand is dead.
Okay.
And this is a fun quirk when you're playing 3-handed, but when you're playing 8-handed, the Queen of Spades is always out, and my brain doesn't work well enough to figure out what the pot odds are when there's like 12 pots worth of change in the middle. And I'm trying to figure out if I'm supposed to be calling with like just backdoor flush draws on, in the first deal. I'm not sure how your opening ranges are adjusted when there's $900 in the middle and you have to call a penny to enter the pot. But it's a wild one, and it was a lot of fun playing that with my uncles in the States.
Nice. Yeah, I feel North America have much more part of their culture to grow up playing penny stakes. I don't see it much over here. Not many people grow up playing poker.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, which is why I think it's such a travesty that so many states still can't play online poker. It just feels un-American to be neglected of that. Hopefully we'll see more adoption in the United States over the years. Going to the flop here, Queen 7 versus Queen Jack domination situation. Not the worst flop for William either to just go ahead and put in a little barrel. William is not giving anything away here. He's got a good poker face. 30K?
Wow!
53K, all right.
Akala mo, dalawa lang babae ko. Baka 5 makita mo mag-chat eh. Baka mahilo ka. Ang alam mo, dalawa lang, pero 5 pala. Ay, sorry.
Another pickup for our current feature table chip leader. What was your favorite venue that you played in, Joe?
Lifetime?
Yeah, you could do a top 3 if you want.
Yeah, I think if we're thinking just Vegas, I'd have to put Win number 1. In Europe, Hippodrome for sure. I play 95% of my volume at Hippo. And then rest of world shout out. I think even if it was a casino, but Vietnam was really cool. Like it was massive skyscraper and you had like the amazing views over the city and stuff.
Oh wow.
So. But it might have just been for that one festival. So
is it best times to play at the Hippo? Is it just kind of weekends as you'd expect, or is there a particular golden hour for good games at the Hippo?
So it depends what stakes you're playing. If you want to play 1-2, you can start at like midday and it runs through all the way till 6 a.m. And then on the weekends it's 24/7. If you want to play 2-5 and above, probably want to get there at like 3 p.m. But golden hours, 12 till 2 is when it peaks probably in terms of how good the game gets. This is my first year I'm shifting my sleep pattern a bit later. Yeah. Previous years I've been on days and in the UK and then done some trips to America. Whereas this time I am playing till 2 a.m., which for me is absurdly late. But once you get into the rhythm of it, I actually find it much more comfortable. I find it easier to be healthy in some ways because it's much easier to keep my bedtime rigid and stop eating before bed and stuff like that. So I've actually settled into it very nicely.
Yeah, I think that's okay. What's really cool as well, guys, if you've never been in London around that time, is sort of Kerry Jane likes to remind everyone that that corner where the Hippodrome is based is like something like the busiest corner in Europe or something like that. Like the number of people that actually just walk by the Hippo every day is like absurd. It's like hundreds of thousands. And after midnight, you've never seen a ghost town. It's crazy. It's absolutely empty. Very little life after a certain hour. Maybe not midnight, but you know when it gets into the wee hours.
Yeah, when I leave.
Yeah.
When I leave, it's dead. In the week, at the weekend, it's still going strong.
I mean, they got that Pizza Hut on the corner there, and shout out to the Pizza Hut guys in Leicester Square. They have sorted me out so many times. Coming out late from commentary, they got a couple slices going for me. Oh, it's wonderful.
To be fair, I've only ever been there once, and he did give me loads of extra free slices. Yeah. I paid for one, and he just sorts you out.
I actually was doing a stint. I think it was the Women's Winter Festival. I was there for like 4 days straight, and I was coming out at like 3 o'clock every morning or something like that. And they were very, very happy to do me some freebies.
Very nice. Speaking of which, there is the Summer Women's Festival coming up on, I think it's the weekend of the 16th and the week prior.
Yeah.
Again, back at the Hippodrome, women's only festival. However, there is an event that men can get involved in. There is a 50-50 field. It's something that they did back in the Winter Festival.
Yep.
Which is half men, half women, equally split. So as the signing up happens, you have to sign up in pairs, essentially. There's a big list of names behind that they have. So no matter who you are, you can sign up and they'll find someone to pair you with. But the idea is that it's a tournament that represents half and half.
Yeah.
I think it's a really, really smart way of merging. Obviously, the women's festival is a great idea, but getting some men involved as well. And cool tournament format for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a look at the chip counts, guys. Williams still chip leading, but now the blinds have gone up. We see a couple similar stacks up towards the top. David Wang still representing Australia. Joe, absolutely. No, we introduced this event at the Women's Festival, the Women's Winter Festival, I should say. And it was so much fun. Honestly, one of my favorite tournaments I've ever played. It was such a cool vibe downstairs. This year, I believe it's being hosted at an alternative venue, if I'm not mistaken, because it was such a smash success last year. We need more space. But it will be just around the corner. Joe, my mom has messaged me privately to also remind me that when you play Black Mariah, not only does the Queen of Spades kill the pot, and then you play a new hand and all the money stays in the middle, but also if you have the high spade in the hole, you split the pot if you get to showdown. There you go. It's even crazier.
Maybe this Summer Women's Festival is a perfect opportunity to introduce Lisa to the great game.
I think
even in the 50-50, you can go in as a team. Although to confirm, it's not a tag team, which I initially thought when I heard.
Yeah. I think it'd be a great tag team event, though. Actually, I think that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Maybe you can mix that in as well.
Or actually, maybe it's better if it was like not a tag team, but like both players are playing it. Like you both have a team, and somehow you're both combined results or something.
Highest points.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Did you ever get a chance to see Book of Mormon? By the way, that's also around the corner at
No, I
Leicester
haven't.
Square.
But I am actually really keen because I've realized that it's the creators of South Park, and I've been playing with someone associated with
That's right.
South Park recently, and he was telling me about it, and it sounds really good.
It was good. I enjoyed it. It was as a longtime South Park watcher, at the very start you've got Matt Stone or Trey Parker, one of those two doing the voice, and you just immediately know, you recognize the voice right away. And I was leaning over, I was like, guys, that's the guy from South Park. Anyway, we're on the flop, 4-5 ace. Pocket Queen's not loving the ace, does check, and Queen of Clubs on the turn. 10 of Clubs, excuse me, on the turn. Thank you, Raksha. Blinds are up. 10K, 20K, 20K.
Some people can think are good for the aggressor with the ace high, but it's actually the complete opposite with these ace wheel boards. The big blind defends so many Obviously ace-5, ace-4 off, but also 4-5, but 5-3 suited, 4-3 suited. These all have tons of equity too. So these ace wheel boards are very, very good for the big blind. And you need to be extremely careful with your frequencies in position as the aggressor. And yeah, just checking down queens makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I think perhaps an opportunity to go for some value at some stage there, but just decides to play it cool. Man, look at that. That is a spacious table. The police are coming, guys. Look out.
It's the Peckham Sirens.
Peckham Terminator. Did I ever send you that? We spoke about that, didn't we? I asked you if you saw the Peckham Terminator video.
I have not seen it.
Okay. I mean, today's the day.
Okay. It's also only Fools and Horses territory, right?
Yeah. Well, so it, I'll see if I can find it. Here it is. Last time we did comms, you said you live in Peckham, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is it, I think. All right, sixes, ace, queen, all in, and I think we're probably going to see a little gamba here. Thank you, Raksha, for mentioning. Blinds are up. It is 10K, 20K, 20K now. So this is a pretty big shove, actually, Joe. About 40 bigs. Sorry, 20 bigs, excuse me.
Yeah.
And ace-queen is going to follow.
Where's the closest bathroom? Where's the closest bathroom?
I mean, it might work wonders because if he just opens, I imagine the sixes might fancy a rejam. So being very results orientated. Massive open rip, obviously. Gonna have another fake flip. This is what I'm not a fan of. I'm actually going to put it out there. Time banks in these sort of spots, they're just not the highest TV spots where your time banks are necessary. Almost always your time banks don't get fully replenished, they get added on top. So the times where you do make it to the final table, having the extra time banks is way more valuable than using it in spots like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, my old coach gave me advice when I started playing a couple of tournaments, like never use your time banks before the final two tables. Like all the UV is the final two tables, so yeah, be selective, I think.
I just need some blinds.
Yeah, I completely agree. I have to say I haven't actually played in many time banked events, or maybe it's just I haven't made it deep enough to get the time banks, but it's an extra element. As we were saying earlier as well, I was mentioning about how, I know that they enforce the etiquette rules pretty strictly in Asia and in the APPT in general. I do think that the time bank thing is also a little bit not as beginner friendly as well, but I do think that when we're playing a main event or higher, understandable. I imagine most people entering these events will feel fairly confident about opening ranges, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, it's another thing. It's up to her.
Right, let me watch this Terminator video.
Bims, paano ka na-out? 1.6 pera mo?
Nearest toilet is
800? Tens ka? Ha? Lumabas? Oo. So, is king talaga. Ace king talaga. Ace king siya. Ha? Flop ace.
Pavel is going to start us off here. Starts the hand with around 20 big blinds.
That video is actually impressive. You just walk straight through the glass door.
No, so the bit is if you pause the video, it's like a perfect man cutout from the glass. Like it's actually like it's like a cartoon. It's like the perfect outline of his silhouette just gone straight through the glass. Yeah. And Queen 10 in the small blinds. How do we feel about Queen 10 here, Joe?
I would make an 80 fold.
Yeah.
But that's coming from cash streets where you don't do anywhere near as much as.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think probably it is a fold, but just always feels like you have enough equity to enter there, but playability from out of position. Yeah. What would you say is the? I know you've been playing a lot more tournaments recently. You know, what would you say is the biggest adjustment? You know, having played tons of cash and now you're playing more tournaments that you've had to make in order to sort of be more successful in tournament poker.
Yeah. So changing the play styles in cash, it's like always the same mindset, right? A little bit of patience, but looking for edges, and you're used to your stack sizes. You don't really need to check anyone's stacks. But tournaments is just all about shifting gears and really playing your stack size and everyone else's stack size, which is very tough. I remember I had a deep run in the main a couple of years back, and it took me to like day 3 to realize that I couldn't just always play 4-5 suited. And started looking at some charts on my day off on day 4 or something, and I was like, oh, right. Let's start holding 5 highlight, shall we? Or 30 bigs or something.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's very wise, and actually that's definitely the stack size thing is a big one, isn't it? You know, you can kind of just look down at your cards and just decide if you're opening and not have to give it much thought in a cash game.
Yeah.
Tournament dynamics with lots of different shifting stacks that can't be topped up, that's a big difference.
Yeah. I find them so much more stressful, the tournaments. Like, the atmosphere in the cash game is supposed to be like fun, jovial, splashy. Sometimes it can be boring and nitty or whatever, but you're trying to create that good atmosphere. And in the tournaments, it's just like everyone's super serious. You can die at any moment.
Yeah.
Like, unless I cover every single person on the table, I'm stressed the whole time.
Yeah, it is a stressful environment. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not built for tournaments yet.
I think that's probably why I'm more successful in cash. I'm just really good at getting people drunk. I think I might go pro in that. In fact, I think I'm gonna give up the poker game, just open a bar.
The drinks are flowing last night for the first time in a while.
Oh.
We never play without drinking, but I mean, there we go. That's the strat. My biggest win of the year was
well,
when.
If you need any coaching, let me know, Joe. I can help you with that part of your game. Got an open here from the button. Ace 4, as you'd expect. King 10. This is probably getting close now. I think King 10, he is very short stacked, I have to say. There's a chance maybe King 10 could just be an exploit shove there. I actually don't know the range particularly well. Let me check that one out here. I think I think there is a chance we want to start considering it all in there. How many bigs was it, Joe? It was like 12, 13, something like that.
The reds. Yeah, 12, I think.
So let's say we're playing a tournament and we have 12 big blinds in the small blind. And
Now to defend here from the big blind.
yeah, King 10 off.
At least see the turn. Ace 10 going to be the best hand of the lot if we face the C-bet.
I probably would have liked to have seen a shove from the Ace 10 as well, to be honest. That seems pretty clear. So, yeah, King 10 off is a shove at 12. And then if we switch to 20, the big blind is also an Ace 10 all-in as well.
And you do more cooling with the suited varieties that can play out of position?
Correct. Yeah. Ace 10 suited exactly is going to be partial shove, partial 3-bet, 5 big blinds. It's an interesting size there, actually. I thought perhaps it would be a larger 3-bet size. So 1.2%, 7 big blinds, 3.4%, 5. That's not for that combo, though. Yeah, you're going to want to raise to 5 big blinds about 55% of the time, and some calling, as you said, Joe. Yeah, correct.
What the fuck is this?
The cool thing about having 20 bigs against the opening range there with ace-10 suited is we're dominating so much that opens there, and just great playability, much more visibility with the suited variety. That's a pattern that you see all throughout ranges in general, guys. If you're trying to learn your pre-flop ranges, I remember somebody saying very early in my poker career, Joe, I don't know what the big deal is about the suited hands. It only makes them 3% stronger, but that stuck with me and actually was a huge hamper because not taking into account playability through the streets is a massive sin, right? And that's actually a major, major problem with that statement. That is correct technically, but that's only if we're running equities and not talking about, you know, equity as playability.
Yeah, the difference between equity and EV, often interchangeable for people who don't fully understand the concept.
Yeah.
But equity, turn your cards up, run it out a million times, and the percentage that you win. Whereas EV also accounts for equity realization, which is how often you're going to get to see that showdown, how often you're going to get bluffed off, how good the board is for you, etc., etc. So clear difference between EV and equity, but yeah, often mistaken for one another.
First hand nilaro ko. Barok. Open ako to baby. Ang ina tong tayo gumol. Fold lahat. Putang ina.
When did you get your start in poker, Joe? What got you into playing cards?
I was doing a sponsored degree, so I was working full time for an IT company, cybersecurity, and then I was having day release to do my degree in 1 day a week. I had 12 hours of lectures all in 1 day so I could keep up with the regular course. And obviously I could not absorb 12 hours of lectures in 1 day. So I was Googling ways to make money at the back of the lectures, and gambling was on that list. And started studying some poker, started grinding some tournaments at the back of class. And 5 years later, ended up quitting that job to go full time.
Nice.
Yeah.
What was were you a pen tester?
My first year I worked with the pen testing team, but I was like in a project management and financy role for them. And then as I graduated, they said, well, you have your IT degree now, you need to come into a technical role. But the issue is I'd been playing poker the whole time, so I'm not technically qualified. I had a very stressful 18 months trying to get qualified or trying to keep up before the EV of poker was too attractive.
I understand.
And, yeah.
No, I was actually a web developer in a previous life and spent most of my days playing cards, so that was in the same kind of same trajectory. I think the idea of pen testing is so interesting. Like actually proper pen testers, like actually telling stories about how they like snuck into a building and actually plugged in a USB and like downloaded critical information and blah blah blah. It's so cool. It's like real life, completely legitimate spy work. It's great.
Yeah, spies to corporations for sure. Yeah, it's cool. Very smart guys. But yeah, I didn't keep up.
So 53 players left, guys, here in Manila.
Yeah, we start with 72, I think, this morning, or when we logged on. So 20 gone.
And we're going to see an open from the Queen Jack. Big blind here. 23-ish bigs. Probably going to be a mix here. Call / shove. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Seems good. No messing around. You know, it's these spots as well, Joe. I think as somebody that's created content for some time, you know, on my Discord and stuff, I'm happy to try and help if I can. Not always qualified for all questions, but I try my best. And that spot we saw just a moment ago, the King 10 folded the small blind for around 12. The big blind just called with the Ace 10 offsuit in the big blind. They don't seem very grand, right? And I think a lot of times people will come to me with questions like, I had aces. Did I play it right? And the answer is probably yes. It's hard to misplay big hands, right? Most of the time.
Yeah.
And actually, it's those little subtle spots that aren't particularly exciting, that people tend to overlook. And they'll say, I don't understand why I'm not winning more. I feel like I've learned my pre-flop really well, blah, blah, blah. But those spots are actually the moments of edge. Those are the spots where not taking those very clear all-ins is going to be costly. And it's not just that it's a mistake to begin with. It's also that you're putting yourself in a lot of much tougher situations post-flop. You're allowing yourself to be exploited.
Yeah, for sure. And the reason why it's quite hard to spot that is it's these big coolers or these big hands that you remember that make up your results week to week. But obviously over the long period, it's the smaller edges that add up because everyone kind of gets the same coolers in their direction. Yeah. It's hard to overlook that when that's the thing that's making your stack swing around.
Yeah.
And emotionally feeling the pain and highs.
It's also akin to a lot of people come to me and they say, I'm trying to get better at poker, playing a lot online. I'm not interested in getting to the whole tracker thing though. That's not my style. And it's like, well, it's so hard for the human mind to wrap your head around what is luck, what is EV, what does success really look like, because you're so wrapped up in your ego. You're so interested in like, oh, that was a bad session, but you've got no real indication of whether or not that was a good session. It was just disguised as bad luck. And a lot of people unwilling to try and take a more scientific approach. And I think that having those tools is such a great indication of, overall profitability. Speaking of coolers, by the way, Joe, aces versus queens, huh? How do you feel?
I'm not sure if that was even a cooler, to be honest. It would have been if I jammed free, but it was a very, very, very nice hand, obviously. I've been patient in that session. There's been a few spots where I'd...
Speaking of coolers...
Wow, here we go.
Wait 1 second.
Off a 160k, he is not going to be getting away from ace-queen here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be all in here.
Any arguments for flatting on the button? Maybe a short stack jams behind. You're so likely to get it from the 160k anyway.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. He's just going to 3-bet here. He goes for the 2x 3-bet as well. Wow.
Well, he's so short, isn't he? He's raised to 80k at 20k big blind, right?
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
The initial raise was 4x off.
I see. Yep. You're quite right.
Like
well spotted.
8 bigs or something. So he's putting the core of his stack.
If there was ever a chance to get away from ace queen, oh my God, this is it right here. You've 4x pre. Your opponent has clicked you back. I just don't see how ace queen is going to be rocking it here.
I agree, but you have 8 bigs. Like, you're calling 6 to win.
No, I understand.
18 and a half.
Right.
Like, you need 30%.
Yeah.
Even if he shows you ace king, you almost have to call.
You almost have the price. You're right. But that's probably why we don't see this node, right? We don't see a 4x open and then a decision, right?
Yeah.
So
off this stack, you're committing for sure.
Yeah. As played, you're right. The price is just $2,000. Aces versus ace queen, and it is Mr. Choi at risk. There's a good start for the ace queen. Aces still holding for the time being. 6 of hearts on the turn. And GG, 9 of clubs, no help. Yep, he's not pleased about that, understandably so. 52 players now, possibly 51 if that's updated after the bust out. And our Australian friend is making a run at it again. Back-to-back final table, question mark.
How many runners were in the super high roller that you final tabled?
Sorry, what's that?
How many runners in the super high roller that you final tabled?
19. There was 19 to start, and then we joined the action at 9, I believe. No, we joined the action at 6, I think. Yeah, and then 4 places were paid. The super high roller here in Manila was about $8,000 equivalent. So actually not a particularly large super high roller.
Sure, but if the main event's 1K,
yeah,
then
exactly.
8 times the main event.
No, absolutely. Definitely not buy-in shaming, but it was a it was only 4 places paid. I sort of was talking yesterday about how it feels nice to enter a tournament with only 19 runners because you feel like the end is in sight, but then getting to the top 4 is still quite an undertaking.
Chris. Why it always happens to me? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it does. Maybe it's not working there. Yeah, maybe your spot is not working.
No, because I always place them in the center.
Chad is asking, what was the guaranteed in this in USD? The guarantee in this event was approximately $1 million US. It was 58 million Filipino pesos.
C3 folds.
Have you been to the Philippines?
I have not. You know what? It's actually recently become something that I was really fascinated with checking out. I've been to Thailand. I actually lived in Thailand for about a year or so.
Oh, wow, nice.
For a little bit. Early in my poker career, a group of guys were living out there, invited me to come and join them. That was really fun. That was very much kind of the start of my taking poker more seriously.
Yeah.
But if I understand correctly, we are going to potentially see more poker in Thailand. I know that a major poker series recently was run out there, and I hope that that is a sign of things to come because I'd love to go and spend more time in Thailand. And if there's poker going, it's a business expense, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. Keen to get more out in Asia. I did a bunch of it 18 months ago, and Manila was the craziest taxi ride I've ever had. It was crazy, crazy city. Yeah, I love Philippines. Ended up going to a little surf island called Siargao.
Oh.
And stayed in the slightly wrong part, and there was literally no one else around. But had the scariest night of my life with like this huge spider that got us cornered in the shower outside. And our shower's a shower where we're naked and exposed, cornered by this absolutely massive green spider. And I was scared for about a week after. It was worst night of my life for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely horrible.
By the way, Naked and Exposed is the title of your autobiography when you're ready to write it, buddy.
But other than that, loved it. Once we got onto the right side of the island, it was great. But I was so scared and so ready to get out of there. I had never ridden a motorbike before, and I managed to get hold of a motorbike and do 3 journeys back and forth to get all of our stuff out of there.
Yeah.
For 7 hours it took me to go back and
wow.
forth 3 times on this island after never riding a motorbike. So they're very desperate and very scared. But,
what do they call it? The Bangkok Rash or whatever? People that never driven mopeds and then they always crash.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
I remember guys out there I was staying with, they all drove mopeds, but none of them had a real license. And they basically just always had whatever it was, 5K bot or whatever, just in cash in their wallet just in case they got pulled over.
Yeah.
On the flop here, deuce, deuce, 6. Does Juan want to c-bet?
Is this the first table for the main event that's being showcased?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Bet call. Double paired board now. And I suppose the big blind will have 6x, deuce x, no problem. Wouldn't be surprised to see check on the turn. Juan.
Yeah, imagine it's I want showdown.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine you're winning. You'd imagine you're just hoping for a chop, to be honest. On this occasion, we are winning going into the river.
Yeah.
Now we think we're going to be winning, of course.
And if you're William here in the big blind now, you're thinking, that ace sucks. Perhaps just going to try and take king high to showdown. Does check here. I think this is wise. I don't know about you, Joe, but if I'm Juan here, I'm thinking I do not want to look at a deuce or a 6, so I'm just going to take the check on this river. The bigger issue for me is I don't know what we're getting value from, right? It doesn't feel like a spot where king high is going to feel great about calling.
Yeah, just a hand like, I guess 7s might go pre quite often.
Sure. Oh, yep. So small bet call. I think it was 2-ish bigs, 2.5 bigs.
Cool.
Yeah, it worked out great. Did actually get paid.
Ow.
And
why is king 7 paying though? He's not. He plays board, right?
Yeah, exactly. Calling for the chop. Yeah, well spotted. I was king high still isn't even relevant, isn't it? Right? Aces, 6s and deuces with an ace. Correct.
But I grew up in Australia.
Well, nice value anyway. Not. I think I would have found a bet, but wouldn't have expected to get called by kings. I was be hoping for some pocket pairs. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is thin with the ace. Like, how do you get called by worse? I mean, in this case, we've got called by board, but
Very good one, actually.
only because I'm thinking a lot of the pocket pairs are going to go pre. Like, if you can ever have like 3s, 4s, 7s, then like you probably have to value bet river. But my concern is they're going to ship on us pre-flop.
Yeah.
How do you hide him?
Yeah, it's an interesting exercise in sort of range construction there. You know, we probably can discount a decent amount of the hands that might pay us on that river.
This card didn't read, I guess.
It worked out great for the ace there anyway.
Sit 1 is 41,000. Sit 2, sit 3 fold.
So we've got an open from the ace jack +1. Keeping it chill. So I had a question the other day, Joe. I was on cash commentary for the Hippodrome cash stream. The one that you actually were on, that was the night where you had the aces versus the queen spot. Lovely, by the way.
Yeah.
And Alex O'Brien was my co-coms, and she asked, you know, do I have any sort of pre-poker ritual? I want to ask the same question to you. Do you have any pre-poker ritual that you sort of adhere to?
I'm actually trying to be slightly more professional about it at the minute. And I am like jotting down some answers to some questions, mainly just to make sure I'm in the right mindset. But yeah, I do a tiny bit of journaling, which makes me sound like a Uber reg, so maybe a bad answer.
No, I think there's something, there's a lot to that. It's a little bit like the daily gratitude journaling, right? It just sounds so over the top, but it can be as simple as just an act of mindfulness, right? Just sort of going, I'm not writing this for any particular reason. I'm not going to go and look at this again and say, you know, oh, I'm so grateful for whatever. But it's just sort of a way to sort of manifest in reality something that you're thinking about. I think that's quite powerful. What kind of stuff do you journal then before your sesh?
So, I mean, it's mainly just checking in with how I feel. There's a couple of actions that can come out of it. If I feel like I'm like close to a tilt threshold, then I'll either like set a timer for 2 hours. I find timers really useful, like forces me to get up and like if I'm 90 minutes in and I'm not really feeling it, like all I have to do is get that extra half an hour, you know.
That's a great note. Love that.
And then the other one is like another action. I'll just set it based on how I feel. I'll set an intention for it. So it might just, if I lose 100 big blind pot, like I'll force myself to go on a walk immediately. Whatever the intention is that day that I've picked, it just tries to mitigate the fact that I might go over that tilt threshold. Because for me it's like I'm fine, and then suddenly I'm not fine, and then in the past I've just kind of like dusted for like a month or two. So just trying to, there's not much you can do to avoid getting there really. It's just about noticing when you're about to approach it, and if you do get there, just managing it and reducing volume and stuff like that. Essentially having time off to, I think time is the only thing that reduces that likelihood of tilt for me.
I think that's actually a great note, and I do think that as we progress in our journey with poker, you know, we get a lot better at recognizing, you know, when we're in a bad spot, when we're not feeling good about how we're playing or whatever. And I think, like you said, just forcing yourself to go for a walk, even that 30 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever, you go, yeah, you know this sucks. You know this isn't a good spot. Like, you know that just take some mindfulness. We have a spot brewing here though. Ace King suited. Looking at around 20 big blinds, you'd imagine probably a 3x or something like that. So raise to 40. Makes it 160. This is quite large. Off of a 20 big blind stack. Certainly indicating he doesn't want action. I would say, I don't know, maybe off 20 it's 2.5 is more standard, but it takes it down pre-flop. No, I think that's really interesting, Joe. And actually, I think that there's a lot of things like that. I think it's easy to just sort of say, oh, that's not for me or whatever. But I think it makes a pretty big difference. You know.
Yeah, I mean, even if it makes 1% difference, that's worth it, right? Like
right.
These things, if you find a few things like that and they compound, it becomes very, very valuable over your career. So worth it, I think.
Is this when you tell us this whole time you've actually just been a pen tester disguised as a poker player? You've been stealing data from the Hippodrome this whole time, and
let's not put rumors out there. UG coming in off 26 big blinds.
Oof.
Oh, maybe he didn't. Did he just fold? Ace Jack not good enough. Very surprising to me.
Yeah, that's definitely on the tight side. A little bit tight. Raise to 40K from the 9-7 suited. Love this hand.
Yeah, it's my favorite hand to have on the button because you just get to 3-bet bluff it like all the time. I mean, you're not supposed to do it all the time, but I definitely do it all the time.
Yeah, I had a session the other day with Texas Tomo, prolific grinder, spinning go grinder, prolific spinning go coach. And I was saying about how there's definitely combinations that I'm so unbound. He's like, if you look at this frequency, you're probably 3-betting enough, but I can guarantee you it's always the same hands. And I was like, yeah. You're probably right.
But I think it's okay. Like, there's a bunch of stuff, especially at the big blind, where you need to find like 5%, 10% of like infinite amount of combos.
Right.
And it's so hard to do that like, if you know you struggle to get your 3-bet bluff frequencies high,
yeah,
it's better to always take
like 3
combos
bad ones, 3 good ones, or whatever.
Yeah, so I think that's reasonable. I think overall frequencies is kind of more important than making sure you have perfect coverage.
Yeah, I think also it's only a problem if they know, right? It's
of course.
It's only a problem if you're stupid enough to broadcast your play live on the internet. I don't know who
I mean, the Hippo
that.
guys now know that 560 is my hand. It's one of those spots where like you're supposed to open it from early position like a quarter of the time, and then if you get 3-bet, you're allowed to always peel it. But then I like always take it as an open, and then when they 3-bet me, I'm there like, oh, I know it's a pure continue. But the issue is I have it 4 times more than I'm allowed it in the first place.
Right.
So we're playing 3-bet, 4-bet pots and just like have 560 at pure. So it gets pretty dicey.
Ace Jack. Under the gun. Yeah, I can't believe it either.
Have you found the content creation process has improved your poker, Joe? Like, do you having to reflect back on stuff and share it? Do you think that's actually been a positive influence on your play?
I'd love to say yes. I think the issue is it just removes the amount of downtime I have for studying.
Yeah. That's always a big trade.
Let it affect the amount that I play.
Yeah.
So yeah, just less hours in the day. So yeah, being careful about making sure I still get some studying in there.
Yeah.
But tough to balance everything.
Yeah, people don't appreciate how much extra work it is. It is a lot. I recall as well when I was starting to play more cards, I was playing on Unibet, and at the time, Espen Jorstad, a.k.a. Yulin Poker, was a.k.a. World Series of Poker Main Event champion. He was a Unibet ambassador, and he left the company, and he sort of said, like, I'm just not don't have enough time. I want to be a better poker player, and this is not allowing me to focus as much as I'd like on the game itself. Bowed out gracefully, and obviously went on to extreme heights.
Yeah, good decision. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was way cooler when Kenny became an ambassador and then final tabled the World Series of Poker main event. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah.
He's like, hold my beer, Espen. No, I'm just kidding. I really appreciate that, and I think that's actually very, very wise. It is all-consuming. It's very difficult to have other things when you want to get to that level. I mean, just watch Joe Bold play poker. You can tell, right? He's making too much content. Just kidding. All right, we have an all-in here. Ace-Jack for Pavel.
Nice. So we can
Again, this is a pretty big shove.
Yeah. I think we prefer to see this the min open.
Yeah.
It always depends, right? Like, if you think you have a huge hedge on the field, a huge edge on the field, then min opening becomes more attractive. If you perceive the big blind to be an amazing player, perhaps the button to be a strong player too, then jamming becomes more favorable, right?
Yeah. Exactly right. And I think the sort of 15 big blind shove there is going to be A-okay. It's definitely going to be a profitable jam. It's just whether or not you're going to extract more value as an open, possibly get a big blind defend and take it to the streets. Just simplifying it as a push is probably not the end of the world.
Chumoro or Filipino? Born and raised there?
49 players left here in Manila.
What high school?
If anybody out there is watching live from the Philippines, please tell me if the Thunderdome looks as cool as it actually does here on camera, because it looks awesome.
Well,
Can I have some red chips?
in the south. And then, yeah.
We've got lovely Joe Bold here on comms with us. I can tell you guys now, absolute confirmation. In about 45 minutes' time, we're going to get the Arlie Shabanimal joining us for commentary.
You're here for the tournament?
I'm going to be tapping out and heading straight back to the Hippo. I'm playing the Rush. Good
You
session,
got to play that
wanna be
Rush.
checking them.
If you don't post a 25K score tonight, you're never invited back, Joe.
These days they're always big swings as well because I'm always chasing that high, you know. So I'm in the mix a lot. Often do it all back. That's the issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
For your medic?
Although I'm actually a fan of Sunday poker. Like, obviously big day online for tournaments and stuff, but I think it's the least reggy day in the live arena.
Yeah.
A lot of people take it off. A day for the girlfriends, you know, but
yeah, I think it's least reggy, but perhaps maybe a tricky day to catch the recreationals. I was gonna say I think Sundays are a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, you could walk in there and there's like 5 stag doos coming in on a hangover. I have to say, playing a little afternoon session at the Hippo, like on a random day, I love it so much. It's great. It's great. I mean, it's definitely not the best games. Don't get me wrong, but something about just playing poker in the afternoon, a card room that actually runs basically 24 hours a day, it just makes me so happy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the games are a tiny bit smaller on Sundays, but I do think they are the softest day of the week would be my shout.
Do you think 1025 runs most days at the Hippo? That's what you're playing anyway, right? That's kind of the
more than half, yeah. So there's a bunch of different stakes. You have 2 5-10, you'll have 3 tables a day every day. Like,
oh, nice.
There'll be no issues ever playing 2 5-10. The 5-10-20 is kind of this middling stake that's not running as much because regs are choosing to play higher, and then like it's like this sandwich stake. But yesterday we were playing 5-10-20 for a bit, and then it did convert to 10-25 no straddle, which is right in my wheelhouse. That's the game I want at the minute.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's been a bit bigger, and I either have to sell chunks, and it's kind of a bit annoying. So, yeah, perfect game for me last night.
Sweet. We have some chip counts here, guys. A couple new faces. Carmelo is joining our table, I believe. 103 big blinds, just rocking up with all the chips. That is a
That must
USA
feel good.
flag.
Coming to the feature with all the chips. What a feeling.
Are you interested in playing 2550 or higher, Joe, or is this where you're? I mean, obviously you got to play the games that are available, but you know, are you jumping into bigger games?
So because I'm selling like a very big chunk, like I'd sell half of my action at least for that game.
Yeah.
I have to decide that the big blinds per hour is the same or higher than the smaller game.
Right.
I'm essentially playing the same stakes, right?
It's game selection, yeah.
It doesn't matter what we're playing. Like if
Sure.
I only have half my action, we're playing the same stake.
Yeah.
So then it's just about game quality.
Yeah.
Hopefully in a year's time, I've built my roll up a bit more, and then it makes sense for me to play higher more often because the big blinds per hour doesn't even have to be higher, right? But yeah, for me at the minute, it's not any more attractive to play higher. But it's good those games are there for when I'm ready, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also, it's very safe to say 1025 is an absolute juice game as it is. You know, if you're a reg there, you're playing a lot of volume, that's more than sufficient.
Yeah, for sure.
Great games. Yeah, love it. Bowler Dude in the chat is asking, when you roll up to an APPT tournament, can you show up with USD or do you have to pay in local currency? That's a great question. I actually don't know. I would imagine it's probably both. I think you can do either. I would say probably quite often.
Let me get it up because I found this yesterday.
Oh, nice. I think also probably a lot of players paying in Luxon or, you know, similar, possibly also direct buy-in on Stars. I find actually just paying with your Stars account on these events is usually going to be the smoothest.
You can use, it just says cash, chips, Stars account, credit card, debit card. It doesn't say whether the cash is local currency or USD.
Bitcoin. Just kidding. I think that essentially, you're probably just going to whack it on your card.
Yeah. I mean, the fact you can use your card is a huge win.
Yeah. Massive win.
Although cashing out into your PokerStars account is the nuts because I thought my bank didn't do any like international fees and stuff, but when I cashed out at the Irish Open, because it was an international payment, I did get fees or something. So I think always into your Stars account and then withdrawing from there is just like the nuts.
Yeah, no, I love that.
Okay na yun, okay na yun. Sobrang ganda na yun. Katong bago ni Sud, 2M. Ang tupad na ko, 1M Sud. Pulos! Ano sa yan? Ang sabahan na ito na yun.
Again, just going for the call versus the bottom. This is the second time we've seen the big blind just smooth in jacks. Gets rewarded this time, but there is a nut flush draw from the buttons. This is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for if you're going to flat them. Or at least it's what you're looking for now until they make that flush. Check and a bet, as you'd expect. Now, does he play it fast?
Yeah, it could go check raise, 3-bet. Like, we could all go in on the flop.
500 40.
You imagine it's going to go raise and just call in position, most likely.
Huh?
So 40K check raise to 140K.
Yeah.
And he's going to get action for sure. There's no chance Juan is going to relinquish just now. It is a big whack, but
46.
It's going to call.
All right, and on the turn, 6 of clubs, no help. You'd imagine William wants to continue the aggression here. You've got a customer. Why slow down now? Don't let him off the hook.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see sizes here because we've got 1.2 SPR with a very dynamic board, lots of very miserable rivers. even for a hand as strong as second set. So maybe an argument for just zipping it in.
Yeah, and
like, what other sides do we go?
Yeah, it's also an interesting one as well, Joe, because once we get to the turn, obviously all equities diminish by half, right? So, you know, suddenly ace-4 spades isn't 30% or whatever it was. Now, obviously, closer to 22% we can see on the screen here. And for that reason, you've got this really confusing spot where, like you said, maybe you just ship, maybe you want to just go ahead and keep betting on the smaller side because, you know, you're doing so well against range here with the one out now gone, or the one street
I do think the
gone.
smaller size is definitely the correct play in theory. I just can imagine a lot of people just wanting to jam their hand.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, demand the equity from the nut flush draw. Big win for this hand.
Yeah, nice spot there, and did really well to get that street on the flop, putting some extra chips in.
Very frustrating situation for the ace-4 of spades to not be allowed to see the river there.
Yeah, and I can't imagine he's doing anything wrong there. Seems pretty standard as a small c-bet and a call, and just you want to improve. I guess on the plus side, you probably know you're not getting bluff there very often.
Next break is 50 minutes. 15. Well, what time is it?
Nines +2 here. Going to come into the mix. One of our chip leaders was possibly the chip leader before we had the new arrival at the table. Could be a spot where we see the button coming along. King 8 suited, playing the button. Could be a bluffing candidate. You get to fold hands like King Jack off, King 10 off. Always want to be thinking about the hands you can get to fold that dominate your hand when you're opting for these polarized 3-bet bluffs. Small blind is going to come along. Queen 3 suited. Feels a little bit wide to me versus the early position open. Oh, sorry. He's taking the 3-bet. It seems even wider to me. This feels very wild. It's not even like he can bully his big stack. He is covered by the pocket nines. And the big blind having a little think with fives here. I think versus a 3-bet, nothing you can do. It's not even, you're not even ahead of the under the gun range, and yeah, it does let it go. Somewhat frustratedly. I can understand that, but definitely the right play. And don't expect nines to go anywhere. We're going to get to see Queen 3 navigate post-flop. It always feels like a great idea until you brick out on the flop. So let's see what happens here. Both players around 50 big blinds deep. Lots of play. There we go. Top set for the in-position caller. Not much going for the Queen 3 beyond its backdoor flush draw. On these boards, you're supposed to use big sizes as the pre-flop aggressor out of position. You have this big overpair advantage. It's a very clean advantage on this board. And yeah, does find I think as David, we're always just calling here.
Yeah,
Want to let a hand like this just barrel away into us. Yeah, you need absolutely no protection.
Yeah. I think this is also the kind of spot, Joe, where there's an interesting sort of heuristic, I guess. You know, when we have middle set, we're much more likely to check raise than if we have top set, right? It's just as soon as we have top set, it just diminishes a lot of the potential value. Now, from under the gun +2, there's an argument that, you know, top pair 9 is probably not going to be as often in that range, but regardless, I agree. I think just playing it cool here. Story checks out. And the ace, this is a dream card. This is a dream card for the nines because this is exactly the kind of turn you imagine is going to be barreled aggressively. This is a classic turn bluff.
He has checked though, right? Small blind 3-bet spree.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Bet.
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, the order is mixed up there.
And has chosen to give up. I did agree with you for sure that it's going to be a turn he barreled aggressively, but with no equity, decided to give it up.
Yep. I see. Sorry, I've mixed up the positions. Sorry, Chad. I had to jump off there for a moment. It's the nines +2.
Yeah, so it was a 3-bet from the small blind.
I
see.
see.
Very fruity 3-bet.
Yeah. Apologies, guys. I missed the start of that hand. I thought they were swapped around. I was talking about check raises and all kinds of wildness. And again, the Thunderdome shot. There's a look at chip counts. David Wang is cruising 74 big blinds. Would love to see him take another run at a final table after the super high roller last night. And Carmelo Tute is having a great time. 103 big blinds. Pavel did get that lucky double, but needs to do some work. 15 big blinds at the bottom. Plenty of luxury blind levels to come, though. Just folding the trays there. Interesting. As one of our chip leaders as well, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's about how deep people are behind, right?
Right. Yep.
If everyone else is averaging 30, 40 bigs behind you,
yeah,
losing threes is a bit dicey, but
yeah, I think that's a great adjustment. I think that's exactly the issue, right? There's quite a few shorties, and trays just suddenly doesn't become as attractive. Pocket threes, hands like 8-7 suited, those kind of suited connector hands, they go up in value the deeper we are, and therefore just deciding against it. Very wise.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
On to the next one now. David Wang, Jack 8 suited. Let's go.
Again? Okay, I press. Okay, press. Okay.
Thank you, sir. 60 fold. 60 fold.
That's what did it finally.
In the hijack. Pavel's thinking about it. I think it's going to be a fold, though. Waiting for an opportunity to put those 15 big blinds to work. Does William want to get spicy with the 10-8 in the cutoff? Does fold?
Yeah, each player is taking a few extra seconds at this point. Perhaps approaching a pay ladder, I'm not sure, but we often see this as we approach the last few tables. Play does slow down ever so slightly. That's why we have this shot clock going. I think everyone has 15 seconds pre-flop. 30 seconds, there we go. Some blind on blind action here. Raise to 41, absolute min raise. Pretty much not allowed to fold anything versus this, I'd imagine. Just goes for the call. Which makes sense. When we're super deep, playing some cash games, this is a really good 3-bet bluff. You even get to call the 4-bet. But as you get shallower, you need to take more polar hands, so hands that are even worse. And getting jammed on with this hand would be way too sad. Plays really nicely in position. He's going to outflop the ace-9.
Thank you.
A very standard continue. Some backdoors to go with it as well. Ace of clubs for the small blind, so definitely some possibilities coming into this turn. Quick check. I would really like to see the 4-5 best again. I think there's clear value. You can have some ace highs, but it's just really important to remember how wide ranges are. There's going to be so much like 8, 10 off, etc. that folds are really, really valuable against, just clearing those 6 outs. But with wide ranges, it forces the small blind to call and float wider. So just more hands you can get value from. Wow.
Whoa.
We've induced a check. Is it going to be a check jam? Has he put them all in? He's sat 2 million deep. I assume that's going to cover. And it is indeed.
Yeah.
500k covering the 3-2-5 left behind for the big blind. And what a spot.
Yeah. I mean,
we have this. We have so much going for us.
Yeah.
Pair, gut shot, flush draw.
Straight flush draw, yeah.
Yeah.
I just think we call, don't we? I mean, like not only the backup, but also the hand as well. You know, definitely going to be ahead of the bluff. So
it's going to be a brutal way to go.
It would be, yeah. So best of luck here to Joseph. Tell him I
You can see how Carmelo has got his chips. 2 million coming into this hand, applying max pressure, but it doesn't work this time.
Boom. Huge spot. Carmelo's going to be thinking on that one. Played it very bold.
Yeah, I mean, the hands that we're trying to fold is probably mainly flush draws, right? I don't know how many pairs we get to fold. I mean, I guess we're going to fold a bunch of like 5s with no redraws. But I don't know if having a singular ace of clubs is actually that great.
Yeah.
We're not in a position to be like bet folding those, I'd imagine. But I think he's kind of just in the mindset of we're getting to the business end. People might be a bit nitty. I've got lots of chips. Let's bully some people.
Absolutely. So, guys, we are going to go on a quick break. Enjoy the views of Manila. And we'll see you back here very shortly for more action from the main event.
are different cards.
And welcome back to Manila and the APPT Main Event, brought to you by PokerStars and the Okada Manila Hotel and Casino. We're back in the Cove Manila, Southeast Asia's premier indoor beach club and nightclub. I actually did this whole speech just now. I had us muted, unfortunately, but we're back, guys. We're back in there, and we are playing and covering the main event. Hello, Joe. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Yeah. This feature table seems to have a lot less chips on than that last one. Bunch of people in the danger zone, sub 10 bigs. I think I saw 3 stacks sub 10 big blinds.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see some action, and there you
going,
go.
yeah.
Right off the bat, all in. Joe, that introduction I did just before the one it was muted, it was so good, right? It was super clean. It was really professional.
Always the way.
Yeah, John, you're right. I've definitely never muted myself on stream before. Welcome back, guys. We're back in the Thunderdome. We are on to the next one, all in a fold. Yeah, as well spotted there, Joe. Lots of short stacks. We're going to see some more action here. 44 left, but with that many shorties on this table, we might see some eliminations. Let's keep an eye on the action. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, everybody in the chats. How you guys doing? Back in the Thunderdome. It's absolutely beautiful out here in Manila. Is what I would say if I was there in beautiful Manila. I'm actually here in foggy Brighton. Joe currently in Peckham.
Yeah, foggy Peckham. Very grey here too.
Peckham. Joe Bold, the Peckham Terminator. If you guys had
Actually
just
looking
joined
at
us-
moving Super Central.
What's that?
To, looking at moving Super Central.
Oh yeah, how central?
To
Like,
locate and live in the Hippodrome.
oh,
If they had a
man.
room in the Hippodrome, I'd rent it. But
I can almost guarantee you there's a
Never.
room somewhere in the Hippodrome where you could make a flat. That place is full of secrets. If you guys have just joined us, we are covering the APPT Main Event. This was a 10 million Filipino peso guarantee, approximately $1 million guaranteed. First place is going to be in the 250,000 US dollar mark, or thereabouts. 44 left. All players now guaranteed at least 4.2K. If you have any questions, get them in the chat. Specifically, if you want to quiz the poker mind that is Joe Bold, this is your opportunity. We've only had him on. Is this your second PokerStars commentary, Joe?
Third, I think.
Third?
Maybe third or fourth.
Nice.
Yeah, I did some of the scoop stuff.
Of course you did, mate. Yeah.
I think it's actually my first live. Could be my first live one, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
As in, non-online. Yeah.
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, Joe helped us out with some scoop coverage as well. Speaking of scoop coverage, I think we're probably going to do the same for WCoop, guys, coming up not too long. We're going to do daily streams and, of course, our main event coverage as per usual. We have an all-in and a call. This is at-risk domination situation. That's not a bad start for the King Jack. Picking up a couple more outs on the flop. Six of spades on the turn, no help. It's got to be a jack or a queen on the riv to save Minchul Lee. River, 5 of clubs. That is an elimination. So Filipino win there. Ace King of spades is going to eliminate the KJ. And Minchun Lee, there's the walk-off, will be taking home around 4,000 US dollars for the 43rd, 44th place finish. Want to take this opportunity to say thank you once again to our team out there in Manila. Thank you very much for allowing us and helping us to broadcast from the Thunderdome. It's looking gorgeous, guys. Very well done. Audio is crystal clear today, too. Those are some nice shades, Joe. I got to get some of those.
Yeah, those are the ones that make me feel like people are going to be able to see my hands. I know that's not actually a real thing. There's always that meme that goes around of Kim Kardashian looking down at her bigger hands
yeah.
in some reflective shades.
Yeah.
I'd have that worry about this set.
So I actually talk about this more than I probably should, but that picture of, oh, you know, what was the meme, like, I'm dumb, but I've never been so dumb to wear reflective shades. You know, people got way too hard on Kim there for a minute. Like, people wear reflective shades all the time in poker. They don't get it. It's,
I agree. The angles don't work. You definitely cannot see.
Exactly.
Because, like, yeah, those people need to go back to math class. I think the angles are not adding up.
Raksha says it's currently sunny in Yorkshire. Raksha, I'm going to ask you a very important question. What is your tea bag of choice? This is not a loaded question.
Keep it clean.
Peppermint. Oh, okay, canceled.
Ooh. No, that's I like a peppermint.
I like a peppermint, but it was clearly meant to be Yorkshire Gold. It was clearly a loaded question. I don't know what you want.
That's my wind down ritual. You asked me earlier about my pre-game ritual.
Yeah.
What's more important is my late game ritual. We go cap. We have anti-blue light sunglasses.
Oh.
And then a peppermint tea.
Oh, I love a peppermint tea. I do actually.
An hour out from the end of the session. That's our wind down.
And there's a look at chip counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chip counts apparently. Are we 6-handed right now? Maybe we're gonna get some more in a minute. There's 63 big blinds up top. Vamerdino Magsakai. I apologize, sir, if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Down at the bottom, 8.1 big blinds for Kawaii Katsushito. Is that kawaii like cute? You know, kawaii. Is he the cute Katsuhito? I mean, we assume so. Kawaii. Earl Grey hot. John, you can't be drinking caffeine at night. Don't be ridiculous. We're on that health hype. It's not good for you, John. Behave yourself. I suppose I didn't indicate whether or not it was night or not. Joe. So, Joe, your wind down routine involves a peppermint tea. I appreciate that.
Broken table, 42. Yes. No.
Well, that backfires yesterday when the game's so good. I think I'm going home, start winding down, feeling sleepy, and then I'm staying later and later.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I have a note, guys. There is a slight pause here. As I just mentioned, we are 6-handed, so we're waiting for tables to balance. That was the hold up. So just bear with us. We're going to try and get some more players to our FT. I say FT, excuse me. Feature table, our FT, not final table. Alex says hot water, lemon, ginger. That's a good shout. Joe, have you ever gotten onto this sort of Lion's Mane supplement situation? I've been doing that recently. I think it's nice.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for the Instagram ads.
Yeah.
I get a lot of stuff through that. I haven't jumped on the mushroom hype yet, but I do have other various things that claim to have the appigens. So,
well, what's your go-to? I think this is interesting for the chat.
At the minute I'm on the IM8 or something. David Beckham got me with his.
Brand yeah. Oh man, I actually saw that ad recently, and I was like, that looks legit.
But yeah, I'm a sucker. I have sleep supplements as well. It's not good. I need to be on Instagram less.
Hey, I keep convincing myself that it's an occupational hazard, but I spend way too much time. I recently got a new phone. My old phone was acting up, so I got a new one. I got the Nothing. Are you aware of Nothing brand? Nothing.
Yeah,
headphones.
I have the earbuds. Yeah.
The earbuds are so good. Best earbuds I've ever owned.
Really
Love it. So I got the new Nothing 3 phone, and pre-installed is the screen time. It's right on your home screen. You know,
wow.
There's a little smiley face, and then he gets more unhappy the more time you spend on your phone. And day one, shamed to death.
Interesting that they're trying to stop people using their products so aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if we use the phone less, you know, it'll last longer, right? They're like, yeah, our phones are impenetrable, but you're only allowed to use it for an hour a day.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, over here, guys, we have some action. It is call, check, call. Okay, so was that a limp on the button from the Jack 9? Interesting.
Yeah.
And the flop
Check
is
back in the
ace,
big.
deuce, ace. I'm interested to see how this happens now, because you're assuming 2 checks from the blinds and then a bet from the jack 9. And I think that probably the king high is going to be kind of scared of this button limp most of the time, even though they do have what is going to be a fairly reasonable showdowny hand.
Yeah, I agree. Also, with the big blind behind, it's like really hard to want to put any more money in, even if it's a close decision versus the button.
Yeah.
But when the big blind just is fully, has their full range still, like they're just going to have a bunch of ace-X or like pocket pairs. So not much to be done. Very nice. And this actually is a very good hand for advocating the limps, right?
Yeah.
He's off like 14 bigs or something. Always find it very polarizing when I've just sat down with someone and they start limping the button off these short stacks and they're like, do you know what you're doing or don't you? Because it's like, I'm in the middle where I don't do it because I don't know what I'm doing.
I am exactly the same, Joe. Yeah.
And then everyone else is like two extremes. They either don't have a clue what they're doing or they're very, very good at it.
So for those of you that have been following along with my content, Spin and Goes on PokerStars have now merged flash and regular speed spins, so they're a lot faster now. And there's this extreme exploit that good players do very well, Joe, as you said. They're limping buttons at like 15 big blinds effective, right? And it's kind of was non-existent in regular speed. And hilariously, as we get shorter, apparently this is something that people do a lot more as an exploit. A lot of players coming from the flash pool who have developed a strategy as an exploit around that. It's not strictly GTO most of the time. But it's that question. Somebody limps the button, you go, wait a second. Is this aces or is this 10-5 off? There's no way of knowing. You just got to run it and just see. It's definitely a good lesson in how to adjust for specific player types.
Momentarily lost the graphics. They're trying to fight their way back.
So let's follow this hand, guys. I'm going to say thank you now to Joe Bold for joining us and helping out with the commentary. We're going to get Arlie Shaban on in just a moment. Let's see how this plays out, though. Top trips, king, king, king for the South Korean, and 8-6 offsuit has connected. He's going to want to stick around here. This is a blind v blind spot as well, so particularly wide ranges.
Yeah. Running quads. Only way he gets there, right?
And that's it. Tick mark for the King 10.
Merit to stabbing, get some protection.
Yeah. 5 of clubs on the river.
I think when you've put yourself in this line of checking back turn, you end up heroing quite a lot. Again, blind versus blind, extremely wide ranges. People struggle to control their bluffing frequencies. So you get to look people up a lot. So all about the sizing. Anything on the smaller size should get... Yeah, I'm just never folding versus this size, I don't think. Yeah. Of course he's going to barrel like the 10-9s, the queen 10s, but you're just forgetting about the amount of like ace of hearts 4.
Yeah.
I guess he might not bluff out on the river, but like the queen of hearts 9, queen of hearts 8, or stuff like this.
Yeah.
It does pay off. Can't blame him at all. It was very reasonable.
Yep. Seems a bit of a cooler. It's on the small side, though, so nice takedown. And with that, I'm going to say thank you very much to Joe Bold, buddy. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you. Everyone claps in the chat, please, for Joe Bold. Well, I'm sure we'll see you in the future. It's becoming a regular thing, and I love it. And we'll catch up with you very soon, bud.
Amazing. Thank you for having me. See you soon, guys. Bye.
See you in a bit. All right, so it's just me solo for a moment, guys. We're going to get Arlie Shaban involved in just a moment to help us take us home. Probably another 3 or 4 hours left of today's play. The idea was to play down to 9. Just reaching for the boards there. The idea was to play to 9 potentially today, but we had a particularly bumper field. So I'm not sure if we're going to make it. We will play out to the prescribed levels, I imagine. Can I just say as well, guys, lovely to have Joe Bold. Really, really great guy. If you haven't checked him out on your social media of choice, go and give him a look. He makes a lot of great poker content. He's really in there. He's in the trenches. He's actually playing the games that people talk about, and he shares all the details. He's very hot on the content grind. Go and give him a look. Instagram.com/boldpoker is my preferred choice. We have a little spot brewing here. I imagine the big blind is just going to go all in with the jacks. Yeah, I don't think there's any other move here. Shoving a fold. Nice and quick on to the next one. As Joe alluded to earlier, we do have quite a few shorties at this table. So we are going to see more of this all-in poker style. The dealer needs to stand up to reach those chips. This table is huge. So in just a moment, guys, we're going to get Arlie Shaban on the call. Get some poker analysis from the Shabanimal himself. Ace-3 suited. Under the gun is a 1.5 million stack. Tons of big blinds. Is going to start with the open here to 50K. And the big blind defend from the 8-6. And looks like just a bet and a fold. And with that, I'm gonna go on a limb here and just say, Arlie, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello, Arlie. It's been a while, buddy. How you doing?
Very good, my man. How are you?
Oh, it's fantastic. Thank you for joining the commentary today. Welcome to Manila. How is it? Have you seen the beach yet?
I have not seen the beach yet.
You should check it out. It's great. It's great. You should go give it a look.
Yeah, I will. I'll let you know. I'll dip my toes in the sand.
Arlie is dialing in from Canada, I assume.
Yizzer, yizzer.
How are the Canadians?
Everything's going good here in Canada, man. It's wedding season. Going to weddings, bachelor parties, soaking in the sun here in Canada. How about you, man?
Yeah, it's been nice, actually. The weather's been pretty good here in Brighton on the south coast of the United Kingdom. It is gray and foggy today, but that's cool because it means we get to hang out and watch poker. Welcome to Manila and the main events. There's 40 players left, Arlie. 40 players.
Let's go, and we're going to a final tabla.
Final tabla. We are playing to an FT, hopefully. I think there's a chance we might actually have to hold fire, though, because we got so many runners in this. 1.246K.
Oh, that is a beefy field there, Nick.
Yes, that is. Here's a raise. 8-6 of clubs opening under the gun, +1.
Yeah. Can we hold now? Because
Blinds are 10-25, I believe.
Cool. I'm just surveying the scenes here. Nice. We see a little ace-queen action in there as well. Flats the raise.
And the flop is good for the 8-6. 4-6-4.
Absolutely. See a check from the ace-queen, and the 8-6 licking their chops. Tosses in a little bet here.
Yeah, is this... yeah, this is a c-bet in position.
Yeah, a little 40,000, begging for a call.
Yeah, absolutely. And ace-queen, having played slow, does decide to continue on the flop here, which is understandable, certainly. The deuce of spades here, Arlie. Are we going to slow down, or are we feeling good about the 8-6? What's the line, you reckon?
I wouldn't mind betting again. Throw out, get a little bit more value, a little bit of protection. Checking's not horrible either. It's one of those spots where you know you're going to be up against a bunch of hands like ace-queen and 2 overs, so you can just let them peel. They're not going to hit too often like that, and you can just call off a little bet here if they try and steal from you, or go for value on the river.
Yeah, and on the plus side here, ace-queen is probably likely to try and take showdown. I imagine ace-queen probably thinking they have the best hand quite often now. And now a decision for our Spanish friend, Mr. Sanchez. I assume he's going to try and go for some value.
Yeah, exactly. And a stubborn ace-high could find a call here, or there are some smaller pairs, some other things you can sneak some value out of, so worth going for it here.
90.
He's going to bet 90,000.
Just under half pot. Another one of those just kind of begging for a call, but that's what your bluffs look like sometimes. So it's just like, what do you do with ace-queen? Deep in a game like this, these small pots, if you can pick off bluffs like this with ace-queen, not get bullied, it's really important to stand your ground. But then on the flip side, you don't want to be paying people off too, so that's the intricacies of poker. You need to very bold.
Yep, so 40 players left here in Manila. I don't know if you've seen the wide shot yet, Arlie. I don't know if you've been watching the coverage, but they're playing in this giant glass dome, and I can't get over it. I'm calling it the Thunderdome. It is a 9,000 square meter, 30-meter tall glass dome, and it offers breathtaking sky and Manila Bay views.
That is awesome.
Yeah, just wait for the wide shot, buddy. It's stunning, and I'm very jealous we're not there playing poker.
Oh, yeah, that is incredible, man.
How has
What
the
a
grind
shot.
been recently, buddy? How are the poker streets?
The grind's been amazing, man. I haven't been going as hard lately, but I've been going hard most of this year. I've been doing a 50-50 challenge, so it's $50,000 worth of buy-ins.
Right.
And I'm trying to hit a 50% ROI. What I'm doing is I'm tracking 2 different buy-in levels. It's for the smaller buy-ins to kind of show the poker dream is still alive.
Sure.
You're on a closed client, PokerStars Ontario. I want to show people, like, look what you can do. And
I love that.
I shot pretty high with the 50% ROI.
I was going to say.
with the challenge, you never really know how you're going to run, which
Yeah.
is the funny part. So I was tracking up to $100. So between $10 and $50 I'm tracking,
Yep.
and then between 51 and 100, I'm just tracking 2 different ranges. So
Yeah.
I'm at about $48,000 in the challenge now, so it's almost done. Couple sessions left, and it'll all
Amazing.
be wrapped up. I am in the small buy-ins. It's been going horribly, Nick. It's been going horribly. I'm at around a 22% ROI, and it's such a bummer because, like, I expected to crush it. But on the positive note, in the higher buy-ins, 51 to 100,
Yeah.
I am at 51%
Oh my
ROI
God.
right now.
Oh.
I'm at 51.
I mean, story checks out. You got to move up where they respect your raises, right?
Yeah, people are gonna love it. Yeah, we have been kind of saying stuff like that. I'm explaining. It is funny because I'm running just so bad, obviously,
Yeah.
in the small buy-ins.
Yeah.
And probably running above what maybe not. I'm just running decent in the bigger
Right,
buy-ins, you
right.
know. So It's good though. So challenge is almost wrapped up. Pretty much looking at it as a complete success because the higher buy-ins. But it's been a roller coaster, man.
That's awesome, man. I mean, run good at the highest stakes sounds good to me. But I this is hilarious because actually I'm embarrassed to say I haven't caught any of this challenge from Arlie yet. Arlie, I don't know if you spotted, but I started a 50K challenge myself just a couple weeks ago. I'm playing $50,000 worth of $10 buy-ins and spinning goes in the new merged player pool because now the spinning goes are faster than they were.
That's very cool.
Yeah, and so that's been underway. I have to say I haven't put in much volume as of yet because I've been focusing on Spin and Go Showdown and now APPT Manila. After my short break this coming week, guys, I will be getting back on that grind, though, regularly. If you guys don't follow me, go check me out at Nick Walsh TV on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And I'll keep you guys updated, but you can watch them live as well on Twitch and YouTube. Also, go and check out Arlie. Let's see what the final number is. Go give Arlie a follow, and let's take a look at how his run finishes in his 50K. So, 51% in the highest buy-in. Is that what you were saying?
51%, and I only have a few sessions left.
Unreal, guys. That means he's winning like 25K in a 50K buy-in run. That's unreal.
Yeah, it's been pretty glorious. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, man. It's fun to always do different challenges, spice it up, it really, really got me focused. And it's like, you really grind out that last table when you're doing a challenge like this. You know, it's like, you should always do it, but it's like, it gives me a little extra motivation when you need it sometimes.
I get it. I think that's I'm such an advocate for tracking your progress in poker because it really makes you care more, because you don't want to get to the end of a year and go, I probably scuffed a couple of those spots because I wasn't counting. I think I'm up. I might be up. I'm not sure if I'm up, whatever.
And there's so many days where where one game turns into a win, and it's like it could be any game. It could be that last game that you were maybe gonna punt off because you're a little tilted, but it's like, especially in a soft client, it's like I'm looking at the people at my table too. I'm like, oh, I can't punt it to the. I know everyone. I'm like, I can't punt it to these guys. I gotta beat them down today.
Yeah, you gotta show them who's boss.
Yes.
All right, on the flop, Ace King Deuce. Ocho's probably okay to just fire here. Does go ahead and bet. 135K in the middle now, and the bet is 30K. Like it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Small little bet. Deuce is going to be pretty enticed to call.
Yep, I think this is correct. Probably any draw, any pair is going to be mandatory here for the small sizing. Does call. And the Queen of Spades on the turn. Now, Sungmin Oh here, hailing from South Korea. This is South Korea versus South Korea, by the way. Queen of Spades is not a very nice card for the Ochos. Perhaps a slowdown?
Yeah, not nice at all. It does go check, check. And is Kang going to use this as a bluff now? That is the question.
Yeah, actually, it's a spot where you feel like maybe the deuce is good, but I think also, as you say, Arlie, it actually is potentially a spot where you want to turn a made hand into a bluff. Once it goes check on the turn, if you want to be an absolute lunatic, you might try and go for value with the eights there. It does start to feel a lot like a deuce. Perhaps it's a flush draw that rivered a pair of sixes or something, but understandable check as well. Not everyone is,
definitely.
Not everyone is as crazy as myself. So.
Yeah, no, I was seeing that there too. The thought with betting the deuce on the river there is I've been learning, at least with my game specifically, it's a great spot where a hand like a deuce isn't going to win too often there. Yes, it obviously does win a little bit, but with how scary the board is and him not betting the turn, he feels a little bit capped, and it's just like finding those lead-out bluffs on the river I've been searching for a lot more in my game.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a spot where I suffer as well, Arlie. I'm so caught up in what makes sense as well. Like a lot of times I'm really caught up in, am I telling a believable story? But then also not taking into account how frequently that's going to work against players that aren't thinking on that level, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So, the intricacies of this beautiful game. We love it.
It's beautiful. That's a word for it. This is great. Twitch chat. People who stack chips with one hand tilt me. Oh, dear.
Got to be two-handed.
It's got to be two-handed.
Got to be.
I love it. Thank you, Twitch chat. I appreciate you. Also, I appreciate all the chatters out there. Thank you on YouTube and Facebook. Hope you guys are enjoying today's stream. Make sure you get your questions in the chat. I must admit, I only have access to UK YouTube, which I haven't been watching, but I'm going to open that chat just in case anybody's out there. So if you're watching on other YouTubes, I'm afraid I can't see your comments because I'm geo-locked.
Oh, the geo-locking. They're doing interesting things over there with you guys.
Oh, the geo-locking. Yeah, we're in trouble.
Yeah. All right, we see a little all in here. Ace 9, but the 8-4 offsuit not looking like it wants to make the call. Big field though, 1,200 people. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, this is great. Honestly, the more that we've covered APPT this year, the more I'm thinking that we got to get out there, man. The games look fantastic.
Okay.
These fields are big. I mean,
yeah.
I would say fairly friendly buy-ins. The Super High Roller was an 8K buy-in, which, again, chat, I'm not trying to make out like 8K isn't a ton of money, but I'm just saying, you know, the kind of events that me and Arlie attend, Super High Roller is like 100K. Yeah. So it just looks like a really good time. This venue looks absolutely stunning. Shout out to Okada again for helping us to make this a reality. I honestly, I've never felt a stronger desire to go and travel and play more APPTs than covering this event.
Buddy, I'm feeling the urge, and you tell me the game's really good? Okay, come on. Maybe we should just next year make a tour of it.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not Ontario good, but, you know.
It's hard to be Ontario good.
I'm just kidding.
There is rumors that another province here in Canada might close up, too.
Oh, close up or join your pool?
Well, close the main market and then also join us potentially. But yeah, they're definitely talking about Alberta shutting down and then maybe coming over to us too. Probably coming to us.
So I'm moving in with you is what you're saying, right?
But that would be to make these games bigger and still as soft. It's like, man, they might even be worse over in Alberta. The oil mines, all that money, the oil fields, all the money. Like, come on, bring it in.
I mean, yeah. Arlie's like, well, we'd love to have you, Nick. I love a softer pool. Great.
Yeah. So I don't know. We don't need you in the spins here. They're juicy.
All right, off to the flop we go, guys. 7-5
middle
flops
pair.
best. Yeah, middle pair. Got a question here in Twitch chat. Arlie Ferros is asking, what's the cheapest buy-in in a local casino I could do? I want to start playing, and where I live, I can't play online with real money, so I don't know what's best. It really depends, Ferros. Whereabouts do you live? That's a big question, because here in the United Kingdom, there are local casinos that'll do like a 50-pound buy-in, 100-pound buy-in. Probably, I'd say 100 probably is going to be the bottom end. If you want to play cash games, probably about 200 pounds plus. You're in central USA, Illinois. So I don't know about that location in particular, but I would say it's probably about the same. Yeah.
Yeah, you could find a local casino somewhere. I definitely don't know the area, but in Illinois, there'd just be casinos somewhere, and you could probably find a game for $100 or a couple $100 or less. Like there might even be games that run for less, but with cash games, yeah, exactly. You sit down with a couple $100 and you play some poker. Just go to a casino, call up your casinos, and you'll find some games for sure.
Yeah, give them a bell. I would say also probably a lot more likely to find cash games than tournaments because tournaments are just a much bigger undertaking for casinos in general. So depending on your local, if it's big, they'll probably run some tournaments, but it might just be a series. I would say get into cash, though. Starting in cash is just a fantastic way to learn how to play poker, and also it's going to be a lot more stable. It's a lot more low variance than tournament poker. Although, you know, we all love a tournament, I understand. I would say also make sure that you check out bankroll management, though. If you're going to play cash games, you're going to play tournaments, whatever, you're going to have way more fun if you know that you're rolled to play the games that you want to play in. And, in cash games, we can be a little bit more conservative with the total number of buy-ins we allocate to poker. But it's still going to be, you know, you're going to want 20 buy-ins, 50 buy-ins, you know, however competent you feel you are in those games. You're going to want a little bit more if you're feeling a little bit less confident.
Absolutely. It's important to make sure that you're not playing with money that you feel too upset about if you lose. Obviously, there'll always be a little bit of an emotional attachment to money, but not money that means too much to your life. Just some a little extra fun money on the side, and then you could parlay that into lots of money in poker if you study and you try really hard.
Yeah.
But that's not just going to be taking one shot and winning a huge sum at the beginning. You earn money in poker. It's not like hitting a slot for $1 million. That's not what poker is.
Absolutely. Sometimes we run good, but often it's all hard earned, as Arlie will know. I mean, Arlie, he was on Big Brother. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, didn't know anything about poker. Worst poker player in the world, probably.
I sucked.
I just no. It's definitely a grind, and you need to give yourself that runway. It's important. Question in the chat here for you, Arlie. Are you anywhere near the wildfires in Ontario?
No, I'm
not.
I'm
you're
right
not really
downtown Toronto.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. I'm not in the wilds, but yeah, man, it's crazy. There's just Canada's got so much land. There's different spots that just catch fire, man. Nothing we can do about it.
Just bursts into flames. It's crazy.
It literally just bursts into flame, and then it's like, but it's like for months, and it's just there's big issues here. They don't know how to put them out.
They still haven't worked out where these fires are
staying
coming
in the
from.
City. Yeah, they're staying in the city. Can't go near that forest.
They're wildfires. Anyway, we're all in here, guys. Ace-8 versus King Jack.
Roman wild. All in.
I think it might be Arlie's fault. He's been crushing poker so hard, he's spontaneously combusted somewhere in the wilds of Ontario.
They're trying to smoke me out.
Ace-8 is holding for now, and it is the Ace-8 at risk. 3 of clubs on the turn. That's a great card for Mr. Kang.
Yeah, it takes away a couple of the extra outs for the King Jack. Clubs no longer matter.
And the river. 9 of hearts. Nice hold there for the Ace-8. Mr. Kang is going to get the double up to 440K. Mr. Clean in the chat says, parts of Canada spontaneously burst into flame, just like my poker game. There you go.
I feel you, buddy.
Yeah, I feel you.
Some days, you know.
I feel you.
Well, yeah, so one of my really, really good buddies from high school got married this weekend to a girl we went to high school with. And it was
amazing.
So fun. Bachelor party weekend before. We went away for the weekend with the boys from 20 years ago. Man, it was the time.
That sounds grand, dude. That sounds great. It's like the kind of thing you want to brag about, but you can't really talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Just like, it was just like we had some fun. We enjoyed the day.
Let me just tell you, it was great. I can't tell you why, but it was great.
Yeah, so much fun. We went to this beach town called Grand Bend, and it was like pretty much made for bachelorette parties. That's pretty much all I could say.
It's called Grand Bend.
Grand Bend, yeah.
Like Grand Bender, that's insane. That is wild. Like we're going for a Grand Bend. Fantastic.
We went out on like a boat trip, and the dude that took us out was like 40 years old, tanned, good looking, and we're just like, this guy lives an amazing life here in Grand Bend. Like, he was pitching up a bachelorette party after us. We're like, oh yeah, this guy's doing it right.
Amazing. We got a spot, guys. Ace King suited is gonna raise. Sungmin Oh has kings.
When you look down and you see a hand like Ace King suited, sitting there, playing all patient, you're so happy, and then poker does this to you sometimes.
It's just not
kings.
Right. It's just not right.
2 kings, and look, an ace is dead there too. Damn.
All right, here, small blind. Great spot to cold 4-bet if you want it.
Yeah, he's perked up.
Honestly, this is me. I'm the sucker here, Arlie. I'm looking down at Ace-5, and I'm going, wait a minute. TV table. Here's my spot. Here's where I really flex on him. Cold 4-bet.
Like late position raises? Yeah, you're like, I'm all over this.
All right, yep. So it's just these two. I wouldn't be surprised if we get all the chips in here, guys. There's only 300K behind Sungmin Oh. It's not much more to run.
Yeah.
Started the hand with about 400K, so yeah, this is a reasonable 3-betting spot. There's the all-in and a quick call. And he asks him, "Do you have kings?" And he does.
Immediately, never pumped when you hear a call that fast.
Yeah, it's not a good spot, but what are you going to do? This is just one of those cold decks we get at Texas Hold'em. Sometimes it's not cool. Let's see a flop, though. It's not over yet.
One ace dead, but still some hope. Straights and flushes, couple more aces. Let's see what happens here.
It's suited. That's 3% more.
Suited.
All right, Dila. Let's see it.
She's just creating a little extra suspense.
A little tension.
Yeah.
I'm loving the uniforms, by the way. APPT is doing it right. Arlie, we need to get out there, man. It's making me sad. All right, we're on the flop. Let's see what it looks like. It is deuce 9 10 ace king. It did not improve.
Nope.
It's not
at all.
Exactly the best start for the AK. Four of clubs in the turn.
Club. The graphics are showing there's only one ace.
Yeah, it could have been removed, and no good for the ace king. It's not an elimination, it's just really expensive.
A very expensive hand, and he is left with a little bit of chips. Couple 100K to go to work with.
Yeah, lovely spot there for the Kings. And, 39 players left. It's starting to feel real. Starting to feel like the spin-up is real.
Definitely.
Also, a little throwback here. I think it was Wicked, Rockford, who was asking about Illinois. Ah, it was Pharos, excuse me, Central USA, Illinois. I'm actually from Wisconsin originally, Pharos. I'm basically Canadian. I'm basically Arlie's neighbor.
Pretty much.
But the only casino that I have ever attended in Wisconsin was Potawatomi. They actually had a pretty cool card room for a little while. I was only there one time, but I think they might have paused during COVID. But yeah, let me know if you find any games. I mean, it would be great to attend some of that. I think probably I'll hit up Philadelphia first. Got some friends out there. We got Tom out there, our power mod. I've met the guy like once, but I spend the majority of my life with him. It's weird. It's like he's my roommate. It's like we share a flat, but he never opens his door.
I've met Tom a couple times because I've been up to Philly for Philly PokerStars events.
Philly Live, yeah.
Yeah.
I love him. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to all of our mods for looking
after
us
what's up,
all
Tom?
the time.
Hi.
It is
legends.
It is unbelievable. Their dedication and their love for this stream is unmatched. And every once in a while, they wake up and I've got a text like, "Hey, I'm going live in 2 minutes and I didn't tell you yet." And I apologize. I apologize for those moments because that's my bad. But they get up, they whack on their phones, they do whatever is necessary to bring you guys this coverage. So if you like poker, you got to love our mods.
Absolutely.
All in from the Ace Four Spades.
All in from Sanchez. Yeah, my mod lives his life on the edge for sure. I'm just like, we're going now.
Well, yeah. So May the 12th, we started our scoop coverage, which was every day except for Saturdays, and then straight off the back of that, we did our spin and go showdown, which was basically every day for all of last month. And then they tell us we're doing APPT at the end of that, and I'm just like, oh, by the way, guys, I think I might do a challenge stream at 7 p.m. tonight. You guys going to be around? And it's a nightmare, honestly. I feel so bad. We're all in, guys, and we are running it. That is Ace, Queen 5, if I read it backwards. Top pair for Sanchez, who was just rocked by the Ace-King suited Kings debacle.
Yes, and a bottom pair.
8 of clubs.
And at the top, we see 2 of the 6s have been folded, so only 3 live outs.
Nice. Right back in the game here for the Spaniard.
Such a good feeling when you lose such an big all in, but then go on to win one. It's like, okay, I'm back a bit. I'm back. Like I was almost out of there. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, poker's such a roller coaster. You can just go on to win the game. That's why when you lose so many chips, I always tell myself in that moment when you're destitute, you got like 4 blinds left. It's like sometimes this is just your path to the victory. Like there's been so many games where you come back from 4 blinds and win, or come third and you get a bunch of money, and it's like that is just the path to the end. Sometimes you just have to play your best game possible.
That's right. We've seen it so many times. I mean, EPT 2022, Flex and Ellie coming back from 1 big blind to win it all. One of my favorite EPTs of all time. I win.
Just so crazy how the biggest spin up can happen, and can always just make it happen too. You just can't punt it off. That's the #1 rule. A chip in a chair.
Oh, Ed K in the chat as well. Shout out to you as well, buddy.
Hey, yes, Ed K.
Ed K certainly in the power mod category.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so 6-7 suited. This is a nice hand. By the way, that previous pot there, Arlie, I mean, how many bigs was that shoved? Was that...
I think it was around 10.
It's about 10 bigs. I mean, they have the 6-5.
Maybe 9.
6-5 is kind of loosey-goosey, so it's a nice way to get straight back into it.
I think so. 250. Yeah, I think it was 8 or 9, maybe. But yeah, that seemed a little wide. Unless blinds had just gone up. What are blinds right now?
Good question. Let me just double check our sheet.
Are they 25?
We're at 30. We're at 30 now.
Okay, 30. So yeah, it may have been like 6.5.
Yeah.
That makes a little more sense.
Yeah, all good.
Pocket jacks here. So we see the raise with 6-7 of diamonds, a flat with ace, deuce of clubs, and pocket jacks coming on in.
Yeah, just go all in. It's easy. Ed K says YouTube says hi. Hello, YouTube. Like I said, I'm only on the English YouTube, so if you guys are chatting over in other parts, I'm afraid I can't see, but I appreciate you guys. What? Is this a 3-bet not all in? Yeah, 200K. It's like half the stack, not a little bit less.
It is an interesting 3-bet.
So there's something I want to ask you about here, Arlie. So in this spot, right, it feels kind of natural just to be all in, right, with jacks. But is there an argument for betting half your stack looks terrifying, so we're just gonna do that instead? Like, I
was going to say that
more
exact
ace queens
thing.
to fold. If we can get more ace queens to fold, is that wonderful? You know?
Yeah, and it's like it's almost like does it ever? It does look so terrifying. It does look so terrifying. That is the spot, but then obviously the flip side of that is maybe you're gonna price something in a little bit more than you want to with jacks, like a hand like king queen suited or something.
Yeah.
So it's like there's always some cost you give up for it. But you are right, like it looks like it's gonna be amateurs do that with aces and kings a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like it's interesting if good regs find ways to balance that.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought process. And actually, it's a bit of a weird parallel, but it is actually pretty much the same thing. Like when we're playing spinning goes and we get ultra shallow, when you see somebody, raise 3 big blinds off of a 5 big blind stack heads up or whatever, right? That's a spot where people are creating a node that doesn't exist in GTO that really messes with people who are trying to sort of strictly follow the rules. They're like, well, I know how to respond to a shove at 5 big blinds effective because it's meant to be shove or fold, but I don't know what this 3 big blinds is, and they're finding creative ways to just, make it slightly more complicated to work out if this is strength or its weakness, and I think that's an interesting exploit angle.
It's funny because the recreationals on PokerStars Ontario actually
do
do
the same
that
thing.
a lot.
Exactly.
But with both, like usually it's heavy value, but some of them do it as bluffs. And the funny thing is, though, they are not balanced at all and haven't changed in years. So I have very specific notes on honestly, hundreds of these people. And I'm just like, how does no one change? This is amazing. And I just print off all of them because I'm like, well, these ones aren't bluffing and these guys are bluffing. And it's just like, and then they just do it for years.
Yeah.
I'm like, why don't they change it?
Yeah, and I'm an advocate for just run it and see. You know, if you get enough sample, you'll go, this guy just does this with his whole range. This dude only does it with strength. You know, but it's an expensive exercise at the start because you're going, I know what this looks like, and it's probably just what it looks like. It's almost always what it looks like. I just
100%.
But
it's great in a small player pool because I can take very specific notes. I'm like, okay, if I have 1 or 2 notes on the same like type of play, then I'm just like the min click raise. I'm like, okay, that's like always the nuts wins the recreational. Always the nuts. And then once in a blue moon, I tell chat, I'm like 93% of the time, this is the nuts. And the other 7%, I'm going to write a very specific note on them. And that's it. It's just, that's how I play them. We see pocket queens here, though, guys. Such a big hand to get, especially after you just lost a bunch of chips and then got some back. He's in the mix.
Yeah, we got queens. We're loving life. We're going to open... I've mentioned this before, Arlie, but the fact that under the gun is UG on the graphic is like the most tilting thing ever.
You like that, eh?
Oh, I've gone on about it too much to make it even seem like I'm joking. I'm not joking. Production, fix it. Just kidding.
I love it.
I
think I love it now.
It's fine. I think I love it.
That's my favorite.
That's
part of the whole screen.
With friends like these guys, honestly, Arlie's like, if Nick hates it, I love it.
Yeah. I'm going to ask for them to start messing up more of the words.
All right, on to the next one, guys. 39 players left. Here in Cove, Manila. Back in
dropping
the Thunderdome.
Like flies here. Dropping like flies.
I think this should become a regular thing. Every year, APPT Manila, it's got to be in the Thunderdome. I think it's got to be.
I can back that.
Kopek in the chat saying the King Jack guy definitely didn't have 137K in chips. Counting seems odd. There's a chance we might have slight miscount. Well, keep an eye on that.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, we've only got 2 denominations on the table at the moment, I think. The yellows are 5K, the reds are 25Ks, so it should be pretty easy to spot. Keep an eye out, Arlie. I forgot which player had the King Jack, though. That's a fold. So, Arlie, in our previous commentator was Mr. Joe Bold. Shout out to Joe. Instagram.com/boldpoker. But I was asking him if he had any sort of pre-poker ritual. Do you have any pre-poker sort of warm-up routine that you've been endorsing?
No, like literally none. I'm just I can be doing anything and then it's time to play. There's some days where I actually just don't know I'm going to even grind until like 4 minutes before.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, I'll just be lying on the couch, be like, I'll probably take tonight off. And then all of a sudden I'll just look at the time. It's like 7:30. I'm like, I could start a session right now.
Yeah.
And then 5 minutes later I'm streaming. So it's like that. And that just happens some days.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I definitely get. I was asked the same question by Alex O'Brien during a Hippodrome cast stream, and I sort of said, actually, I'm kind of against a pre-ritual because I think it psychs me out too much. I'm putting too much. I feel like I'm putting too much emotion into the situation. Like I'm bigging it up too much. I just want to play level and just be cool and be chill, and not be like I'm psyching myself up for the Olympics. Like I'm about to perform in front of the whole world, and I got to be my super top game situation. But yeah, I get it. Actually, Joe was saying he likes to journal a little bit beforehand, which actually I think is a version of that pregame I could endorse. I think that sounds good too. Kind of setting an intention for the session.
I've just never been, I don't know how to say it, like a real person like that, you know, like I don't have any structure or like journaling or meditate, like none of that. Like I just wing everything, you know, like some people have like really set lives and I just don't. I don't know, maybe that stuff would work for me. I just feel like just flowing naturally works a lot better for me. And yeah, my life's going in a good direction.
Yeah.
And that works for some people. I feel like this works for me.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's me. If I put too much emphasis on it, I start to get anxious because I feel like I'm giving it too much headspace. You know, just let the poker come to you instead. It's a good method. But we have an open from the ace 10, ace 9 suited folds +2. We're just going to check on those stacks, guys. We are running on a significant delay, though, so if that stack isn't correct, we're going to have to live with it. Let me try and spot it. So apparently it was Kawaii Katsuhito. If we get a chance, let's try and... Arlie, you're better at this. Count the chips when you see them, all right? When you see Kawaii.
Okay. So there was another ace-10 that was already folded. And now we see ace-10 here. Yeah, fold. So ace-9 with the aggression.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, it was a 3-bet from the ace-9 suited. Nice. Yeah, really good. I like this a lot. Arlie, are you going to be joining us in APT Barcelona by any chance?
I am not doing Barcelona this year.
Okay.
I am not. Next for me, well, there's rumblings of something right before what I'm doing for sure, which is November is the NAPT.
Yeah.
NAPT November. That one I will be for sure.
Yeah.
Are you doing that one?
I would assume so, yeah. I've actually been enjoying our little trips to Vegas. That's been nice. So NAPT now, we've done 2 years in a row. This will be our 3rd, I believe.
This will be number 3.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to it.
If you guys want to check that out, it's a lot of fun.
The 3rd to the 12th of November.
Yeah. I made so many friends out there in NAPT this year. Actually, Arlie, a funny story. I was... I know this sounds kind of sad to our American viewers, but I was super jazzed about going to Denny's. Because I'm American, but I left America when I was really young, and it's just there's something very wholesome about it, and kind of like
that nostalgia, bro.
It's nostalgic. It's nostalgic. What's funny as well is like Denny's is right next to the Fireside Lounge, which is like a massive upgrade on breakfast dining. But whatever, I just wanted to go to Denny's. So the North American Poker Tour is held at Resorts World Las Vegas, and Resorts World is a relatively new casino. So it was built further down the strip, which means actually there's a lot more of like the sort of local strip malls and stuff. And one of the buildings opposite is Denny's. So it's just a regular Denny's, same price as anywhere else in America. So it's a real bargain for the States. And I went across and I sat up at the bar on my own and I was having a nice time. And I was sat directly next to a guy and he goes, "Hey, are you Nick Walsh?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "My name is Matt Maurer. I qualified for the NAPT like through a gold pass or whatever the qualification was. And we got chatting. Nicest guy ever. Was super sweet. He actually went on to also audition for the big game on tour as well, which we filmed while we were there too. And it was just such a lovely encounter. The other thing, though, Arlie, is with Vegas prices being what they were, I got in there about 7 o'clock because I was jet lagged. By 9 o'clock, there was a line around the block to get into Denny's. At Denny's. Yeah. I'm not joking. When I left at 9 a.m., there was a person out there sending people away because they weren't going to get seated.
Yeah, they're like, "We can't take all of you.
We can't take any." This is the state of Vegas these days. They price themselves out. It's insane. Denny's is the hottest spot in town.
Yeah, that is wild. Vegas. What are you doing?
Honestly, grow up, Vegas.
Grow up, Vegas.
But if you guys want to join us, North American Poker Tour is back in Las Vegas in November 2025. And if you want to find me, you know where to find me, if you know what I mean.
He's going to be camped out at Denny's.
Camped out. I'm thinking about renting the penthouse on top.
That's sick. I'll be like tented out in the parking lot. No action with the 5s. Which is a great relief. You never want to call when you're all in with 5s. Oh, no, the 5 folded? I got confused there, I think. Eagle Eyes in chat. Exactly. It was a little more. Yeah. I did notice it's like I just didn't want to be a jerk and correct you. I noticed like 2 minutes later. Not when you said it. I was like, do I need to bring I was like I don't need to say anything. You know, it's funny. When I was younger, I used to always love correcting people's mistakes, and it's something that I grew out of just in general. I didn't like that trait in myself. With commentary, maybe I should do it though.
Oh, apologies, Chad. I muted myself there for a minute again. Classic.
I love the mute.
And then they're just listening to you talk at me. Oh, see, he is a jerk, guys. He is.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 3 to the flop, all with an ace in their hand. But no one connects, so ace king still ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mod. Sorry about that. I don't know what I did. I nudged the slider. Should be better now.
Right, and Wu does go for the c-bet, and 2 quick folds ace king. The best hand takes it down. $39 players left out of a field of 1,246. Such a good feeling. 1,200 people gone. You're looking at that big money up top. Oh,
yeah.
You're just praying for your big all-ins to hold in this moment.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. So, Arlie, is NAPT your next live event, or do you have something else more local, perhaps? You're gonna stop.
It looks like there might be something popping up in between that, but nothing official yet. So NAPT for sure will be happening, and yeah, that I'm really looking forward to NAPT though. Like I'm going, since I don't play too much live, and this is like the North American PokerStars event.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go and fire as much as I can, and I did that last time and I actually didn't run well, and this time I'm gonna run amazing. Like I know I ran bad last time, so I can run good this time. That's how I'm looking at it. But I'm gonna just fire all the events all the days.
Sounds great, man. Yeah, it's great. And of course, if you guys don't have access to PokerStars wherever you live, you can still come and join us live, and everyone is welcome. There's no restrictions. Just come and join and get involved. The venue is stunning. It's actually a really nice time there, and they take really good care of us. So please join us for the North American Poker Tour in Vegas 2025.
Absolutely. And if you're in North America, there's a bunch of opportunities to win silver passes in your way there. Like in Ontario, we're giving away so many passes. It's pretty cool. So just make sure you check the client and different spin and goes and daily phase games and stuff to get in there.
So Queen Jack offsuit, starting with around 380K. Does decide to probably just min open, I imagine. There it is. Yep. So there's the raise to 60. The blinds are now 15 and 30. Arlie, you jerk. Thanks for not telling me.
It is official.
You're a jerk for not telling me. That's the thing.
Noted.
And gets round. Oh, raising a take it. That's rare. Nice one.
Raising a take it. Down to 35. Couple people dropping.
Yeah, absolutely. We've definitely gotten through the field, guys. We started with around 72, if I'm not mistaken, and down to 35. The idea was to play to 9, but having a large field here in this event, we are going to see how we get on and go from there. First place is around 255,000 US dollars. Absolutely huge. This is like. Yeah, this is like Barcelona territory in terms of volume. Not quite as many players, but the multiplier on that first place is stunning.
Yeah, Barcelona a couple years ago, I made a really deep run in the 2K. And I probably came right around this spot, like maybe around 30th or something. And there was huge money up top. I think it was like 500 or 600. Like there was a nasty amount. And yeah, just I think I got around 17,000 euros. And it was just, this is the moment though when you get your all in. I remember I got rivered, and you're so close to a huge double up, but it's just like you go from, oh my god, it's happening, to, oh, it's over. But then you hunt those feelings, and it's like, well, next time you hold in that spot, it's like you just keep taking your shot, and then you're gonna be at the final table of one of these games. Especially live, it's like I literally never play live. It'd be very interesting if I didn't have a content career and I focused on live poker, just like a totally different career. But some of those scores, they would have to be inevitable eventually. You know, like there's a little bit of luck involved for sure. But if you actually just dedicate yourself to playing all these soft live events where you could make some really good money if you're good at poker. And some of these guys are just doing that. It's cool. I chose the content and online route, but it's like to see some of the other guys just living the dream, following the EPT and the NAPT and playing all these PokerStars stops all over the world and making amazing money, providing for their families. They are really showing what the poker dream's all about.
Yeah, still there. Still real. And yeah, I would say also so interesting after COVID, there was a big question mark about live poker, and I just feel like the appetite has never been greater for live poker. I mean, straight off the back of when lockdown kind of soft-ended in most places, you know, we saw huge crowds. Like every event was sold out. Every event was the biggest event ever. And what's even funnier is there were quite a few events that Stars was double booked with some of our other big competitors, and we were concerned about, you know, potentially you know, we're consuming each other's traffic or, you know, whatever. And all the events that were back to back, all the events that were happening at the same time were both, I think all three of them actually at one point, they're all sold out. They were the biggest event ever. It was like the biggest.
Man.
It was
it's flourishing. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I love it. I feel like there's a lot more respect for the poker, which is great. Got a question in the chat here. Hello, commentators. I had won a gold pass. I like to use it playing in Barcelona, but I don't know how to register. So you just gotta go in the client and exchange it for a buy-in, I believe. But congratulations, that's fantastic. Gold pass.
Yeah, that's cool. How did you win it?
That's rad. I'm assuming Power Path, perhaps.
Ooh, the path of power.
His name is Ramalho, so I'm thinking perhaps Brazilian,
okay,
perhaps Portuguese. Or
we got a detective in chat. Or I'm not in chat. You're a detective.
Or Espanol, perhaps. Congrats on your gold pass. That's absolutely sick. We'll see you there, buddy. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Portugal. There you go. Nailed it. I was close. That was my second guess. And yeah, I think all you got to do is exchange it in the client, if I'm not mistaken. There's actually a lot of ways for you to exchange your passes now, guys. You can break up your gold, silver, bronze passes in a multitude of ways, including now as well Spin and Go. You can actually break up a pass to buy Spin and Go buy-ins, which is really cool.
That is cool.
But yeah, I would assume you're going to take a gold pass, and you're probably going to want to go to like an APT. That sounds like the best use of that.
Barcelona, man, that's where it's at. That's a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Raksha. If you don't have the option in your lobby, speak to live chat and they will assist you. If you guys do have passes to cash in, I would highly recommend you have a conversation with chat. Very often they'll be willing to do you a deal. If you want to break it up in a specific way, they can assist you with that. We want people to use their passes in, you know, the most flexible way possible, whatever's going to be the most enjoyment for you. Schnauzer says the follow-up to this tournament, the APPT Championship, takes place here at Okada Manila in October, and it's around 3 million USD on the line. Wow. Schnauzer, you seem to know a lot about this venue. Are you there currently, or are you a regular goer? Are you an Okada fan?
$3 million USD. That's pretty sick, though.
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
Pretty sick.
Pretty sick. Yeah, I am going to be pumped to finish my 50-50 challenge, though. The pressure's been on, man. Like, there's so much emotion in the challenge. Like, the challenge started so good, but then I hit a dry spell, which I pulled out of the higher buy-ins of the dry spell, clearly, but the lower buy-ins, like the lower buy-ins, I was crushing way more than the higher buy-ins for the first like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It was disgusting how well I was doing. But then, because I won a $50 game on the first and second day, and it was just like that was in the smaller buy-ins. So I was that was the top of the smaller buy-ins. But then the next month, man, it was just devastating. And so I win a really lucky week, and it completely saved my whole challenge. I just won $300 games. Well, a second, a first, and a first.
Yeah.
And it just, that changed my whole challenge. Those 3 games.
I mean, that's the thing though as well is, you know, 50K sounds like a big number, but you know, when you're playing sit and goes or tournaments or spin and goes, you know, it's just a turnover, right? It's just it can go pretty quick. You can cover that pretty quickly, especially if you're playing 50s and 100s. Really quickly here, guys, there was a misdeal. The dealer threw a card on the wrong sensor and the cards were misread. So they're just going to clarify what's going to happen. I think probably they're going to deal a new hand. So just bear with us. No, I'm with you, Arlie. And actually, my challenge is an interesting one, too, because as I said earlier, guys, I'm doing a 50K spin and go challenge. I'm going to play $50,000 worth of spin and goes, $10 at a time. And we've just gone into this new unknown territory. We're merging spin and go flash and regular spins. And the game is just going to be nuts. It's way higher variance. It's way faster. And I'm just interested to see what's going to happen. But I'm diving into it like, hey, I play spin and goes. I'm supposed to be good at this, but I don't actually know what's going to be possible in terms of ROI. So kind of just jumping in with both feet and seeing what happens. We got off to a bit of an awesome start, then bombed. Now we're back climbing again. And actually watching all this poker here in Manila has got me kind of juiced to try and put some more volume in. But after my trip next week, I'm heading to Scotland tomorrow for a bit of a holiday for 4 days. After that, guys, we're going to be all in on the 50K challenge. You're going to see more updates on the Instagram, and also I'm going to be doing more streams on the Twitch and the YouTube if you guys want to watch it played live.
That's a cool challenge. It's really fun to just track that stuff, and it does, again, it just keeps you mentally checked in. It holds you so accountable.
Yeah, yeah, it does. That's the thing, yeah. And I what I was trying to get around to say just then, Arlie, was also, you know, we're trying to track our ROI. Like you said, you know, the target was 50-50, right? You're going to play 50K, you're going to hit it 50% ROI. In tournaments, the same as spinning goes. You know, sometimes that 50K isn't even enough to figure out where you're really at with your ROI, right? Like, you know, you could be one session away from 4 major scores, and then you got 100% ROI. You know.
Yeah.
So it's a real trick, and also obviously communicating that to the audience is tricky as well. Blind v blind action, 9-5 versus 4 Trey, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sanchez just puts out one big blind here. Feels so natural just to stick in the 30K.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Little gut shot here. He said, okay, I'll call 30K. And now he pulls ahead. Pair of threes and still has the same gut shot. Sanchez picks up a gut shot now. Sanchez going to use that to keep applying pressure. He's thinking. No, he decides to check. Sungmin Oh.
Did you watch Squid Games, Arlie?
Not the new one, the first season.
Right. Whenever I see the South Korean flag, I think of some of the cool productions coming out of South Korea, obviously Squid Games included. Parasite was a great film as well. I was just talking about that with Joe.
Yeah, man. There's I don't know about South Korea specifically, but have you seen I think it's called Physical 100?
Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, it's and they dubbed over it as well. The dub is so funny that they put over the top.
Yeah.
You can tell the translations are slightly off as well. It's really funny. Like, oh, I am also admirable of your strength. That's not what he said.
Yeah.
Don't say that. I mean, it's pretty much what he said, but it's not really what he said. Yeah, that was a cool show. What was that? Was that the one where they had to like hang from the bar and kick each other off?
I think, yeah. I think that was
part of it. The dubbing is part of the charm, says John. He was a fan as well. Yeah, nice one.
Have you heard of The Devil's Plan?
Oh, I have. Is that another game show as well?
Yes.
Is it like
a South Korean?
It's like a traders kind of thing.
It's kind of like that. It's more just like they play really intellectual games with each other.
Nice.
And that's how you eliminate people pretty much.
Cool. I need to check that out.
But it's like these are like all genius people, not just like random people. They chose like geniuses, like rocket scientists and stuff, and they threw them all in there, like photographic memory, and then they just get them all to And they're really intense, intricate games too, not just like easy, quick little. It's like an 8-hour game they play all day long type of thing.
Amazing. Love that.
It's really cool. Like it takes like 40 minutes to explain the game. Some episodes you're like, really? Like, well, but it's like it sucks you in. Part of the whole strategy is them learning the game and how to exploit the game. Like they all try to figure out GTO for these games.
I love that.
Yeah.
No Mercy in the chat says, finished the second season. So there's been 3 seasons now, right? I actually thought that the ending of the second season was so sad. I was because it was really going well, and then there was a bit of a cliffhanger. But they did deliver with a 3rd season pretty quickly after that. I thought it was good. I thought it was okay. It was interesting. I think that some of it was a little bit wild, but
yeah, I'll probably watch it at some point. It's on my my list in my brain of like, yeah, I'll get around to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I recently watched Parasite. That was a wild film. I know that won lots of accolades. That was like Cannes Film Festival, blah, blah, blah. But it was so interesting. And obviously it was a bit of a wider commentary on sort of austerity and the wealth gap and all that kind of stuff, too. It was really interesting.
Yeah, very, very good.
On the button, all in, please. Yeah, that's going to be it. I think this is pretty straightforward. Got about 5 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken.
See a fold from the Queen 5 of diamonds.
And don't overthink it here. Magsake. Vamerdino Magsake. Great name. Very strong name.
Very strong.
What would you name your firstborn, Arlie?
Lycan.
Lycan. Ooh.
I actually just made that up, and I don't know where it came from. Well, I know where it's from technically, but I don't know how it came out of my head.
Is that Lycan a reference from the vampire movies?
Yes. That is what it was from. Underworld.
Underworld, that was it.
I don't know why that popped out.
Okay, look. So I actually like the name Chance, and it is a poker thing. I'm almost definitely thinking of Chance Corneth when I say Chance.
Okay, so
but I think that's cool. I think
Chance
nice.
Corneth. Are you going to give the last name as well?
Chance Corneth Walsh. It's going to be a middle name. And then when people ask me, "Is that a reference to Chance Corneth?" I'll be like, "Who?
Who?" That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, shoving a take it. Nice work there from the Queen Jack. I don't know. What if you named your child Chance? What do you shout at him? Chancey, get back here, Chancey. C-bomb.
Sea Bomber.
Sea Dog.
Yeah, Sea Dog. Using their first initial in dog is always a classic. Like,
Roxas says Chance is the dog in Homeward Bound too. I completely forgot about that heartbreaking film.
Homeward Bound. What a movie.
Raksha, is that the one where the dog gets the porcupine needle stuck in him at one point? I mean, yeah. If anyone asks me, I can say it's based on the dog from Homeward Bound, I guess. Don't want to big up the legend that is Chance Corneth too much. It is, all right, yeah.
Chance is the man. I've only had a couple interactions with him, but he was just the man.
So apparently Schnauzer has been in the Thunderdome all week. That's great. I'm very jealous, buddy. I'd love to come and join you. It looks like a beautiful venue. Is it as cool as it looks on TV? That's what we want to know.
I mean, Pocket Nine's not loving the King 10-3 flop, but they are still ahead. Goes check, check. 5 of clubs. Rainbow. I lied. I thought that was a heart and diamond. 2 diamonds. Man, I love me Rainbow community board, though. It feels so clean. You're like, I know what's happening out there. But the Ace-8 is now looking at some free money out there. Nope. Decides to check. And Kang with the 9s. Decides now's the time to flick in a couple blinds here. What does he go for? Was that 80?
Oh, 40.
40,000. 40. I just learned which chips were which color. How you like that?
Hello, Poker Joker in the chat. How you doing, bud?
Poker Joker.
Poker Jokert.
Yeah. Poker Toker? Poker to Joker.
He's a midnight toker.
Woo.
And there's a shot of the Thunderdome. And our chip counts. 49 big blinds up top. Yawning Woo. Chinese flag. And 49 big blinds. Sanchez at the bottom. 8.2 big blinds has had a couple chip ups here and there. Does need to get a double to remain in contention. I think there's a chance that these chips have been addressed now, guys. Kawhi Katsuhito, I believe, is sitting at 32 big blinds. I think that has been adjusted, but we'll keep an eye out. And I'm sure Arlie will 100% accurately spot those chips next time we go past him.
Oh, yes, exactly. I'm on it. I'm on it. Man, that room is beautiful they're playing in, though. It really is just beautiful there.
We have new chips in play. Players on the main.
Oh.
Blue chips, it's worth 100,000.
The blue chips are worth 100,000. You heard the announcement just then. And what's funnier here, Arlie, is he didn't come over just to inform people of the fact that the blue chips were 100,000. He came over to inform everybody that this guy is showing up with the first blue chips, and he has 100K chips.
Gotcha.
He brought him to the feature and said, by the way, all you peasants,
he's
just so
the
you're
big
aware,
dog.
this is what 100K looks like. You'll never have it, but it's here. That's what they said. No, I'm just kidding. They are going to see a new player join, and he is bringing the blue chips. Little fist bump there in solidarity. It looks good. We're down to the final 32. So, if I'm not mistaken, there might be a table redraw at 32. But it looks like they're going to handle it in flow. So Caesar is going to fold a Jack-9.
Sanchez desperately looking for a hand he can go all in with. Ace, King. Always so nice to look down and see 2 big connected cards. We see an open to 60. Fold.
I go back there, here, not comfortable.
Ace, King, take it down.
Yeah, nice one.
Easy game.
So, Schnauzer in the chat, sorry, I'm not sure if you're still here or not, but Schnauzer apparently has been playing all week in the Thunderdome. You need to answer my question. I'm dying to know, is it as cool as it looks on TV? Also, what are the prices like? You know what I mean? If we wanted to go check out that beautiful Thunderdome in Manila. I don't know about you, Arlie, but I am heartbroken at how expensive Vegas has become. It's really upsetting me. And my story about Denny's is just too perfect. It's just too indicative of exactly the issues that I'm trying to resolve. Got to put the world to right.
Yeah, man, it's getting wild there for sure. I hear a lot of complaints about stuff like that. I notice it too, obviously, when I'm there. I just try not to spend too much, but you can't get away from it. Thankfully, obviously, we got pretty good careers, but it hits a lot of other people, you know? Like, the luxury of Vegas is slipping away from some.
Yeah. I mean, you know, NAPT is really smooth when Stars is paying for your room. That's great. But I do hope that we have plenty of qualifiers out there. I love a qualification story in the commentary booth, and I'm sure there will be many opportunities to qualify.
We're giving away like 100 passes here in North America. Oh, there's like 100 silver passes. Yeah, it's so amazing. I just love it because there's so many people from my community that have won in the past and that are winning them right now. Like all the good regs from Ontario all end up going, and then a bunch of the recreationals end up going too, because there's so many different ways to get your hands on these passes. So the regs just relentlessly keep trying, and then the recreationals pick up a bunch as well. So it's cool to see the mixture of everyone soaking in, because with that many passes, everyone gets to eat.
I'm also not certain. I actually genuinely don't know. There's a chance maybe we might be shooting more big game on tour as well this year. That's kind of what we did last year at the start. James and Joe were out there helping to record that. I wouldn't be surprised if we are. That was a great success. And what an awesome series, by the way, guys. If you haven't watched it, Big Game on Tour, very much still alive and having fun with it. Also, if you get a chance, go and watch Big Game on Tour Uncut, which was our live stream of the entire session, not edited. I think we had Sam Grafton helping with the commentary there. Also, shout out to Sam, absolute legend. And, I think that there's a great opportunity. Go and check it out there, guys. It was a lot of fun. And
Big Game's just such amazing content.
Oh, it's so good. To watch. So good. Arlie, they let me do voiceovers for one episode. I was so excited.
Congrats, man. That's very cool stuff.
I know.
You're good at what you do, though. You earned it. You deserve it.
Thanks, man. That's very kind. Schnauzer says, better than it looks on stream, Manila has a very active tournament scene and is cheap to stay, but the Dome is only used for this event. It's a once-a-year deal, cheap Airbnbs, tons of great Korean food there. Oh, my gosh. Let's go. Schnauzer, you sold it. You sold it.
On.
You sold it.
Go.
Schnauzer, can I stay with you? All right, I'll book a flight right now. This is my last stream for a couple days.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm not going to the Highlands anymore, guys. I'm coming to Manila. Home game with Schnauzer.
Perfect.
That sounds great. Yeah.
Queen 9 gets out of there.
Yeah. Poker Big here saying, Hi Mates was in April in Vegas, lost its appetite, too costly, and makes no sense for Europeans to travel and play there. Here we have a lot of good casino and invest easily 50% less. I feel you. And also, by the looks of it, just spend the extra money on going to Manila, because this looks wonderful. Let's go out there.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Also, I don't know about you, Arlie. I could eat Korean food every day of the year. Every single day of the year.
I love Korean food. I love it so much.
Yeah.
I just love so many different Asian food is good. Just different ethnicities, actually, in general. You got to love mixing it up from all the different cultures.
Yeah. Raksha says, Ruthie's going to kill you, Nick. Ditching Scotland for Manila and calling your kid Chance. She was actually on board with Chance. I don't know if she was being polite or not, Raksha, but Chance was definitely on the cards. But yeah, no, looking forward to going to the Scottish Highlands tomorrow. Flop is 10 tray 4, top pair for Cesar Quimbao. Quimbao. Feel free to correct me, chat.
We see a C-bet here from cutoff Queen 5 suited. And the big blind's going to be going nowhere with top pair. A lot of interesting turn cards that could improve. Katsuhito's hand. They have a gut shot now and an overcard to the board, which is a great card to keep betting at.
Yep. Feels like a pretty natural continue, especially when we have a gut shot. So often when we pick up a little equity on the turn, it's a sign to go for it. That's a great shot, by the way. Look at those glasses reflecting that red table perfectly.
Yeah, it is nice. Gotta be careful with glasses like those at a poker table so you don't reflect your hand.
Yeah, decides not to bet and does not improve. Bobby in the chat asking, will stream today show the winner? So today we're playing to the prescribed blind level, but tomorrow is going to be our coverage of the final and indeed the winner, excuse me. So tomorrow,
what up, Mano Jax?
Tomorrow we got Spraggy. He's gonna be commentating, anchoring that show, and the idea was to play to 9 today. However, we are probably not going to make it to 9 with such a big field. We have 32 left, and maybe another 2 or 3 hours worth of play. We'll see how long we play today, but we're trying to get to 9 today if possible. Tomorrow will be the final table and the ultimate winner. And yeah, the 10-7 happy to take showdown. Does Katsuhito decide to bet now? This is an interesting one, right, Arlie? Because I don't know if we're telling a believable story at this point. If we had
the turn bet.
If we had ace queen and we bet the flop, do we not bet the turn? It seems like a pretty natural bet. I think it's fine to bet check bet though. And this is another we were talking earlier about, spots that we probably want to find more of. I think bet check bet is another line that I don't find often enough.
Yeah, and kind of like what you said, it is a confusing story, but it's still a story that you can have. You can just have like ace deuce suited and be like, okay, I'm not going to bet the ace on the turn, and I'll go for a little bit of value on the river, especially now that my kicker's stronger with the paired board. Like there's still lines that make sense that way. That you tell, but the 10's way too strong to fold, so it didn't work here. But I do think the turn bet makes more sense, though.
Yeah,
like you were initially saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But again, it's probably one of those spots where there isn't a straightforward answer in reality, right? From a GTO perspective, it might just be bet flop, bet turn. In reality, there's probably an opportunity to bet check bet a lot more often, and it's probably way more effective than it should be.
100%.
And so that's the big question mark. And again, I think often a lot of people asking, "Oh, Nick, I'm playing low stakes. Do I need to learn about GTO?" Well, no, you can play poker without that for sure. But I think more information is better, more knowledge is better. But also, if we get too ingrained in a GTO mindset, then we end up not playing hard enough. We're not exploiting often enough. And that might be a line that's massively underbluffed for that reason. So we need to look out for those and see if there's an opportunity to play the hand that way.
Yeah, GTO is just nice to have as a baseline understanding, but it really is about playing exploitatively, like especially if you're playing against bad players. Like it's one thing if you're playing against a bunch of good players, then you don't need to play. You can still always try to exploit, but playing a lot more baseline GTO, especially if you understand it very well, that's going to get you further ahead.
Yeah.
But again, in the situation like I'm at, almost all recreationals, you're gonna murder how much money you can make if you do that. Like you can make way more if you're playing super exploitatively. Like there's spots now where I know how to jam 10 times pot and get paid. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's super important because it's not just a little bit of a difference. It's not like squeaking out an extra 1% ROI against one opponent. It's like 50%. Oh, where's that number? Why is that in my head? 50% ROI? Yeah. Anyway, it's a big difference, and it does. I will release this content eventually, guys. I did a bunch of sessions, or I did our first session in anticipation of many sessions with Texas Tomo, and he was saying about how important it is to just find those extra couple percent against the right players because it makes all the difference in your overall win rate. Pocket Jacks here for the cute Katsuhito. Kawaii. He's all in with the jacks.
Just all in.
Did he just straight rip 740K?
Just straight ripped it, man.
Oh my gosh, this is wild.
It is wild because it's just never jacks until that one time it is. when you have 9s here, 10s here, you're like, here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but
so this is like 24 bigs. And yeah, No Mercy in the chat says, I hate jacks. I think the cute Katsuhito feels the same way. He just doesn't want any action. All in. Yeah. There's the Thunderdome. Michael Enriquez, 71 big blinds up top. Sanchez still the shortest stack, but cruising, no big deal. Making it work.
Yeah, talking about that jam, there was a guy who I just talked about this on stream. I think it was my last stream where those notes I was telling you about that I take earlier with certain plays that players make. There's this one guy, and he jammed, it was like 22 or 23 big, something like that, with kings. Exact thing. Open jammed with kings. And I called, can't remember what I had, but I ranted a little bit after because I'm like, I had a note on the guy previously that he did that, and I didn't read the note before I called his jam. So that's what I was note about. So I put another note in being like, okay, he's done this twice now. This, when he opened jams, he literally has monster pairs in his range. So now I know that about that guy, and it's going to completely change how I interact with those jams with him.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the thing is, on Ontario, he's going to get so many recreationals that pay him off at a high frequency by doing that's probably why he'll never stop. Like, because it's just the regs all figure it out, but there's so many recreationals that probably pay it off that he's like, oh, I get paid by like 8s here. I'm just going to keep jamming.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, mate. Shout out to Delicioso asking, does Bees Caster read our comments? No, thank you for your question. No, we do. Hello. This was on global YouTube. This is what I was saying. Sorry, Delicioso. This is probably very delayed. I only have UK YouTube because I'm geolocked to the YouTube that we have here. But shout out to you. Hello, everybody in YouTube. I'm sorry if I'm not catching your comments. I can only see what's in the UK chat. And thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us today as we get down to the latter stages of the APPT Manila main event.
Trucking along.
So it was an open 3-bet, and now Sanchez has a very short stack and pocket jacks. What are you going to do? You would imagine this is just going to get in the middle. But when there is an open from +1 and a 3-bet from +2, you don't feel good about it, Arlie.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where you just wish you could open jam jacks instead of having to deal with this spot. Just let me go all in pre-flop like the other guy last hand.
Now, on the plus side, for a fold, you know, we do have considerably longer levels than most tournament structures here in the main event. So a fold here is not going to be a death sentence. He's not going to be forced all in that often. But the issue that we have is kind of what we've been discussing just now. It's going to be super player dependent. You know, does Kawhi Katsuhito have 3-bet bluffs? If he does, let's get it in. Happy days. If he doesn't, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, I think Sanchez being so short makes sense to put it in. Like, obviously, you can still fold. It's just he's in such a good spot with the actual hands he's against. And in the grand scheme of how this is going to run out if you play it 1,000 times, he's going to be up putting it in here. But it's tough when you see that 3-bet. You know you're going to be up against hands that beat you some of the time. But here it's a flip, but it's for more than half his. It's for more than a double up because of the extra chips that were added in there by the third player. So
absolutely,
great spot to be in.
Off we go. It is Sanchez at risk. It's a good start, I suppose, but Ace Queen is going to have tons of equity. It's a post-flop flip.
Yeah, lots of outs up top there.
His shirt says chillax, Arlie.
He looks pretty chillaxed.
Oh, he's very chillaxed. That is a 100% crush
Sanchez
on the turn.
Could not spin it back up. He tried, had some success, but was eliminated once that King of Clubs peeled off on the turn.
Yeah, nice one. And chillax. There you go. Nice work, buddy. Great flip. Held up. I guess, you know, the other thing there, Arlie, as well is Jacks is probably the correct shove. I would imagine it probably is. But you know you got no fold equity. That's always sad when you've got a hand like pocket jacks.
Definitely true.
Yeah, so 31 players left. Could be 30. I'm not sure how quickly that field ticker is updated. But we're getting close to final couple tables here, gang. And I will remind you, all players now guaranteed. Let me just check my chart. 31. That was a pay jump, 5.5K. So it was 39th place for 4.9K USD, and 31st place is now a pay jump, 5.5K. And that represents about a 5.5x return on the 1K initial investment.
It's awesome. The money is going to just start getting exponentially bigger from here. Being at the top of one of these fields, it's what poker is all about.
I mean, Arlie, I don't know about you, buddy, but I would love to go home and brag about how I won 14.8 million pesos.
Yeah, that'd be real nice. I'd definitely leave that little delay in there as well.
How did you do in Manila? 8 figures.
I love it. Right, ace jack here. Finds low raise here. And then Sung Min-oh with ace 3 offsuit in the big blind.
First ITM. Walang dinama.
Deciding if he's going to commit any more chips.
Ito pinakamahalaga sa lahat.
Hey, Colin, we're going to see a flop here.
Yep, story checks out. Feels good. Ace tray offsuit, maybe a low frequency 3-bet bluff, but just decides to call, which is probably more standard. Queen 7-6.
Yeah, it doesn't connect for either player. Standard C-bet. Small little 40,000. And not much Sung Min's going to want to do here. Flicks it in. Folds. Yeah, Ice Cold Spear. I think that's pretty new. Nick, when did the UK thing, you have issues with the YouTube stuff? Was that just happening from the recent stuff that's happened?
No, it's actually been there for a while. It wasn't
Okay.
it wasn't so much of an issue. I think they're just trying to
Like geo.
Yeah. It's the geo locking is something to do with like global compliance. So it's just it's just to do with, there's certain content they only want available in the States or whatever. Now, if you're if you really want to watch American YouTube or whatever, obviously VPN is an option. But when we are traveling, it's easier because we see the YouTube global audience, which is much larger than the YouTube UK audience, I'm afraid. But when I'm here, I could probably whack on a VPN, but just generally by default, I try and avoid VPNs as often as possible because I'm always going to be the guy that leaves it on and accidentally turns on PokerStars and gets myself in trouble, which is not a thing. I don't want that.
No, for sure. No, we can read your chat. Well, I can read your chat. I'm in Ontario.
Yeah.
It's just Nick is in the UK. So I didn't know that was always a thing. I thought that was something recent. So that's interesting too.
Yeah. I think it's been around for a while now, but it is annoying. When we arrive in Monte Carlo, for example, suddenly, we're getting a lot more chat in YouTube. But yeah, if you could monitor that for me, Arlie, that would be great. And
man, no problem. I got it. No cold spears, though. Nick is in the UK right now. I'm in Canada right now, and we are commentating on a game in Manila. So, that is why he's not running YouTube from UK in Manila. He's
apologies.
in UK.
Also, Arlie, feel free to ban people. In fact,
you're banned.
In fact, that question is ban-worthy. That's it. Get him out of here. Just kidding. Raksha says the YouTube changes happened a few years back now. What year do you think it was, Raksha? Because it was kind of recent, but I think it's been on for a while now. At least 3 years, I think.
Is it across all content, or is it just specific content? Do you guys?
Yeah, I think certain advertisers need to be careful because they're not allowed to advertise in certain markets, so that's why they do it primarily. Arlie will be well aware of the adpocalypse, which was a big deal. So, that was a big situation. Not only PokerStars having to, ring fence content, now also other sort of advertisers as well. Great flop here for the 5-4, by the way.
Yep, lots of potential with 5-4. When you're calling with hands like 5-4 suited, you're hoping to hit flushes or straight draws.
Actually says about 4 or 5 years, I guess. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, it's been around for ages. I think obviously PokerStars needs to be a little bit more careful because they're trying to follow rules globally. That's what PokerStars is good at. 10 of diamonds on the turn, no change.
No change indeed. See a check from Sungmin Oh, and a check back. Sungmin ahead with the a6, but being out of position in the small blind here. They might not be able to get to showdown because 4-5 is the nut low. They do not want to go to showdown. They know for a fact they will lose, so they have to bet here. It's a spot in poker where when you're trying to choose how to bluff, you want to bluff from the bottom of your range. The bottom of your showdown value. 5 high is the absolute bare bottom.
It's pretty down there.
So it's the top of your bluff, where you choose your bluffs from.
Yeah. It's a good thing to consider as well. And if people are trying to apply that concept, it's not so much necessarily even about your hand strength. It's also to do with frequency. It's kind of like the suited non-suited thing. Like a lot of times when we're looking at push fold ranges, you might always do something with 8-7 suited, but you'd never do it with 8-7 off. And that's just literally a way to dial in frequency in a really nice way because there's a lot more combinations of the offsuit variety as opposed to the suited variety, and it just means you're going to have a nice way of correctly adapting to that frequency in that situation.
100%, yeah. Exactly. And the bluff does work.
So 50% ROI, how do you feel, Arlie?
Oh, I'm actually so relieved because, like I said, I had such a big week where I won like it started by me winning $100 mystery bounty for like just over $3 grand. And I was like, okay, that's like, that's helping the challenge a bit. And then like 2 days later, I did it again. And I was like, oh my God, now the challenge is looking nice, guys. And then a few days later, I did like second for like 2,500. I'm like, I'm rich. I was at like 58% ROI. I was like, I'm amazing.
I'm going to look like a genius.
Yeah, I was like, I'm going to win another game tomorrow and be at like 70%. This is nuts.
This is great. Yeah, I love little snapshots. I open up my tracker and I just go, how did I perform in the last 3 days exactly? Oh, my God. I am the best player in the world. Probably. Don't change the filters. Don't filter for the year. That's not important. It's about the last 3 days. I really feel like I upped my game. And Pocket Kings now for Mr. Kang.
Pocket Kangs.
Pocket Kangs. There you go. That's a thing. I'm going to make that a thing.
No action. Normally you want the folds in poker, but when you have those big pairs, you're just praying for easy all-in pre-flop action with those aces and those kings. So no decisions to make, most likely a massive favorite. Oh, that's the best stuff in poker.
All right, so 31 left, guys. We have had a redraw at some point, and they're competing for a first-place prize for around 255,000 USDs, or 14.8 million. I prefer 14.8 million Filipino pesos.
14.8.
This is funny too because it reminds me of Squid Game, where they're like, This is 58 billion won. You know, they're always competing for 58 billion won or whatever it is.
Yeah.
There's something about winning billions that feels better. Can we get this chat? Chat production. Can we get this converted into Korean won, please? I'm gonna start announcing Korean won instead. Kawhi.
Kawhi looking down at pocket tens. Gonna put in a little 3-bet here. Feeling themselves after getting a nice big stack up to 1.1 million. Queen 9 opening in late position, goes for a little steal and makes a quick fold. Kawhi shows the tens just to say, hey, I'm not picking on your late position raise. I'm here raising big hands. Don't play back at me. So then next time, when he raises his late position raise with trash, he can be like, no, remember I had the tens. I only do this with big hands. And then you start stealing.
Smoking Neptune says, Nick, I see we're still working with the UG. I know.
Yeah.
I'll be filing my resignation shortly. It's just not worth the stress.
It's so good.
It's Arlie's favorite thing now. All right, on the button, the cute Katsuhito.
9-3, no good. Small blind, Jack, 6 of diamonds.
You know, if he wins this event, Arlie, I think that should be his poker alias. You know, cute Katsuhito.
I like it. I like it.
I know. I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell kawaii, but it is close.
I fully support it.
Smoking Neptune says, I meant that as a joke because you were asking for a currency change. Doesn't bother me. Well, guess what, Neptune? It does bother me. You're banned.
See ya. Good knowing you. I went to, so my buddy that just got married last weekend, I took him to an amusement park like a week before his wedding as like a little, hey, let's go out and have some fun. And it was such a fun day, dude, doing roller coasters and like the water slide and walking around the whole park. Like we went there a bunch when we were kids too, so it was just, it was a fun day. I hadn't been in years.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a theme park person anymore, but it was, God, I can't remember. Six Flags, is that a thing in Canada? Is that a?
I've been to Six Flags in the States.
The States, right? Yeah.
There's not one in Canada. Yeah, the roller coasters. They were whatever. I actually enjoyed them a little more than I thought I would, but it was more the water park. Like I had a really fun time at like going down the water slides and like going in the wave pool, like, and it was such a hot day, so the water park was a big bonus for sure.
I spent a lot of my childhood at water parks in the United States, and it definitely has an appeal for sure. We had some serious wave pools, you know, back in my day, very serious. For a little while, Wisconsin had America's largest water park. It was called Noah's Ark.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was an absolute death trap, but you know.
Yeah, some of those were death traps.
Bobby says we have Canada's Wonderland. Is that a string of theme parks?
That's the one I was talking about.
Ah, got it. Yeah,
that's the one I went to.
Smoky Neptune. I'm just kidding, buddy. Welcome back.
My buddy's a school teacher, and we ran into his students there, man. It's so funny. We're just like, I'm an adult. They called him Mr. K because his last name's Kanamati. And I'm like, oh, my God. They don't know your last name, so they call you Mr. K. I was like, they're literally like an adult, and they don't know your last name. Like kids at school. This is crazy. I had like a full life moment there. He's like, I can't believe we're adults and those were the kids. Like we were those kids at Wonderland 20 years ago. Now they're coming up to you, calling you Mr. K. What the heck? Got some action here.
Guys, look out here. This is a spot. We have a 3-bet from the small blind, button opened with the 9s, and it looks like a call. Just to take a note here as well, they're much deeper stacked than we've seen thus far. 1.2 million for Wu, and Enriquez is 2 million deep now after that action on the flop, pre-flop, excuse me. Now, 7 Jack 5, Arlie. Are you c-betting Ace King with the Ace of Spades here?
Yeah. Yeah, I like continuing and putting the pressure on. I think it's important to. I was thinking for a second there. Yeah, I think it's important to keep telling your story, keep putting your foot on the gas. You got some really good backdoor equity, and you're going to want to continue with your big pairs and stuff too. It sucks when you get called and an 8 peels off, though. That just doesn't help the cause at all. They're going to have those middling type of. They can connect a lot with a board like that.
Yeah, and it's annoying me because when we do see bet with the Ace of Spades here, probably a lot of leeway to barrel turns aggressively. That's an easier way to do it. That's much easier.
Exactly. Yeah, he is loving to see that ace on the river, especially when it goes check, check, and it's an ace of clubs. It's not the scary ace of spades. Oh, wait, he has the ace of spades. So, yeah, it's not anything that he has to worry about. You can just go for some pretty comfortable value here.
Now, I would argue the 9s might have missed a bet here, Arlie. Now, obviously, getting check raised on this turn sucks super hard, but I also don't know if players are really like if you have aces or kings, I don't know if you're allowed to just check jam turn that often. Like it just feels like a very connected turn. If they have the hands that you really don't want them to have here, I wonder if they end up check calling turn regardless for fear of 9-10 is obviously the obvious one, and obviously just a bit of pot control too. But I think that when you have 9s in this spot, 9s specifically, when you're blocking 9-10, I think that there is an opportunity to maybe put in a small bet on the turn for value. As played, though, he is going to let go of the river. And look, it looks like Ace King. It feels like Ace King. It is Ace King in this case.
And he shows that it's Ace King, and he knew it. Yeah, I do think he could have bet the turn, but I think it's one of those spots where it's totally reasonable just to check as well. Most of the time, your opponent isn't going to hit the river, and you are just not inflating a pot that is already big enough 3-bet pre-flop. But yeah, it was one of those spots where a little bit of protection would have gone a long way in this specific case. So there's definitely merit to betting it.
Yeah. And look, it's so easy to say, oh, you should have bet the turn. Don't let him get there. I hate that argument. I hate when Arlie, I know you've seen this before. Everyone's favorite neg on any social media platform is, you should have bet the turn, you let him get there. Oh, just shut up. It's not always appropriate to bet the turn, people.
Yeah. And like some people, the best part is when they're like, you should have bet bigger to make them fold, when it's like, that's actually not how the game works.
Yeah, you turn a straight and you bet like a third pot and you get called and they river a flush and they're like, that's what you get. You should have bet. Stop it. Just behave yourself.
Yeah, that's actually just not the game. You're supposed to try to lure your opponent in, and sometimes they're going to get lucky and win, but most of the time you win, and you just have to accept the times you don't. Not change your whole strategy. Like, that's one thing people don't understand about poker. The strategy that you have will absolutely cause you to lose hands. You will call and lose all your chips. You will punt off and bluff and lose all your chips. And it is for sure the correct right play.
Yeah.
Because if you don't make that play, you'll lose money in the long run. So you just have to accept the losses. You don't change your whole strategy to try to make it so you never lose a hand. You have to lose a lot of hands.
Yeah.
I remember my poker coach saying, if you're not getting your bluffs called at a decent frequency, you're not bluffing anywhere near enough. They're like, if people are never calling when you bluff, that means you're not bluffing anywhere near enough. You actually that means people know you always have value, so they're just never calling. And I'm just like, yeah, you just have to You have to be very balanced in your game. That's what it does.
Absolutely. It's so important. All right, guys. So this is a 15-minute break. This is a natural break. We will rejoin the action for the main event in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. More action from the main event in Manila, APPT, in just a moment. And welcome back to Manila and the APPT Main Event, brought to you by PokerStars and the Okada Manila Hotel and Casino. We're in the Thunderdome, Cove Manila, Southeast Asia's premier indoor beach club and nightclub. And that is a look at the chip counts. Returning to our feature table, we got a new lineup. Alex Chong at the bottom, 6.4 bigs. And up top, Mr. Lim, 93 big blinds. It's Nicholas Walsh on commentary, and joined by me is the one and only Mr. Arlie Shabanimal. How you feeling?
Heyo, I am feeling great, man.
Oh,
feeling great.
Well, that's good. Here it is. Look at this stunning venue, guys. Cannot get over how beautiful this location is, and we've got a very red set. Pocket nines.
It is very red and very beautiful. I'm very jealous.
Pablo Casco has
pocket nines. Bumps it up to 80,000. And pocket queens from Alex Chong here. We see an all-in, nothing left to do with 255,000, but put it in the center. Tan fold.
I can't help but think that this might actually get some action from the nines. 255K. Not that many more big blinds to call. And does call. It's going to be a pretty ugly spot, though. 80-20.
Yeah, makes the call. Not happy about what he sees, but still 5 cards can come save him.
Yep, if you're just joining the action, we are following the APPT Manila, and we are back to 20K, 40K, 40K blinds. And it is Jack 7 King, no help for the Nueves for Pablo.
No help for Pablo at all. Pablo's screaming, give me a 9. If not a 9, give me an 8 or a 10. And the 9 on the turn is exactly what Pablo's looking for. Alex needs the saving grace of a 10 or a queen.
4 spades. And that is elimination. Alex Chong exits in ugly fashion. It's a bad beat for the queens. And RIP, 30 players remain now. Understandable, Arlie, right? Raise call with 9s there feels pretty standard, although unlucky for the queens.
Yeah, definitely. And I have a question for you, Nick. Would that be an example, and I'm trying to learn here, would that be an example of domination rotation, or is that only when this, or is that when it's not pairs like that?
No, I suppose it would be. You'll have to have a meeting of the Council of Jameses to confirm, but I'm pretty sure that would be considered domination rotation. Although I guess, yeah, you're right. More traditionally, it would be Ace King versus Ace 6 or something like that. As Joe and James like to say, domination rotation restoration in the event of the Queen to the 10 on the river.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I would like to read the actual definition from the James and Joe book of definitions and see what they actually mean by that, because we got to be clear. I need to be clear here when I'm stealing their terms. 9-3 gets out of there. We see the 10-4 suited from Jang in the muck. King 5, no more. 9-6, not today. Well, they're on the button. No, not today. Thought about it. Ace 4 in the small blind. Fresh new players at this feature table. 29 left in a field of 1246. Getting down there. All right, off a 1 million stack. We see a raise come in here to 90,000, and Pablo's sitting on 6-4 offsuit. 50,000 more to call. $50,000 more to call. It's pretty crappy cards, but you know what? 50,000 more. There's already 170 in the center. You're sitting there in position.
Yep.
1.3 million stack. Let's see what happens on the flop. That's what you're thinking.
Absolutely, yeah. This is definitely going to be a continue 8-9 queen. And, you know, outside of just being the raw equity ace-4 versus 6-4, plenty of opportunities to turn your hand into a bluff. And on this texture, let's see how it goes. Does Liao decide just to fire flop? Okay. Now, when there's a check on queen 9-8, I think it's hard for Pablo to just make a move right here, right now. I think there's going to be too many no give-ups that are going to check call, perhaps. But on the turn, let's see how we proceed.
Yeah, definitely reasonable to check back the turn if you're Pablo, trying to figure out a little bit more where your opponent's at. There's a lot more time in this hand to make a move with 6-4. You have to remember that we can see his cards, but there's a lot of scenarios here where the initial raiser is going to check a hand here that wants to get called. Because you're pretending, you know? It's not always just, oh, in this hand we can see he has nothing, but now the 6-4 decides it's time. Liao checks twice, and Pablo turns into a non-believer. Puts out 100,000 bet. And Liao does not like that. Ace-4 has nothing on this board, no type of draw, no equity. Did have a winning hand, but not enough confidence in that to put in any more chips, and makes the fold. Nice hand by the big blind. That's why you want to defend with 6-4.
Yeah, nice spots. And
very nice indeed.
We have just ticked down to 29, guys. First place in this event, if you just joined us, is going to be around 256,000 US dollars or 14.8 million Filipino pesos. But at 29, everyone's guaranteed 5.5K at the moment. 27th place is the next pay jump.
So one of my other good friends that I went to high school with, it was his birthday 2 days ago. And I went out with him last night and had a couple drinks, had some fun, came home and made up a feast. And as I was just about to make it, just about to eat it, I'd put together like literally mashed potatoes, corn, ground beef, cheese, garlic, onions. Like I made a feast like late at like 2 a.m. or something. I put it all in a bowl, just literally getting ready to walk it over and eat it. And I dropped a glass from my countertop and it shattered, and glass went glass went near enough to the bowl that I couldn't risk eating it. I was like, did it go in the bowl? I don't think it went in the bowl, but like I can't risk it because it shattered beside the bowl. Yeah. And I'm just like, and I was just like, this is devastating, bro. I cooked mashed potatoes. Like it wasn't like a 3-minute meal I whipped together. This was like a whole took like 40 minutes for everything to come together, and I'm like, no. So I just had to not eat it. I ate some of the scraps, like mashed potatoes. I had like some of the leftover stuff that didn't go in the big plate, but there wasn't like, my whole food was ruined, bro. It was devastating.
Oh man, that is rough. That stuff terrifies me, and it should, right? You know, it's kind of like why they say no glass by the pool, right? Because as soon as you break something next to the pool, you're like, all right, drain it all.
Yeah. Oh, you want to hear a funny story? Actually, you'll appreciate this on so many levels. You actually will. So when I was in the Big Brother house, me and John Party, we had a night where we were allowed drinks. They gave us drinks very infrequently. But there was one of the first nights where they just let us actually drink, and we were like getting a good buzz on, and we were all sitting around in a circle in the backyard, and John had a beer in his hand in a cup, and I decided to, in like a glass, and I decided to throw my folded beer cap into his cup from like 20 feet or like 10 feet, like across the room, and it went into his cup, and it was the sickest shot ever. But it chipped the glass of his cup a little bit.
Oh.
And he was so annoyed. But he was still going to drink it because we had restricted restricted booze. And he only had, that was like his second last drink he could have all night, you know? And he was like, it was like 3/4 full, but then there was a little glass in it. And he literally tried to drink it. And they like Big Brother called him, stopped him from doing it, and then they personally gave him one extra beer just because he was so upset that I ruined that with a sick 10-foot shot.
This was John Party.
Yeah, John
amazing,
Party.
amazing.
Yeah. He tried to drink it with broken glass in it. Like he just wanted the beer so bad.
That's amazing. I know what John is like as well. He's a legend for the. He's a legend.
He's going to drink that beer.
He was no, 100%. But he's also a legend for the content as well. And I know he would have played up to that for like super hard as well, right? Like we were shooting this thing in Vegas when I was assisting in filming the Punter's Pad, and he did this bit with one of the other players in the house, and he lost his mind. I'm not joking. Like, the idea was we were all going to go to a store, and your opponents are going to pick out what you're going to wear to the UFC fight because they're all being sent to the UFC. And we went to Hot Topic, and they bought him like a kilt, like a pink kilt, and they bought him like jewelry, and like he had like bunny ears to wear and everything like that. And when we presented the clothes to him, he lost his mind, and it was like all on camera. And then as soon as the cameras go off, he goes, "Was that good? Was that a good sell? Was that a good sell, eh?" And I was like, "Yeah, that was a good sell." He's like, "All right, nice one." He dapped up everyone, and that was the end. And I was like, here's a guy. He's a showman. If nothing else, John Party's a showman.
That is awesome.
Now, if he could become a poker player, that'd be pretty cool, too.
Ayo.
Ayo. Just kidding, John.
What a guy. Mateo here with the pocket tens. Flicks in 140,000. And the big blind, Ryan 10 says, "No more." Folds the 3-4 offsuit, and we're on to the next hand. You had some John Party coverage during the WSOP. Hey, Tom, that's funny. Yeah, he's entertaining. It's definitely good to get him on camera. That's for sure.
That was so loaded. He is entertaining, to say the least.
Entertaining. I can see why he does this for a living and was on reality TV.
No, I love John Party. I don't know if you guys ever caught that, but the content that we were making involved players playing in WSOP, etc. And the house that was rented had a mini golf like putt course in the backyard, and a pool, and it was really nice. And I had this idea that we would get them to play golf, but instead of having putters, we would give them various household
That's funny.
utensils. So one was a shovel, one was a broom, one was a pool cue. And when we presented them, they had to sort of flip for who would pick first and blah, blah, blah. And John, I think, ultimately won it with a shovel. It was pretty cool. He actually made some insane putts, by the way. It was super cool.
Me and John road tripped across half of Canada and stopped at every mini golf course along the way, and we would gamble on it.
That's my life, man. I have been a mini golf fan forever.
Thing.
I love it.
Yeah, no, like me and John, we lived in Newfoundland for a summer, and we went to his home mini golf course. Honestly, we would just sit and play it like 3 times in a row. We went there. We were addicted to gambling on it, and it's like I whooped him on that. But I will say he beat me on the road trip across Canada. We stopped at like everyone. We were literally like GPSing them the whole trip so we could stop at mini golf.
Amazing
place. It's like,
yeah. I was
just to gamble though. We are literally just gambling. Like we it's in our blood.
a bunch of my German friends who moved to Brighton because for poker reasons, they were coming here because they wanted to live in the United Kingdom, play poker here, blah blah blah. They were into that as well, and I got them into the gambling side of things. We got one mini golf course here on the seafront that's really good for that. And I think maybe one of our last outings, there was like at least 1,000 pounds on the line. It was huge. It was sick. But unfortunately, they've all moved on to greener pastures, it would seem. So now our annual gamble golf course trip is off. So I got to find some
fun
new
stuff, man. That's good stuff.
It's just really hard to convince you know, random people that don't play poker to put hundreds of pounds on the line over mini golf. And what the hell?
Yeah. I can't do that with my non-poker friends.
Hey, there's the APPT cap looking good. Oh, they're just doing it right out there. I like the style, and there's a lot of red. I know red is a lucky color in Asia.
That is nice. I might need to get my hands on one of those.
Yeah,
damn.
Nice little trucker hat there, looking good.
Yeah. I've been rocking hats a little bit this summer, and I haven't worn hats in honestly like 10 years. But I've been wearing them a bit this summer, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll just rock hats. And they were PokerStars hats. I have like 30 of them probably. I got a good collection of PokerStars hats. Queen Jack here from Liao. Decides to let it go. Pablo over there with the 4 deuce. Mateo, the hijack, ace 6. What are you thinking, Mateo? You're going to get crazy with it? You're going to flex on this table?
2.7 mil.
Yeah, with that big stack?
Oh, Arlie, you're going to love this. Tom just sent me this. This is something. I'm going to send it to you now. One sec. This was John Party's avatar at the WSOP.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I can put it in the chat actually. One sec, guys.
What a guy.
Get you a little tiny pick link.
What a guy. Small blind looking at Jack 6. And says, yeah, that is definitely good enough. I'm going to make it 80. And what a time to do it when the big blind looks down at 7 deuce offsuit. On to the next hand. Nick, are you allergic to anything?
I'm allergic to being banned in my own chat room. What the hell is going on here?
I got him. We got him, guys.
No, I'm not allergic to anything.
Well, if you had have asked me if I was allergic to anything, I would have said no until literally this week. I got an allergy at 36 years old. How weird is that?
What's your allergy, Arlie?
It's so annoying because it's pretty much they may as well have just said life, because my allergy is grass pollen, which apparently just lives in the air for 4 months. Like, I live in downtown Toronto, near like the least amount of grass you could possibly be near, and it's been attacking me, bro. It's crazy. And it just developed. I never had this my whole life.
It's weird how that happens.
I just got a test done literally a few days ago. So the last few months it's been messing me up, but like I just got an official test done to figure out what it is. And it's like, yeah, my arm, they did that thing where they prick your arm.
It's called the prick test, isn't it? Yeah. I think you just need to go like roll in a hay bale.
Pretty much. I would just, man, without the medication now, it's crazy. Your body's just under attack nonstop. It's just your nose and your eyes. Just those two, though. It's nothing else. Just your nose and your eyes. But those are important things on your body.
Amazing. Yeah, that's.
Oh, we got some action here, actually.
We do have a spot. Ace King in the small blind.
They're going to want to make this call. They are thinking. And we see a fold.
All right. All right, so we're spinning, guys. King Queen decided to run it. And it is a hey, Arlie, you know what this is called?
I think I do. Domination Station.
and Jack 9 Trey on the flop. So a 10 ball is working in favor of the King Queen.
Yep. 10 ball. Queen ball. That's what Jang is hoping for. Or else they're out of here.
And 8 of hearts, no help. Ace King.
No help at all. Lim, very happy about what he's seen so far. Needs to dodge one last card, 18%, and it is the 10 for the Stone Cold Nuts.
Drills it.
Super straight.
The super straight. Yeah, little smile there. I would be happy too. That's a fantastic outcome for the King Queen.
Yeah.
Gets it in pretty far behind.
10 on the river. In this moment, Lim is thinking, why does there have to be 5 cards in poker?
Yeah, unfortunate there. 28 big blinds, 23 blinds. 28 players remain. I'm sure there's more than 28 big blinds in play. We are at 28, guys. I think I mentioned just a moment ago, but we are looking for the next page up at 23. There was, there was a page up at 27, 6.4K, 370,000 pesos. Let's go.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, we're getting to the business end now, guys. 28 players left. The idea is we're going to try and play to 9 today, but I can tell you right now, seems unlikely given the number of players remaining. And Arlie is joining us today. Are you joining Spraggy tomorrow by any chance, Arlie? Have we discussed that? I think you might have some other people lined up.
I am not tomorrow, no.
Okay. So it'll be Spraggy taking us home tomorrow. And he'll have to...
Spragathor.
Yeah. Spraggleton is going to handle the conclusion of this event. This is
nice.
This is a strong look. You got the yellow hoodie and the yellow shades. The yellow, like, rim shades, looking good.
Not messing around with that look.
It was intentional. Cutoff. Oliver has 1.9 million. He'd like to see Queen 10 played here.
Yeah, it's going to toss in a little raise. Up to 80.
Nine, 7 of spades on the button. Does feel somewhat playable. I would say you can probably get away with some sneaky stuff here too if you want to be spicy in the 3-bet category. Decides to fold.
Relinquishes the hand.
And small blind, 6 tray off, no, in the bin. Big blind, 8 deuce off, no, in the bin.
Fold, fold.
Oh, there was a 3-bet from the 9-7 of spades, excuse me.
Yeah, that actually confused me as well. I think it just snuck to the next guy folding quick.
I got it, yep. So, yeah, gave the whole speech about a 3-bet, then missed it. Nice work. Lovely. Yeah, I like it a lot there. Beautiful stuff. Young take Lim. So your first child's going to be called Lycan. What's your second child going to be called?
Jin.
Jin.
I guess that's what came out. I just let the word flow out, you know.
is Jin with a J or Jin with a G? Is it the demon? Is it the demon or is it the alcohol?
It was the alcohol.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah, I don't know why that came out. I did do a shot of gin at the wedding.
That's funny. That's funny. I like that, you know, Arlie just allows you know, the universe to flow through him and just kind of runs with whatever comes to his mind. That's great.
Yeah, that was, I didn't even know it was going to be Jin when I started the J sound. I just went J, and then Jin came out. All right, Pocket Kings here from Jang.
Jang has kings. Let's start with the open.
Kangs!
Kangs for the Jang. Oh, aces for the Lim.
Wow. Lim's got a big stack covering Jang as well, and Jang is going to be very happy until they aren't. When you see all the chips getting in there, when you have kings and you're deep in a spot like this, oh, you've just been so patient, and that's all you want. But the one hand you don't want to see is what Jang is going to run into this time. Everyone else picking up napkins, folding them.
Yep, nightmare spot here for Jang. Does have a lot of big blinds to punt here as well, which is very understandable with a hand like Kings.
Thankfully, and this is just going to be a minor consolation unless something miraculous happens, they did get the ladder at least.
In my poker tour, Arlie, aces versus kings is a chop pot. We're just not going to allow it. Ace king versus kings, not going to allow that either. Every other hand is on the table, but if we find ourselves in this matchup and it goes in pre-flop, the dealer chops the pot, we continue, and everyone is a happy bunny.
I like it. I like it. He's even got the suits covered, which is just a slap in the face.
Oh, so it was a snap, and he wheeled those cards in there.
Real quick. Beat him in the pot.
Beat him in the pot. And look, okay, actually, I would say this is probably good manners, you know, not messing around, just table the hand. But it doesn't numb the pain somehow. And if you recall as well, it was the king-queen, the saving grace, but now at risk here with the kings. Jang with the Kangs. Tray 8 deuce, no help for the kings right now.
No help. Only thing that can help is a king. Two outs for Jang. Tournament life on the line. Queen of spades will not do it. One card to come.
There's only two left. Is it a king or is it an elimination? 8 of diamonds, and Youngjun Jang, excuse me, is eliminated.
That's all she wrote. Can't do much else though. You're, like I said, really, really happy when you see the all-in in front of you, and then as soon as the aces get flipped over, your heart drops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Final table. 100% you final. How much you have?
Puts us down to 26 left.
Yeah, 26. And unfortunately, it's a classic cooler. There's not much you can do there. You're pretty much supposed to go bust every time. That's a nice clean stack. Look at those colors as well, Arlie. I love it. As a colorblind individual, this accessibility suits me well.
Those are nice. Those are nice, rich colors.
They look like great chips too. They look nice and heavy. I love a heavy chip.
Yeah, they do look like that. Lirio, ace queen off here. Pops in 80K. Lim with his newfound 4.4 million chip stack sits this one out. Says, we'll let some of the other peasants fight for chips.
Yeah, we are seeing more of those blue chips cropping up now, guys. Just a reminder, the blue chips are 100K a piece.
The almighty blue chips.
Christopher Mateo, I can't recall who was calling it out, but they said Mateo's one to watch. Got kind of a wild side.
Okay, all right.
And I'm here for it.
Yes. When we just had that little 15-minute break, I saw all my food on the counter though from last night because I just left it there out of anger and disgust. And I was like, oh, that would have been such a good meal. I was still peeking, like, is there glass in there? But no. It is toast. I guess that's what I get for making drunk mashed potatoes at 2 in the morning, though.
Drunk mashed potatoes. That's the name of your new autobiography.
Buddy, that, you know what, is a very consistent theme throughout my life. Drunk mashed potatoes. Back in university, I would make junk mashed potatoes, 3 different types of cheeses. Just like, oh, yeah, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Arlie Shaban presents drunk mashed potatoes. Ace Queen under the gun with the T in the middle.
Lim's like, I took a hand off. I'm ready to take more chips.
I think it's for me. He wants to give up the 80K.
Now, does Pablo want to enter the pot here with the 5s? These guys are fairly deep stacked.
Pablo having a little think. Would be very reasonable for them to make the call, which is they do.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeedy.
Christopher Mateo has 10-9 offsuits. I'm assuming this is going to be in the bin, but if the news on the vine is to be considered.
Might be considering.
Okay.
He sees the big stack raising, a little guy flatten.
Mateo by name, Mateo by nature. Let's go crazy.
Yeah, the 10-9 off. He's like, you know what? I got this 2.6 million. Let's put it to work. Let's let this big stack know he can't be taking these blinds when I'm the button. These are my blinds to take. There's always dynamics like that go on the table too, where it's just like, yeah, you want to play back, you want to pressure, but he can't pull the trigger. He took his time thinking, sitting, waiting. Nope,
Yeah,
nope, couldn't do it.
That's interesting. I don't know if that's a bit of a tell. If I was at the table and I watched a guy do that, I'm going, this guy is desperate to make a move here. He's going to pause and think about it for that long, and then he doesn't have a hand. Uh-oh. Alarm bells.
That's awesome.
Big blind actually might sneak in here. 5 tray of diamonds. We are getting into the territory where going multi-way with 5-3 is a little bit dangerous from the big blind because, you know, we're going to get flush over flush sometimes, but has a good price. I think it's probably fair, and that's actually a great start for the 5 tray.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those spots where you're deep enough where when you do connect with these type of draws, the exact type of stuff you want to hit with 5-3 is the deuce 4, like the open ender or the actual straight. Like when you do connect, you have a deep enough stack where you can really do some damage, and then it's so cheap. Just one extra blind to put in when there was already about 7 in there or so with the raise and flat.
Yeah. So now an opportunity to potentially lead with the 5 tray, and I like this. Like this a lot. It's so hard for either opponent in position here to not bet a king on this board. It just feels so natural. Yes. It's also very hard for them not to bet a flush draw in some cases as well. So we're just going to have a bunch of give-ups on our hands here. And the best way to have a lead that is a draw is in the circumstances where you have tons of fold equity, and I think this is a good example of that. So far, Mr. Lim is not willing to relinquish yet, has played ace-queen slow on the flop, and therefore understands that his opponent will have hands like this, will have flush draws, will have straight draws. Potentially, ace-queen might be 2 overcards to a pair of 4s or something like that as well. And going to the river is the 3. So
he does get there with the 3. He gets
there. Yeah, you got there, Phil. Does Oliver go again? A blocker bet here would be really interesting, Arlie, because it does feel like exactly the spot where we're kind of quasi value betting with a tray. It feels like our opponent has ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, and why not? So 460 in the middle goes for 210. That's not a blocker bet. That's about half pot.
Yeah, I was going to say that looked like a pretty big bet, so he could get called now because it's.
I don't hate it at all. I think a blocker bet is an option, but I do also think that this is a spot where some ace combos can get brave and still call. Yeah, beautiful, lovely stuff.
He does.
Yeah,
I would have preferred the smaller bet too, to be honest. But yeah, he picked off a bigger sizing that worked for him.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because if we size down, it looks like we have exactly what we have, right? But if we size up, it looks like we can still have bluffs with clubs or straight draws that missed or whatever. So it's an interesting quandary, and I think that in this case he found a nice size to get paid with a tray on the river is just so nice.
Yeah, that was a good hand for sure. Even just like his turn sizing, I felt like could have been a little bit bigger too. It was so small, it was like enticing. Even Ace Queen was like, all right, I'm going to stick around. And with how deep they were and it being the paired board, I was like, okay, you want them to fold with your draws and you want to get more value with your trips. What story is he telling? But you know what? He won the hand. Like sometimes, and then revisionist history, I'm like, I guess like his line does make sense too. You know?
Yeah,
you can just play hands different ways.
Yeah, I probably would have done. I probably would have won exactly the same amount of chips because I would have sized up the turn and then sized down the river.
yeah. That's how I looked at it for sure.
Yeah, I think trying to get more fold equity on the turn is probably what we want to do. But that was a nice hand anyway, regardless. And on to the next one. 25 players left, guys.
On to the next. 10 here. You look down on the button. You really want to be able to make a little raise when it folds to you, but 7-4 offsuit was not going to be enough for the short stack to want to put any chips in. It's always a little harder too when you're short and the blinds are bigger than you by quite a substantial amount. You're just like, these aren't the guys I can really be stealing from. All right, so we see a limp and a check. No raise here. Just a friendly game, a limp pot.
Yeah, advantage Lero. Interesting that Lim is not. Oh, sorry, it's the Queen 10 out of position. Excuse me. I was going to say I thought the 9-6 was in the small blind and would have taken a stab.
Lim just accepted defeat there.
Yeah, and I don't completely hate it from the 9-6. I mean, when your opponent is checking Ace King 7, they're going to have showdown.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do, like, there are times where you actually just can kind of suss what's going on and be like, okay, like, well, what am I going to do? He knows there's so much of my range that's constructed with this two low cards that are garbage that he just has to call. Even with his queen high, it's profitable to just make the call there. So you just can't give up sometimes. It's rare. It's really rare when
I mean,
that's one of the scenarios.
We coach ourselves to be aggressive and to try and take every spot and every edge, but sometimes you just gotta go. It's not a hand. It's not a hand. It's okay.
Sometimes you'll lose more. Like sometimes the spot is to just minimize your loss. Like you're like, okay, like if I bet here in the long run, I'm for sure losing more than if I fold, but folding is obviously still a losing play. You just got to do it.
Pocket eights for Tan. By the way, guys, fun fact, Tan is actually yellow in Filipino. That's not true. I just made that up because he's wearing yellow. But
I believed it. Hook, line, and sinker, bro.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I was all in on that. All right, Tan finally does pick up a little hand, though. Pocket eights. They have a million stack.
Mr. Evil One on Twitch chat says, I believed it. I should have run with it a bit longer. Maybe I could have milked that one for longer. I should look up what it actually means. What does tan mean in Philippines? In the Philippines, tan typically refers to a surname of Chinese Filipino origin derived from the Hokkien language. It can also be used as a shortened form of tax deduction and collection account number. There you go. That is a real fun fact, guys.
Learning and having fun at the exact same time. That's what we're doing here on the PokerStars channel.
Additionally, in Tagalog, tanga is a slang word meaning stupid or foolish. Now, that's not how we're going to refer to Mr. Tan. All respect to Mr. Tan. But we got to continue with the fun fact regardless. Filipino is not a language. You're quite right, Rose. Sorry, I meant to say 10 up. Oh, jeez. Tagalog. What was it? That is what I meant to say.
All right, Tan's all in. Tan says, I got 8s. You're going to 3-bet me? Let's dance.
Tagalog.
It's actually...
Tagalog is the word. Tagalog. Tagalo. Thank you, Rose, for keeping us honest. I appreciate you. All in to call for the ace-5 of clubs.
It's just 590 more to call.
Yeah, forgive my ignorance, guys. Tagalog, but Filipino is the formal name for the standardized version of Tagalog. There you go. Sorry, I don't take it back, Rose. You're banned.
No correcting, Nick, if
I'm
the
joking.
correction is not correct.
I'm joking.
So we got a thinker here from Leo.
Oh, yeah, and it's a fold. Pocket eights.
No.
Gets it done.
No. Says not today, not today.
King. 7 Kings? 3 out. I told you 3 out.
Ace high. Ace high.
I told you. Told you 3 out.
3 outs.
Bimbo.
7 deuce, never lose.
7 deuce, never lose.
3 outs.
3 outs.
5-4 of clubs under the gun. I want Christopher Mateo to play it because it's pretty, but he's not going to do it. Let's it go there as well in the hijack. Oliver, 2.5 million to start. I would probably assume we're going to open this one early.
Yes, most definitely.
You have too much chips. You can sleep 12 hours na ganun.
Ba't ang dami mong stock? Wala ka pang bakanan.
19 diamond.
See a king, jack in the small blind.
6, 7, 8, dalawang diamante.
Sitting off 570.
Raise siya pre-flop. 3 bet ako.
Tempting just to go all in here. And we do see an all in. Oh, and we see pocket 6s in the big blind. Pablo's not going to love this spot here with Lirio behind as well. He knows he's going to be doing decent against Liao's jamming range. But it's the issue of there being a third man in the pot that really makes this hand hit the muck. And this is the beauty of poker, because Liao's all in with a worse hand than Lirio. But how would Lirio ever know that if they make the call, they will be ahead? Does make the fold. That's the fold you're supposed to make.
Nice, Justin. Oh my God, Justin.
Because he did not see through his cards and know that King Jack was slightly behind.
3 outs. Go ahead.
Last few jams are getting through, though. Short stacks are chipping up a little bit. And the chips move around the table. So yeah, last night when I went out for drinks with my buddy, we were on the 38th floor of this this restaurant in Toronto, and it was like one of those spots where it's just a sick view of the whole city on all sides, and all it was hot girls in dresses going to the windows and taking pictures all night, like literally we were joking around about it with the waitress because we're like, wow, like it's just a photo shoot up here. Like when you're walking to the bathroom, there was literally like rows of like 3 or 4 girls you're walking past every time taking pictures at windows, different girls, and you're like, this is crazy. They just come up here for a photo shoot. Like I can't believe how long. And they laugh. They're like, honestly, people will come here. Well, a group of like 5 people order like one dish, and then all of them will quickly just do pictures and leave. I'm like, this is so funny. Like it's just like so random.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, and Kings gets no action here. Queen 10 suited might have come along there in a different universe, but decides against it. So you jumped up, of course, Arlie, and you were like, I'll take those pictures, guys. No problem. Can I?
I was a professional photographer for the night.
Yeah.
That's what I told everyone. Yeah, that hat is nice, though. I like it.
There's a look at our set as well. Honestly, stunning venue again. I just have to say, I'm not being paid to say this, by the way, guys. I just actually think it's lovely, and I would argue also an upgrade from last year. We're in the Thunderdome. We're playing for a ton of cash. First place, $255,000 US. 25 players left. It's getting close now, Arlie, and we have 8-3 off under the gun.
Ariel folds the 8-3. Lim, not going to like what he sees with the queen deuce. More folds. We get around to the button here. All right, and Pablo bumps it up to 80, and Tan deciding here in the big line with 8-5. Do they want to defend? Hard to know you're ahead with the 8-5, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does feel like the absolute bottom of the barrel just folds. Fair enough. On to the next one. Somebody announced raise. We're not in a pot. Not sure if that's binding.
Should be.
Should be. If you've ever said all in ever in your life.
The next time you get cards, yeah.
Force all in. Folds round 2. The hijack, queen 9 offsuits.
Hits the muck.
Cool customer. Does Pablo want to sneak in a steal with the queen tray? Very disciplined. Lets it go. Christopher Mateo is going to open the button, though, like this. 5-4 offsuit. Definitely out of range. And this is probably why.
Yeah.
No, I think it's cool to play outside the box here a little bit, but running into kings is not going to be an ideal outcome here. Now, 1.3 million. I'm expecting this to be like 400K, 350. 350 it is.
350 and a quick fold. Shows the kings.
Show one, show all. Show one, show all dealer. He knows the rules.
Show one, show all. Kings take it down.
Tan the yellow. The yellow poker player wearing all yellow, yellow shades matching. It's a fresh look.
Fresh to death.
Fresh to death, wearing all yellow. And that will get it done. So 25 still, guys. All players guaranteed 6.4K. Next page up is at 23. I don't think anyone's too concerned about that just yet. Really need to be looking at the big picture here, going for the gold. Tom says, looks like green to me. Don't give me this complex again. I know I'm colorblind, Tom. Is that really like a lime green, Arlie? Are you colorblind too?
It looks green to me too.
Oh, no.
I didn't want to say anything again.
You're being a jerk by not being a jerk, Arlie. I mean, I hate it.
So is the button that she presses? What color? You tell me what color the button she presses. That's what I want to know. What your eyes see. That will help.
Okay, John says tennis ball yellow, but I think John might be colorblind too, so I don't know.
John, you're colorblind. I'm sorry that you had to find out like this.
Schnauzer says
it could
approaching.
just be that.
Sorry,
we could all be watching it on different tints too. You know, that's genuinely possible.
Schnauzer says approaching 13 hours in the chair as this thing started at noon today. Are you in this event, Schnauzer? Are you actually in the main still? There's a look at our chip counts, guys. We got Young, Take, Lim up top, 97 big blinds. Sun Liao at the bottom with 16 bigs, but all to play for. 25 left. We're getting really close to the final few tables, and first place, $255,000 US, or the Filipino peso equivalent. Okay, it's lime green. To be fair, also the monitor I'm looking at it is old, so there's probably some. Let me pull it over here really quick.
Yeah, it could definitely be monitor.
Definitely not user error. No, still looks yellow to me.
What about that button right there?
Oh, the button is green.
Okay.
Yeah, like.
To me, it's a different shade of green than the chips, but they're both pretty green to me.
Yeah.
Just a different shade.
Fair enough.
But so the chips are what, like dark blue or light blue to you?
The chips look dark blue to me.
Okay.
Is that like
light blue?
Is that like a baby blue for you?
To me, they're like they would be light blue if they were any blue, but I just see them as green. I couldn't see them as dark blue though. Dark blue is interesting.
Well, maybe not dark blue. Maybe like just a deep. I don't know. I guess I'm probably overexcited about the fact that I can actually see the difference in the chips, which is rare for me. Yeah. But yeah, no. Tom is asking what color is the table. Definitely red. I can see red. I can avoid danger. Schnauzer says, these guys are playing 13 hours. I was busy spewing it in the mystery bounty Saturday when it started. Fair enough. Try to spew it less. Have you considered running better, Schnauzer? Try that.
Tan here opens the 9-5 and is now faced with a very small 3-bet, by the way. 3-bet to 160, so it was min raise and then a very small 3-bet.
Smoky Neptune says, Nick, what color is the UG? That is definitely ban-worthy. You're out, mate. That's you're gone forever. Perma-ban. Don't draw that to my attention ever again. I will never forgive you.
In YouTube chat, they're asking about how much time is left on the commentary. Do we know, or is it a little up in the air?
So we have more runners than anticipated, guys. So I'm going to leave it up to production to nail down the exact time, but I believe we've got about another hour 30 on the clock. So I don't think we're so many players that they're adding levels. So I think we just play out till, yeah, probably about another maybe 2 levels or so.
A couple levels there, Pascal. A couple levels, buddy.
But of course,
happy
fear
Sunday,
not.
Fade.
Yeah, happy Sunday. Fear not, guys. There is more commentary coming your way tomorrow. Spraggy is going to anchor more coverage from the APPT. That will be from however many players we have at the end of today's date down to a winner. I believe we're starting at Final 6, if I'm not mistaken.
You'll be in good hands, ladies and gentlemen. Spraggy hands. Just picture like a skeleton's hands, though you'll be in long, lanky fingers. He'll take good care of you, don't worry. King, queen, suited. Liao. Looks like he said the words, and he did. His chips are in the center.
Yeah.
Small blind jams over a button raise.
This is Nick Walsh approved. I like this.
Yes, definitely the best way to play this spot. And guys, if you're not jamming these suited connecting hands, your small pairs, all that, under 20 bigs, even higher, but definitely under 20 bigs over button raises, you're missing out on so much. That's like it. Yeah, makes the call.
It's gonna get a spin.
Yeah, it turns out to technically be the correct call. It's pretty loose.
I would say this is loosey-goosey, but it is correct, yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely like, that's like 13, 14 blinds. Definitely a loose call. But somehow, some way, sniffed out that the king high was here.
Yeah, king queen is the nuts here. This is the Spraggy anyway. No chance. I don't think he got the memo over there in Manila.
Yeah.
Oh, no maybe memo. He did. 5 trade 10, A7 holding for now. Thomas Suter in the chat says Spraggy always wins. Deuce of Hearts. You should tell him that. I don't think he's aware. And the river is 6 of Hearts. Nice hold for the A7. That's an elimination. Sun Lao there, actually, I think making the correct play. And, yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Did you like how I kept calling him Liao because I'm really good at pronouncing names?
You're probably right, and I'm probably wrong. So
no. There's no way I'm right, bro.
Man, you are a joke. What this is the time you pick to speak up all of a sudden?
When I mess up.
Stay in your box.
See, no, I call out when I mess up. That's exactly the play. Liao is so funny because I literally don't know how to pronounce words. When I see other languages, I don't understand how other languages use their vowels and consonants. Like, you know how we have all our... I just don't know it in other languages, and I just use ours still. And it's like they never translate properly to Asian. Definitely not to Asian.
Perfect.
I'm lost. When I'm looking at these names today, I'm like, my God, I'm just going to start calling them small blind and big blind.
Yeah, you can cheat that way. All right, guys, if I'm not mistaken, we're headed to a 10-minute table balancing break.
Cool.
We'll be back with you in just a moment. Stick around. More action from Manila 2025 main event in just a moment. Welcome back to Manila and the APPT Main Event, brought to you by PokerStars and the Okada Manila Hotel and Casino. Nicholas Walsh and Arlie Shaban on the mics, bringing you more action from the FT penultimate day. FT meaning feature table in this case, not final table. We are in the Cove Manila, Southeast Asia's premier indoor beach club and nightclub, spanning an enormous 9,000 square meters under a 30-meter tall glass dome. We're in the Thunderdome, Arlie. How you feeling?
I am feeling great, man. It's a beautiful spot. I keep thinking that when I see the room on break, man. Like,
yeah,
we're going next year. Let's do it.
We're going. It's absolutely stunning. I'm very jealous. I would love to be there playing cards with these guys. Looks like a fantastic tour. Shout out to Okada and PokerStars for putting this up here today. If you've just joined us, we're playing for a first place prize of around $255,000 US, or 14.8 million Filipino pesos.
14.8 is such a big number. Kings, number. More kings, man.
More kings.
There's a lot of kings. Justin Ong.
24 players left, and Justin Ong is going to put in a raise. 90K to go. Ace-10 just folds, no action. Still players behind, though.
Lirio in hijack, looking down at Queen 10. Getting chips. Get some calling chips. Over to the small blind now. We see pocket sixes for Pablo. All right, there's some hands in the mix right now. What do sixes want to do here?
Yeah.
Pablo sitting on 1.4 million.
Pablo has been very disciplined thus far. We haven't seen him getting too out of line pre-flop. It is interesting to see a cold call here from the sixes. I do think this is a little bit outside the box. But nine's in the big blind, yeah. I mean, should be an easy call now. Very trivial.
Yeah, just a big family pot, 3 pairs, and a random Queen 10. Justin Ong in a very good spot. But with so many cards out there, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a nightmare spot, really, if you think about it. Never mind, top set, easy game.
Wow. Open ender for Lirio. There is a little bit of vulnerability, but it does look like we have potential for a really big pot here. Justin.
Oh, Justin, please stop it. Don't do it to yourself, buddy. And the cameraman almost falls out of his chair. The cameraman had to come to his assistance there.
Top set, stands up, takes off his glasses, almost falls out of his chair. I wonder if he has the stone cold nuts here.
And I guess I'll bet. I'm not sure what flop I was looking for, but this is it. Yeah, I'm going to bet.
Just put out a small little C-bet here, guys.
Yeah, he's going to get action from the Queen 10 at least, I think.
Absolutely. Mateo blocking some of the outs that Lirio is looking for.
And I think Lirio he's got a bit of a grin on his face. I think he's not buying the Hollywood either.
Thankfully, he knows that it's one of those situations where he is not going to be ahead until he hits.
Exactly right. And this could be... oh, my
Already.
God. No. Do you have any blues? Oh, my goodness. 5 of hearts on the turn. That is actually helpful for the Queen 10. Does pick up a flush draw.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I am here for this.
Yeah, this is great. Metaphorically licking his chops. Slows down big time. Lirio's going to like seeing this.
Yeah, and it's not the most ridiculous bet on the turn from the Queen 10. You can imagine getting some ace-highs to fold once in a while. Maybe some Jack X.
At this point, you only have Queen High, and you know you're either going to need to get a fold or connect with the river. So he goes for a very small bet of 120K.
I love this, though, honestly, Arlie. I feel like the energy is sort of like, oh, I'm gonna bluff this turn. I'm gonna rep a flush, whatever. But I think the small bet is very effective in getting, just the no hands to fold, and you still have significant equity if they do call with a jack or whatever. Four of spades, no help.
No help. And Justin just calls too. It's actually quite a strange hand.
Justin asking the dealer, was that the four of spades? I actually don't want to misspeak here. I don't know if he's actually perhaps partially impaired in the vision category. I don't want to insult Mr. Ong.
Or he's just playing it up the rest of this hand because he realizes the beginning of the hand.
It could go either way. And actually, as somebody who is colorblind, I do sincerely have to ask the dealer from time to time exactly how much is in the pot, exactly how much is in someone's stack. So no shade, but there's a bet. And a quick call. Top set's good. Yeah, he was concerned about the hearts, which is understandable.
Definitely concerned about the hearts, but maybe a little bit too concerned. But either way, he squeaked out extra value out of Queen 10. And the bluff on the river by Lirio, though, again, really small. Doesn't really make sense to put in a super small bet on the turn and then another one on the river. If you're going to bet that river, it's got to be a bigger sizing. But that's fine either way. It just didn't work. You're going to want to go at least half pot there.
Yeah, if you're gonna set up the small bet, I think you can continue telling the story. Absolutely.
Story wouldn't have worked this specific hand, but in general, that the small bet on the turn, it's got to be at least 50% on the river, and then your story will have a little bit more sense to it. And
yeah, a little bit more.
There's no real value. There's no value that wants to go that small. I used to really go for small river bets so much, and it was one thing my coach has picked out of me, and they were exactly just saying, like, you actually just can't do them. They're not balanced, and they don't make sense because your value should always be way bigger, so your bluffs normally tend to be the ones that are smaller, and then they get picked off. So if you're not going to balance the small ones, which, again, doesn't make as much sense, you should just be doing it 50% plus. Ace 5 off for Ricky. Ryan. I thought Ricky Tan from the Rush Hour movies. So his last name Tan, and my brain keeps going Ricky Tan.
Ricky Tan, as we know, Filipino for yellow tan.
Yes, exactly. Because he is wearing.
It's not a funny joke, but it's funny to me, Chad. I apologize. Tan is just not. We've already confirmed tan is not yellow in Filipino, which might also otherwise be known as Tagalog. King 6 on the button.
King 6 on the button puts in a little raise, and we see Queen 8 of hearts from Mateo in the small blind. And Jano Alvarez in the YouTube chat says Justin Ong's on a heater and just won the Red Dragon 3 days ago.
Oh.
Cool, Jano.
Love it.
Very cool. And that was a 3-bet to 250,000. Justin Ong lets go the Queen 3 of clubs. King 6 offsuit is not the hand that's going to be defending there. They also fold. So Mateo definitely always looking pretty ready and willing to get in the mix there. "23 players remain."
That's right, 23 players left. Probably about another hour of play, guys, in today's coverage. Fear not, though, more tomorrow from Spraggy.
Lim with his wall of chips. Puts out a raise with Queen Jack. Lock Chan gets out of there. Pablo makes the fold. We're over to the button here. King 7 offsuit from Mateo. Doesn't want any of it. Mateo's always itching to do something, but you can't do anything with King 7 offsuit. And it's funny that he's taking any time here, to be honest, because it's like you should just, like, the fact he even took 8 seconds or whatever, it's like, what are you doing? Hold your cards, buddy. There's one thing to want to play back, but it's like you can't just choose actual trash. Like, you have to have some rhyme or reason, and he does have rhyme or reason, but he just sits and waits sometimes with garbage, like he's almost getting pulled to the dark side, but then he snaps out. He's like, oh wait, it's actually King 7. One of my and folds. And now he's looking at this flop. He's like, why didn't I do it?
And that is a flush draw for Ryan Tan. Jack.
4 diamonds.
Okay, Jack might be tempted to just bet flop. Seems fairly natural. Yep, 50K.
Let's see how Ryan continues here. Small flush draw, paired board, always potential to go for a little check raise, and flatting is absolutely reasonable as well. And the second 6 peels off. Totally nullifies Ryan's hand, but Lim does not know that. It just really does suck for Ryan's hand, because you know that your opponent is going to have an ace very frequently. He doesn't right now, but you know he is going to have an ace very frequently, and he's just way more incentivized to get to showdown and to call your bet. So yeah, it's hard to bluff with the 4-3 now, and this one's probably just going to end up going Lim's way, unless Tan wants to get incredibly creative. Tan's not done with it, and he does look like he is going to go for the play. It's going to be a very small raise. Almost a min raise. That's awesome. It's such a greasy play. And it is, because again, this is something he could have definitely done on the flop. The fact he's doing it on the turn is pretty awesome.
Yeah. And, you know, the 4 tray with the diamonds probably feeling not great about continuing now. It does fold.
No, it was the 4-3 is the one that...
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, so he bet the Queen Jack, and then he put in almost a min raise with the 4-3 on the turn.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Yeah. He didn't do it on the flop. He just called the flop. And I was saying he probably could have got away with it on the flop, but did it on the turn and just put him in a really greasy spot.
Amazing.
Yeah, nice hand, and tricky, because we haven't seen Ryan Tan doing anything too dangerous like that. And I say dangerous because it's like he's been playing good poker, you know, but that was like that was a power move, and it just totally worked. And it's really, really hard, even when you have the ace, to call there if you're Lim. So yeah, what a good play. Some cards that no one wants to play. 6 deuce, 7 deuce, 10-4. Fold, fold, fold.
Yep, 10-4 off, and the cutoff probably not going to be a player.
Is he going to take 15 seconds to fold? these 3 hands that just folded, the first guy took like way too long too, and he had just trash hands. And I'm like, why are people waiting now? Like,
well, now the question is, Arlie, is Justin Ong going to struggle to see flops moving forward now as well?
yeah. That is the question.
Or you know, am I going to be extremely embarrassed, or was that just indeed Hollywood after all?
Yeah. Oh, Ryan looking down at 10s. Yep, puts in a 3-bet to 350. Justin Ong. He's gonna think for a second before he folds his 7-5. This table is down with just not playing that fast. It's whatever. It's just a different. all tables are different. These guys are taking their time with their folds when there's no decisions. And sometimes I get you on a Hollywood a little bit, but there's other times where, again, we're seeing them just like get dealt cards that are open folds and they sit and wait for 15 seconds. Absolutely. It's kind of funny to watch. I like just the psychology of different poker games and poker tables, the flow. Like, you get one person that could come and totally change up the dynamic of a table. Like, such a beautiful game we play.
Seven tray under the gun. Put it in the bin. There it is. Ace tray for Lok Chan.
Ace King for Ryan King. You know, make it a little sticky here with the queen, deuce, and diamonds. Nope. Fold. Lines go wrong. On to the next.
On to the next one, indeed. 23 players left here in the main event. As I said, probably just under an hour left of play today. Still currently playing 20K, 40K, 40K. If I'm not mistaken. Arlie?
Is
Arlie?
he mistaken or not?
Arlie?
I'll never tell.
Arlie?
You are,
oh,
you are mistaken.
Blinds, yeah, it's 50K, isn't it? God.
Yeah, I let him. I let it wait 8 seconds.
You know what's even worse, Harley, is actually I was just scanning up my notes to confirm, and I just missed the one that's highlighted in red that says 25K, 50K. Fantastic, 25K, 50K.
Oh, it's a beautiful game we play.
It's a beautiful game we play. I'm going to say that every time I make a mistake now. It's a beautiful game we play. So complicated. Yeah. Queen 8 suited, and Christopher Matero, 2.7 million. He might want to sneak in more of these opens.
Yeah,
so.
he does like taking every spot he can find. He does feel like the guy who's doing that. Justin Ong's on top of it too. Folds. It's a nice stack. Definitely not green. Definitely not green. Like they just look blue to me. You tell me the colors. I wanted you to continue saying the colors. You started, I'm like, here he goes. Maybe he can't see. He made it 105 too. Everyone's just been min raising. He's like, you know what? I'm over it. 105.
Yep.
And he lost an extra 5 because there's Nolan.
Yeah, and we see the JT coming in with the open, all in from the ace-king, pretty straightforward. You know, part of the reason why we're not allowed to open as wide from this position is exactly for this purpose, right? There's a lot of opportunities for opponents behind us to wake up with big hands. The more players, the more combos we need to get through. And on this occasion, running an ace-king, not ideal.
Not ideal at all. Nice pickup for Neo.
How much? 630. Thank you.
I thought he already folded. It's funny because, yeah, everyone, it's like, what, like he did. What's happening? People are just, there's something about this table where people just actually are like, yeah, we're just going to chill out. Like, whatever. Maybe they are all just playing a little slow and like they want ladders. Like, it might be something like that deep in the game. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But they got a really chill pace about things. Like, when you see like 10-4 3 hands in a row and they all take 7 seconds, you're like, what's going? Did they talk about this? Like, pocket tens here from Mateo.
Pocket tens for Christopher Mateo.
Yeah. Puts in the raise.
Currently UG.
He also makes it 105. What's the UG?
Oh, wait a second. Justin. He's
itching for it.
Sneaky boy.
Itching for it. 8-6 of hearts.
I actually kind of love this, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is cool. Look at the size as well, Arlie. Goes for 240K, not even a 3X.
Yeah, and Mateo's been very active too, so it's a great guy to target with it.
Now,
Neo's got the jacks and a short stack. Loves life.
okay, I was gonna say I would be scared, but the jacks aren't here.
Yeah.
John
Neo's
Juan,
been waiting.
not scared at all. Let's get it in. Tom says, I heard they're changing EPT to UG instead of under the gun. I will be handing in my resignation formally tomorrow. And yeah, no problem at all. 10 should be an easy getaway now. Not really too much. I mean, if you weren't scared of the first 3-bet from early position, the cold 4-bet jam is going to be even scarier from the hijack.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Tens really shouldn't think about much here.
Yeah, in a way, this actually probably works out great for the 10s. Pretty clear fold.
Yeah, Justin getting in the mix helps the 10 so much. Because it would have really, if Justin just folded like he probably should have, it would have just been Neo jamming and the 10s being in a tough spot.
Yeah, and definitely becomes a lot trickier then.
Yeah.
Justin Ong has no decision here.
He's just doing what the table's been doing. This one, at least, like, you can understand. Like, I still don't really do this, but, like, people like to Hollywood a bit sometimes when it's like, I don't truly think there's going to be enough information anyone's going to be able to pick up if, like, they know that you bluff sometimes. Like, yeah, you 3-bet bluffed. It's okay, man. It's okay.
And that's all she wrote.
8-6 was not the right. Like it is good though to do it. Like we were saying, it's a nice play. He just ran into someone that had jacks. Like,
yeah, and Justin says, "How much is it?" All right, fold. It's just so good. Thomas Suter says he used a time card for that. That's hilarious. Yeah, it is. It's a lot, but I like his style. Justin, if you're watching this, big fan.
Yeah, like it is. It's a good aggressive way to play.
Ryan Tan is going to let that one go.
Neo's out of there. Same with Lirio. Lim from the cutoff with that big stack. Yeah, puts it in. Puts a raise to 100, not 105. Doesn't follow the trend. Setting his own trend. I like it. And Pablo in the small blind folds.
Yeah, playing it cool. Oh, hello.
Mateo says, you know what? They gave me 10s.
Now,
couldn't make him work last hand.
He's just going to play it as a call here. I do think probably technically 10s will sneak into a 3-bet some of the time here. But just decides to play it cool for now. A6-5. Now, this is obviously going to be tricky for Mateo, having played the hand slow. Giving your opponent the opportunity to rep an ace here is very real. And actually, 9-7 is a pretty cool candidate to have maybe a triple here if you want. Certainly going to be a c-bet on the flop. I would cry if I didn't see at least some chips going here from the 9-7.
Yeah, absolutely. With the ace being out there, and like you said, it is a good hand to put into your 3-bets. If you're going to see this type of flop, you know you're going to have at least a gut shot on the flop and the turn. And then if it doesn't connect, 9 high by the river, normally just don't want to give up. So it's, let's see how this one plays out. We see bet, then a call.
Yeah, you can't be folding yet. And ace of clubs, that makes it a little bit easier. Of course, your opponents will have trips now some of the time, but from the cutoff, the 10s are going to be the best hand a lot of the time.
Yeah, and this could actually make it even more perfect for Lim's triple barrel strategy. If he was thinking that way. Small bet. Gonna make that very easy for Mateo to not go anywhere. And is not representing, a big hand at all. Not representing the ace or anything anymore. When you're deep like this and you have a monster like that, you do want to size up to actually try to get as much possible out of the opponent. You don't want to... It's actually really bad to bet super small with big hands here, like trips, because in long run, you want all these draws to pay a lot. You don't want to give them easy access to rivers, and when you're deeper like this, you want to maximize the value you get out of your biggest hands by betting big. 10s are good here. And Lim's story could blast on this river, though, because the heart does connect. And that is the type of hand that wouldn't need to blast really big on the turn, but would be still happy to do it huge on the river. So it is a pretty good card for his 9 to unload. Obviously, he could be a little apprehensive because he's got called on a couple streets, but Mateo not putting in a raise on the turn caps his range pretty big in my mind.
Yeah.
He gives up. That's reasonable, though.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's easier to fire on the non-hard as well, isn't it? That just feels like a better spot.
Yeah.
But, yep, understandable, and 10s takes it down. And that's the thing, guys, when we play our hands in this manner, if we don't have a 3-bet with the 10s here pre-flop, you know, we do need to get sticky, especially on this kind of a run-out. And rightly so. It's a beautiful game we play, Arlie. It's a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game.
22 players left now, guys. We are coming towards the end of our broadcast for today. Still have more poker action to play out now, but we're going to get as close to a final table as possible. 22 left. I think we're miles away, but regardless, lock it in tomorrow, midday UK time. We're going to get some more action from Arlie. It'll be around 12:30, and he will be covering the final day of action from APPT Manila, coming to you live from the Cove, brought to you by Okada Hotels.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which one of these guys can close it out, if it's someone that we've been talking on, or if one of the lingerers, someone behind on one of the other tables, takes it down. Obviously, the feature table will be shown, but maybe it's one of these guys we're airing right now that does it. We see Lim, big stack here, raises with pocket queens. Lock Chan, Queen 7.
He's got it locked. Nope, just a fold. And queens. Mr. Lim.
See the dealer fold. Mateo in the small blind, Queen Jack. Mateo is always itching to play, so I could absolutely see chips going in here with Queen Jack.
Yeah, it does feel like he's been desperate to take a stand, and so far he's avoided catastrophe on several occasions. I probably just put this one in the bin personally, but there we are.
Yeah, I have no problem folding here. I just feel like Lim is going to... Mateo here is, absolutely not going to be in that category.
That looks like a lot of chips, too. 350,000.
Yeah, and Lim is going to be happy to see that.
Yeah. I guess 4-bet. 4-bet is pretty natural here. Could go pretty small, I imagine, too. 2.7 million is the effective stack here. So, you know, I think maybe 720 or something like that would be fine. Does he just go for a flat 8 or 9? Oh, wow. Pumps it up to 900K. It's a big 4-bet.
Yep. Mateo folds as
6
expected.
What's your size there? Are you, first of all, are you 4-betting? And then second of all, what would your size be there?
I'm almost certainly 4-betting. Sometimes against really aggressive players, I'd flat. But I think in this exact spot, I'm just going to 4-bet. And yeah, I'm around 750. 750, yeah.
Nice, yeah. Certainly puts a stop to it, though, that big size. But I think that's probably what we would have seen regardless with the Queen Jack in play.
Yeah, it's you always do want to leave the window open, I feel like, though, with your 4-bet sizings to still be bluffs and to still give them room to put in a little 5-bet. Like, that's just the leveling game at that point, where it's like you normally are just gonna have the big pair, but do you always? Is your opponent gonna believe it? Especially when you're a big stack and he's an aggressive guy. So yeah, that's why I like it being a little smaller.
For some reason, I keep reading this name as Pablo Picasso. Pablo Casco. Pablo Casco. Pablo Casco. Pablo Picasso in the cutoff with King 8 suited. Decides to fold. I think the King 8 suited might be an open there.
Yeah, you could open. He's maybe a little gun shy of Mateo.
Yeah.
And Justin. Those two raising into those guys is a tall order. Sometimes you do have to make those type of adjustments or just be prepared to be a lot stickier when you do open into them.
And on the flop, Queen, Jack, Jack.
Can you tell me what's the flop? Can you tell me what's the flop? I can see that. Jack.
And he doesn't have the nuts.
Jack, Queen, Jack, Queen.
All right, Justin, I take it back.
Thank you.
My apologies. Could also just be the bright lights as well. I know that is very, very, very bright, very hot under those lights.
It's hot under the bright lights, Nick.
It is indeed. And now the ace-8 has decided to fire ace of diamonds in hand. Queen tray calls. 5 of spades. Now, did Justin play this hand to try and rep the diamonds with the ace of diamonds in hand?
That is $1 million question.
$265.
265. I had a clear plan in mind. And a quick call. Not messing around. Mateo wins. I like the move. I think Justin's move here is pretty cool. I think against the right opponent, you might even get a queen to fold there once in a while when you play your hand that way. But on this occasion, does get called. Did it go check on the flop as well, Arlie?
Yes.
Yeah, so for that reason, you know, the queen is somewhat underrepresented. And, you know, you're going to get your opponent to fold an ace there quite often. You know, other draws, of course. So I get it. On this occasion, though, when you've under-repped, you do feel obliged to call river, though.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Probably just setting him up for that exactly. Let me see some folds here. 5. I'm listening to the first Game of Thrones book.
Yeah, on audiobook.
Yeah, I like going for walks out in the sun by the water here in Toronto and just listen to audiobooks. It's great. And it's so awesome though. Like I'm really enjoying.
Yep.
I'm really enjoying it because I really like Game of Thrones, but I know that the story writers finished the show themselves instead of the books because the books aren't finished.
That's why the last season was such a bomb.
That is genuinely why it was so bad, but it's like whatever. They just didn't have an end to the story. They sucked at finishing it, but they never wrote the story to begin with. So it's like it's sad, but that's honestly why I'm like, you know what, I want to go through the book.
Yeah.
And I want to see where they leave it off so I can at least have a pure idea in my brain of where they left it off.
Yeah.
And then if he ever finishes them, I don't think he will, but if he ever finishes them, it'll be that ending in my mind. But I'm going to leave it open so it's not ruined with that horrible ending anymore.
I think you're right, man. I've actually got most of those books on audiobook as well. I like the narrator. I like the voice. And the books are so much more rich. You get so much more of the lore. You know what I mean? It's very, very deep.
It is, yes.
The lore.
Detailed and like everything is just so descriptive. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I actually like Tyrion even more in the book than I did in the show.
He is pretty awesome in the book. Like he's awesome in both. But yeah, in the book he's great. I'm probably like 10 or 12 hours in, so I still got a lot to go, you know, but it's I'm loving the adventure to go on, just like taking me back to those shows.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I very much enjoy an audiobook. I had a quick look at the chips just then, guys. Back to the feature table, though. 22 players left. And we are approaching the end of day, guys. I'd say probably another 20-ish minutes, 30-ish minutes. No, I'm a huge fan, Arlie. I really enjoy an audiobook. The one thing I have realized, though, is I do very little reading these days. And actually, when I'm asked to do sort of scripts or voiceover work now, I feel like my reading skills have diminished because I'm listening to most of the books that I actually read.
That's funny. I never read anymore, bro. I used to read a lot when I was younger, though. But I listen to audiobooks. Like, I still consume, obviously, the podcasts and stuff, too. But audiobooks I really enjoy. I just... the thing is, I don't want to sit and read.
Yeah.
When I do audiobooks, it's like... It's when I'm out being active or when I'm going to the gym or when I'm like cooking or something, you know, it's just like it's something to have on to fill up extra time. It's not like I want to sit there and just read.
Yeah, it's nice to multitask it, and also having a voice in the room is quite calming. I think that's quite soothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into it. I've got absolutely mountains of audiobooks now. I got on the Audible grind a long time ago, and I think I've got about 10 credits saved up.
Yeah, I got a good stock of credits too. Ryan with the 3-bet here, King Jack of Spades. Have you done the like David Goggins ones and stuff?
I have, yeah. What was it? You can't break me. You can't
hurt me.
You can't hurt me. Yeah, I did. David Goggins is a funny one, isn't he?
Man.
I get it, and he's an athlete. Sometimes I just want to be like, Dave, it's all right, man. Just chill. It's all right. Like you can have the day off. It's all right. You can have one day off. You're allowed. You ran eight marathons in 24 hours. You can chill for a day. It's okay.
The best part is there just has to be people like him to set the benchmark for everyone else.
He is incredible.
There's got to be those psychopaths that like define all logic just to let other people know it's humanly possible. You know? Like, yeah, for sure. Like other people shouldn't do that. Like, but no one can replicate what he does. If you can just harness a small bit of it and use that in your life, like. That's why his extreme example, I think, is so powerful and important, and why it resonates with so many people.
Yeah, no, it's. I wish I had that kind of discipline. I definitely aspire to
about
5% of that. 5% of that.
I wish I had 5% of that, man. We'd be very good off.
I actually don't think I want 10% of that. It's too much. I'll take 5, David. If you could spare me a 5%, that'd be great. Christopher Mateo, 9-4 clubs here. Onto the gun +2.
He's like, all right, let's dance. Up to 3.3 million. Mateo is Itching.
Oh my goodness, this is.
He loves. He's one of those.
This is.
He loves to take his time.
There's
only a couple. There's only like maybe 2 or 3 of the guys, but it's really only 2 of them that are really just doing that.
I get why we still have 22 players left now. This is crazy. Just kidding, Mr. Mateo. I take your time, play your game. And King 9 on the button, definitely going to be one that we want to play as an open, I think.
It's like, you're kidding, but it's also like you actually should never in your life take 9 seconds to fold 9-4 suited when you literally just know the second you look down at it that you're going to fold it.
Yeah, and actually I think the 10s might just be a rip here, guys. The effective stack here, 1.3 million. And, I mean, potentially just not all in. Doesn't have to be the all in necessarily, but I definitely see an increase in the stakes here. Yeah, I actually think 10s might. How do you feel, Arlie? I think probably 10s is good enough just to have a not all in here more often.
Yeah, it could go either way. It really can. I think a little smaller is fine.
And a quick fold from King 9, pretty straightforward. I like that he allows for the rejam as well. That's nice. Letting the 5s shove there, letting the 6s push there, letting some ace 5 suited in there. But in this occasion, just 3-bet fold.
Yeah. Pablo's going to toss away the 7-5 offsuit.
10-9 suited. This is a nice hand, Mr. Mateo. You can play this one. Make sure the cards. Make sure you got 2 chip protectors. Make sure they're exactly in the box.
He literally takes 15 seconds before he starts thinking. I realized that. No, I realize. He does that. He waits till it's on him. He looks at one card. I actually just looked this hand to figure out what was going on. He looked at one card, then he looked at the other card, slowly pushed one by one into the box, then slowly grabbed a chip and put one on each card. Then he started thinking. And I was like, oh my God, watch next hand. And it's miraculous. I wonder if he does it every hand.
Hashtag balanced. Hashtag
because even when
ritual.
He folds, he's putting the 2 chips on top. Like, does he do it every fold, or is it just some of them?
I think he's keeping it balanced. Hashtag balance for sure.
He's definitely
Mr.
balanced.
Mateo. We're cracking jokes here at Mr. Mateo's expense. I apologize for that, but I do think, as much as we joke, that still intimidates the hell out of me. If I was at his table, I'd be scared. So fair enough.
No, but like the one thing I am saying is it slows the pace down a lot. Like if every player did that, the game would be
it's unbearable.
There are certain things that you should do, and so I'm just kind of like lightheartedly joking about it, but also calling a little bit of awareness because you genuinely shouldn't take 10, 15 seconds to fold like 10-4 offsuit and 9-4 suited. Like he really should just look down and fold immediately. Like don't wait 3 seconds to look at your cards once everyone's fold. Just look at them,
Look at your cards. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But it's also like people do that honestly, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but people do it in big spots like this too, just because like they're close to huge money. They're also thinking like, hey, maybe if I slow down the play a little bit, we get a little ladder here. Yeah. Maybe other tables will play more hands and bust quicker, and I can get to that final table because I already have a pretty big stack. Like, there's thoughts like that go into it. So he could know what he's doing and just not do this normally. He's only doing it really deep in this spot. So could be something like that.
Yeah, I was saying to Joe Bold, our commentator earlier on today as well, I watched an amazing GTO Wizard lecture about ICM leakage. The idea that we can you can calculate a spot in ICM in HRC, for example, but it's never in stasis because there's other hands happening at the other table. So you might be in the middle of a hand and 5 people bust, and ICM doesn't take into account the fact that other hands are happening adjacent. It assumes that everything pauses and we run that one spot right in that exact situation. And You're absolutely right. You know, that slowdown in play legitimately might increase your edge, which is terrible to say. It's really sad because that's not what we want.
It increases your edge if you're not. It definitely increases your edge if you aren't a great player,
right?
And then it still can increase your edge if you are a good player, but it definitely does if you aren't a good player because the less hands you play, the less chance you have of losing your chips to the good players.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a great player. And if 50% of the field are just going to punt it off like the next hand, it's going to be a massive advantage, right, for you to slow things down. But I know that a lot of the tournament directors, a lot of the tournament staff around the world are now taking steps to really, really change things because that's not what we want. We want everyone to be as competitive as possible at all times throughout the tournament. And I think the move, Arlie, so yesterday when we were playing the Super High Roller, they were playing 20 hands per level. Obviously, we were down to like the final table, so it's not as big of a thing. But I think they are going to implement that at some point tomorrow as we get down to the final few tables, and that should go some way towards stopping that kind of sort of hand for hand and 20 hands per level. Seems like a really good move.
Yeah, it's a great way to combat it.
Yeah. So it goes raise and a call in position, the 10-9 suited. Christopher Mateo is deciding whether or not to enter the pot in the big blind.
Yeah, he's having a little think here. He's a flat out there, and I know he's getting hungry. He's like, you know what? I'll turn this Jack 10 off into a little squeeze. He just calls. That's the most likely play. Reasonable. He had that itch, though. Mateo gets that itch.
King Jack 5 of hearts on the flop.
Yeah, both Neo and Mateo connect with middle pair. And just checks all the way around. Another heart. It does pump Mateo's hand out in front with two pair, but definitely worrisome with there being four hearts. And a quick check around.
Yeah, no player with the heart here, so might just see this get to showdown unless somebody decides to get spicy. The issue we have, Arlie, is a lot of players with showdown here, so less inclined to bluff when you actually potentially have the best hand on the river. But let's see how they feel.
Yeah, all of them should feel like they could win, so I could just see it go check, check, check. But but we do have Mateo. Yeah, with him checking. Neo should feel decent. And Lim obviously the weakest of the three, but still could take it with the 10. Let's see if he decides to throw in a bluff, though. He does have a pretty big stack. No one's showed any interest in this at all. Are they setting him up to bluff? Is his 10 good? He does go for a bluff. I like that. Because it would have been reasonable for him to assume he could win with a 10. But he figured, you know what, it's definitely not likely enough. Let's put out a little bet. Puts about, what, 40, 45% pot? Something similar. And now Neo with the best hand. After we see Mateo fold. Also folds. Nice bet from Lim. Nice bet.
Yeah, and takes the proactive approach. Works out.
Yeah, it's one of those spots maybe kind of similar that we were talking about earlier where it's like, you could just check your showdown, but it's like, yeah, you know what, that showdown probably won't win enough. Maybe just turn it into a bluff. And that was a perfect example where he got two better hands to fold. Ryan Tan looking down at 9 deuce and says, "Get it out of my face."
7-5 suited, not going to play this one. Oh. It's all good. Yeah, this is a cool hat. It's like it's kind of like a baseball / trucker hat. I like that a lot. Kind of old school.
Yeah, definitely baseball vibes.
A little bit of Sandlot. You know the Sandlot?
Oh, yeah.
Sandlot is one of those movies that, I think all of my family has seen, but I think that almost nobody in the United Kingdom has ever seen ever. It's so American. It's insane.
It's American for sure. Very.
10 seconds.
Trying to figure out what's happening here. Log Chan just took a solid 15 seconds with deuce 3 offsuit.
I think everyone's trying to make the next day. Come on, everyone's trying to make the final day. Yeah, Tom, you're killing me, Smalls. That's right. I the number of times I've said you're killing me, Smalls, on stream, and my co-coms is like, okay. No reference. They don't get it. I might watch Sandlot tonight. I'm in the mood for that.
Nice.
All right, so there is a raise from 9-7 in the cutoff. I like this a lot. Justin Ong in the big blind. 2 million chips. I think there's a couple options. Folding is not one of them, Mr. Ong.
Folding is not one of them. Putting chips in are the options.
10 seconds.
Oh, not Ruth has decided we're watching a chick flick. Oh, we can watch that new one you said. That's right. Fair enough, babe. You win.
You guys should watch A Walk to Remember if you're going to watch a chick flip.
Oh, I like that movie.
Me too. I have a bunch of the songs on my newest playlist that I just created on stream, and it's just touches my heart every time I hear her sing those songs.
See, guys, I know that you see Arlie Shaban. He's a warrior. He's an animal. He's a devastator. He's a Spartan. But on the inside, soft and fluffy and kind and squishy.
I'll always remember. Don't give it, buddy. Don't, Mandy. Don't get me started, bro.
We are going to the flop, and what a flop it is, guys. That is a straight.
That's a flop. Wow.
Mr. Lim cannot believe his eyes. He checked his cards twice. He's got the flopperoo, but King Queen is not completely devoid of opportunity here. Still 32%. That doesn't seem right. Outrageous.
What a hand. And both these guys like playing poker, like playing some pots. Don't think this one's going to be... It's already a big pot. That's the thing. A flopped straight versus an open-ended straight with two overcards.
Arlie, I'm going to say some stuff now, and then you tell me if you think it's true. I think that this is an interesting one because what we don't want is scare cards, right? If you have aces and it comes a queen or a 7 or a 9, it's going to kill your action. I do think this is an opportunity to put more chips in the pot. Not only will your opponent have a lot of strong hands on this texture, but they will also have a lot more strong hands in a 3-bet pot. And then we probably want to make sure that we get value from them right now before those scare cards fall. True or false?
It's the only way to play it. There's so many scare cards, so many bad cards, and so many cards that change the texture of the board, which could scare your opponent. It could also screw over your hand. Your hand's really strong, though, but it could scare your opponent, which is the biggest part about it. You don't want to scare your opponent. You want them to put in more money when they have that confidence in their hand. And when there's so many draws out there, you still want to make them pay extra for those. Exactly like the type of hand he has. He can have flush draws, straight draws.
Yeah.
You can just have even a 9 for a straight, like ace 9 suit. There's so many things he can have, and all of those want to pay extra. Plus, like his aces and kings. What a turn card!
Oh, that's
it's
the
actually
one.
So disgusting because obviously Lim still has a really strong hand here, but Justin Ong has the super nuts. And that's just everything he wanted to see on the turn, and Lim does not feel good at all.
Now, he said all in. How much was that? 1.3 million.
It was about pot.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, just a bit over. I don't like this, but I was going to ask Arlie. I do think maybe leading this turn is going to be quite natural. Like, obviously, if your opponent has a flush draw, you want to punish that. If they had 2 pair, you're going to want to try and not give them the opportunity to check back a very scary turn. But I don't know about the jam. Maybe he's decided to do this because of the double flushing texture.
The double flushing texture, he knows a queen will call. He knows
Right.
it puts a 7 in a silly spot, and he does know that this is how he would play his bluffs. Would he make his bluff? Would he ever bluff here only like 500? Like maybe, but this seems like the natural bluff way more too. So
Yeah.
it's like I get what you're saying, because my instinctual bet would have been way smaller, but I also play so exploitatively. I think I can get away with that against recreationals. But if I'm playing against a good reg here, whew, I don't know. I still might go smaller, man. I still might.
I mean, I wonder if we're supposed to do this with a hand like Ace-5 of spades or something, but I don't know. Some part of me says that this is probably a very underbluff line in reality, and probably I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what other hands.
I agree with you. Maybe smaller.
Ace Queen of Hearts. Well, that's not a bluff though, is it? That's the straight. So yeah, it's tricky. Ace King of Hearts. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, this is brutal. This is so brutal. It's
I guess it could just be like your sets too.
Yeah, I guess this is binary though, right? This is you have the nuts with the 9 or you don't, or with the 7. Excuse me. And this is brutal. I say the nuts, obviously not the nuts guys, but we have the best hand or we don't against this kind of a line. And Arlie, you'll appreciate these are spots where we really get tripped up, right? As people that play a lot of poker, when you see people taking these sorts of lines, it's so polarizing, not only in the bet size, but also some players would do this with a bluff every time. Some people would never bluff like this.
Oh, he called.
He whips it over. Max value for the king-queen, and there is no sweat whatsoever.
So a player like Justin Ong, though, is the type of player that's going to get away with it more, is the logic. Because the good regs in the Ontario client are the ones who get me to call in spots like this because they're capable.
Yeah.
And we saw him 3-bet that 8-6 suited earlier. So we do know he's got the spice. We heard he won another big event 3 days ago. So that crazy aggressive style, like we were saying, we gave him credit for that 8-6. It helps you get called in spots like this, and it is a clean river, which, again, was always going to be clean.
Yeah, nice hand, Mr. Ong, and gets max value on that turn. That's wonderful. The benefit of shoving this turn as well is, of course, like you said, we're going to get paid from the queen sometimes by the 7 too. But just decided to rip it, gets paid. And if I'm there with the 9-7, Arlie, I don't know, man. It really could go either way. Depended on my mood that day, depended on my interpretation of that player's style. Are they the type to just panic and shove turn when they just have a flush draw or something? But yeah.
He could have talked himself into exactly like the reverse psychology of what we were thinking at first. Like, why would he jam?
Yeah, why would he rip king queen?
Why would he jam king queen here? Yeah. Even though it doesn't feel as natural, like you said, like it is going to be an underbluff spot for sure. But that's clearly what went through Lim's head. That had to be the thought. Why would he? He's not going to do it. This the nuts. Yeah. Come on, he's not going to have the nuts here.
Yeah,
and then it's just like he did.
Yeah, and there's a lesson there as well, guys. I think that as we study, we try and work out what people will most likely do, what players will do on average. We try and adjust for the specific player type. However, we don't want to get too lumped into that category where we go, well, he can't have king queen here because absolutely nobody would play king queen this way.
Yeah,
we and it's so hard. It's I struggle with that all the time. I'll go, this doesn't make any sense. Why would he do this with top pair? Why would he do this with a straight? Why would he do this with a flush? But then you got to pause just for an extra couple seconds and go, is this a guy that does that? And then try and make a decision from there. It's so hard to do, but And on this occasion,
especially when it's a line that you would never do or think is a good line, where it's like it just doesn't make logical sense. So your brain's like, sometimes I assign too much logic to how my opponents think, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I take certain things out because I'm like, well, yeah, obviously it can't be that, and then you're like, why did I apply logic to that?
Yeah,
they're not using it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where the experience comes in. Being able to really quickly classify opponents and get a feel for the table is definitely part of the skill. Christopher Mateo has a tray off. It's one of the faster folds.
How many blue you have? How many blue?
How many blues you got?
Thank you. 2.6. 2.6. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you should definitely watch The Devil's Plan, though. It was
oh, it sounds great.
You know, like Werewolf or Mafia, that game?
Yeah.
They do a version of that as one of the episodes.
Yeah.
And it's a really elaborate expanded version of the game, though.
Cool.
And it's so cool. They actually talk about game theory and like the contestants, because they're smart like that. So they're like, right, so the game theory of this, and the way they break down the game theory, it's like, oh man, I know you would love that.
Yeah, that sounds great. If I recall correctly as well, I think Ebony absolutely adored Werewolf.
Yeah, definitely.
Huge fan, and like they were playing it over the course of like several days as well. Like they were actually keeping it going throughout the series. It was kind of crazy. It was like a multi-day Werewolf situation.
They had really good Werewolf games at Run It Up Reno, man.
Oh, Run It Up Reno.
That's the first time I played Werewolf. I played like versions when I was younger and stuff, but that was my first poker one.
Yeah, and I think when you play games like that with poker players, it's just so much better. I think, it's the kind of people that already enjoy the strategy element of things.
Yes.
But yeah, tonight we're watching Bride Hard, which I'm almost positive is going to be a Bridesmaids ripoff, but we'll see.
Okay.
But that was a great film, so if it's a little bit like that...
It is, yeah. It was definitely funny.
Classic. All right,
Lirio
guys.
out of there.
We're down to 20. We're actually getting not that far off final few tables here.
We's getting there.
16 is final 2, and I wonder how far we'll get. We have about another 10 minutes or so on stream. Not sure. They're going to announce last hand in a little bit. A little blind v blind action. Ryan Tan decides to... No, never mind. Excuse me. Justin Ong limps the button with 6-5. This is unconventional.
Yeah. Just wants to get in the mix.
Oh, Mr. Tan. Yes, please. Oh, is it just a call? Sorry, I thought that was a raise. It looked like a raise. It had the energy of a raise.
Those yellows.
What color is that?
Pinks. It was the pink chips.
Tan is actually Tagalog for call.
Neo checks the queen 4 of diamonds. Off to the flop we go. Let's see a flop that connects with 6-5. Nope. Queen, king, king. Neo far ahead.
Yeah, I maybe it was just wishful thinking. I would have loved to see Ryan Tan do something weird in the small blind here with 6-5 of clubs. That would be nice. But that's probably why I don't win as many poker tournaments as I should.
Checks it over to the limper, who blasts a bet, and Neo not going anywhere.
And it is an 8 of diamonds on the turn. So not just the best hand with an improver.
Yeah. The hand that keeps on giving.
Can you imagine if Ong just bombs turn, bombs river? Nope, just a check.
I was imagining, though.
Oh, man. Sometimes you gotta imagine it. I definitely feel like I find myself in that category a bit too often, though, Arlie. Just finding myself in a spot and going, this doesn't make sense. This is I don't understand. Why would he ever play a hand like that? Why would this ever be a bluff, for example? And sort of side call, and it's just air. It's just absolute nonsense. And I'm like, see, I keep forgetting that that's still a possibility in this spot.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that people are allowed to just bomb it off here. No blocker, no hand, no bluff, no draw.
Absolutely, man.
But,
that's always in the equation.
That's it, yeah. Funnily enough, I'm probably the one showing down that nonsense more often than not as well. Yeah, there you go. What did you say? If you don't get caught bluffing, you're not bluffing enough. That's me. That's me.
Yes.
That's why all my bluffs get called.
Exactly.
All right, so 20 left, as I said, guys. Nearing the end of the day. They will return tomorrow around midday UK time if you want to rejoin the action. Spraggy is on comms. We'll be back here in the Cove, Okada, Manila. In the Thunderdome. I'm going to send Spraggy a little memo. Make sure he keeps the Thunderdome thing going. And we're going to play down to a winner mañana. A 6 for Christopher Mateo.
And he does play it.
I would love to see a mass study, Arlie. Like if we could get AI to scan all of the EPT coverage from all of the years we've ever played, and then tell us how much more often you get a steal through in the last 10 minutes of play of the day.
Yeah.
I honestly think there would probably be like a massively significant increase in the number of folds, you know, towards the end of a penultimate day, for example.
Definitely. Even though it doesn't make any difference, it definitely would cause people to play tighter.
Yeah, because people are stupid, and that's not their fault. We're just people.
That's people just like the story. Like, oh, I made day 3, you know? Like, that sounds cool compared to day 2.
You text your girlfriend, you're like, I
I'm
told you
still
I wasn't a
game.
failure. I'm in the final day. Don't ask how many chips I have.
Yeah. I'm there, though.
Did I fold the last 20 minutes? Yeah. Am I in the final day? Yes.
Who cares if I would have tripled up with that ace-queen suited?
Am I going to win tomorrow? No. It's not important. Final day.
Mateo in the tank here with a tough decision.
Oh, Arlie. I missed you, buddy.
Straight in his chips.
Yeah, I mean, we could see a rare A6 offsuit 4-bet for sure. Give him the chance.
Yeah, it could happen. Absolutely.
Schematic Rat in chat says, I hope one of the locals wins this table. I would love to see that, actually. I really like that we're seeing a lot of home team representation. My Tagalog is, I mean, I'm not fluent exactly. And I may have misquoted a few translations today, but I would love to see an FT with some Filipino flags out there.
Yeah, that'd be good. He's thinking. He used his time, but it feels like it's gone pretty long on his last time card.
Oh.
His hand's dead.
Did he say fold and then proceed to not push the cards?
How much you raise? 300? 350?
All right, well. Do they get fresh time cards tomorrow?
It's a good question, actually. I would
Or was
assume
he
so. I
just
think it's the same as the EPT structures. I think that they will get a couple more budgets for time cards tomorrow.
Yeah, I do get the logic of wanting to milk every second you can in these situations. Like, not TV second, I mean, like, just get as deep as you can. Like, these are once-in-a-lifetime spots for most people that play them. So, yeah, like, you get just taking your time and wanting it to last as long as possible. Mateo, let's go the 10-7. Doesn't put chips on the cards this time, though. Justin Ong, 4.2 million, 7-6 of hearts. Yep, 100K.
Small blind 8-9 offsuit. I don't think we have a decision.
That is a pretty interesting call. No real need for it. All right, Lim's got a real hand, though. Queen 10 of hearts.
All right, not a terrible start. Sorry, Arlie, this wasn't open from the hijack and a call with the 8-9 in the small blind?
Yeah,
wow.
He did call.
Okay, never mind. He did have a decision. I take it back.
Which, like, he didn't really have a decision, though, which is funny. You were right. Like, but somehow he knew the 10-7 was coming, so he called.
I mean, Oliver's been pretty solid thus far. This is definitely outside the box, but everyone kind of wakes up with a piece, middle pair, top pair, up and down straight draw. And actually, I'd rather have the 8-9 here, I think.
100%. I'm pretty confident the 8-9 is going to hit just because he played it, and I'm sensing some sixth sense stuff happening here. His spidey sense was telling him to play. That's how poker works, right? You can sense the cards coming, and that's how you make money.
That's it. That's a little known fact, actually. That's a little tip for you guys. You got to sense the cards. Right. The heart of the cards. I learned that from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, okay, all right. I like that. So this is interesting, though. We had Oliver lead out with the 8-9 from the small blind. And then Lim raised. So by the time it gets to Justin, who's the pre-flop raiser, not only did he got donk bet into, he got 3-bet as well. That donk bet got raised as well. So Oliver now has a draw. Gonna want to peel one here. There is a chance to play it more aggressively, but that's pretty risque. Calling seems the most reasonable. He's standing up. Feels like he wants to do something big. He calls. He goes for the call. Or he's counting out the call, puts it in. And we are going to see a turn card. A 6 or a jack would put Lirio ahead. Anything else is good for Lim. Now, the overcard to the board. And Lirio calling Lim's check raise. Has Lim a little bit weary here. How confident is Lim that he does have the best hand?
Yeah, I would argue this is probably just a great continue.
Yeah, he went with his gut on the flop, saying his hand was good. He went with the raise, and then the turn doesn't change much. It's just one random overcard. He just hopes that that if his read was right on the flop, that his turn bet's going to seal it for him, and it does.
Yeah, and interestingly enough there as well, the 6 is a pretty innocuous card as well. You're probably not expecting your opponent to have a ton of 8-9. Like, I guess theoretically, Arlie, maybe 4 combos of 8-9 suited from a GTO perspective. So, you know, nice outcome. And I like the aggression here. You know, we don't always want to have our finger on the trigger, but I think this was a great spot, and he's actually targeting exactly those kinds of hands with that bet. Denies the equity and stacks up some more chips.
Yes, sir. Galing. 1.985. 3 million. Okay. Sige, 3,095,000. Gutom na kami. 3,095,000. Saan na yung cellphone? Di bale, bukas na lang. Ganun talaga eh. Ay, dumami. Flip ako sa'yo kanina. Flip ako. Gusto kong gawin. Tutulak mo lang. Or lalaki pang gawin. Yun lang gagawin ko. Nagay tayo sa alanganin. Oo.
Look at that room. Where's the teleport machine when you need one?
Absolutely. Totally stunning venue here. Just a reminder, we are in Cove Manila by Okada. That is the 9,000 square meter, 30 meter tall glass dome that we're calling the Thunderdome. And that is a wrap for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Really appreciate it. It was last 4 hands just then. It actually wrapped up a little bit faster than I intended. But we are going to kill it for today. Arlie, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, my guy. I had a blast. Anytime you need me, you just let me know.
Thank you very much. So, guys, we're going to sign up for now. We're going to say good night. So from Arlie and Joe and Nicholas Walsh, it's good night from Manila.